maybe even try to study their handiwork. But we don't think they are all-powerful, or even our creators."
Tim knew enough to know when he had opened a can of worms, so he just stayed quiet. Marcus coughed and said, "Maybe you should tell him about the other healer classes." The fierce look on Eden's face softened a bit as she said,
"Sure. Yeah. I just get carried away. Anyway, there are also monks, but they barely have any healing power. They are more unarmored fighters who gain access to some basic medical knowledge and some self-healing powers. Then there are alchemists, who create healing potions and other compounds that can benefit people. The last are naturalists. They can often communicate with nature, something like you bestials do with animals, but they do it with plants, rocks, and the wind. They have more attack power, but also have the second-best healing spells after spiritualists."
After a few seconds of silence, Tim said, "This has been highly informative. Thanks. Now the issue is that I need to clear out that warren of Mymar in order to save any other human prisoners. There were 3 that I had to leave behind because I couldn't carry them all. And, well, to be honest, they were sort of broken in the head by whatever has been done to them." He could tell that he had everyone's attention now by the grim looks on their faces. Marcus said, "Look, we want to help free any prisoners, but we can't just go willy-nilly storming into a warren. The scavengers may only be level 5, but there are also shamans, choppers, and champions. I fought a shaman and a chopper, but no champions yet. None of them seemed particularly challenging. What level are the champions?"
"Usually level 9, I think. Not that you can always stop to assess while they are trying to bash your head in with their big mallets," Dennis said.
"Level 9 isn't anything I can't handle easily." "Yeah, but you have to remember not all of us are level 19, Lavelle said. "Fair enough. But I've been thinking about the problem. If I weren't worried about prisoners, we could just start fires at the entrance and smoke the Mymar out."
"It might still be worth the risk," Eden said. "Certainly, even a chance at escape would be better than being tortured by those beasts. Just looking at the kids you brought back, things are pretty bad."
"All great, but you are forgetting about the igneous elementals. Mymar are bad enough, but those monsters would eat us up. And just imagine what they would do to the regular soldiers with us." "Well, do any of you have a spell that could scorch the monsters in a tunnel if they were chasing me out?"
Marcus's face lit up. "Why, I can happily accommodate you on that point. But what's the plan?"
"First off, we can avoid the elementals, because I agree those are much tougher monsters. If we come in from the east, we will just have to go a couple miles out of our way. Then we bring brush and firewood to set up fires, but don't start them if we don't have to. When I went into one tunnel before, none of the other tunnels seemed to notice. Maybe each is its own separate living space. So I fight my way into the second tunnel, looking for human survivors. Then when I come out, they will be following me through a narrow tunnel. AoE magic should be able to punish them pretty hard. If any survive, we will just have to deal with them outside."
Well, going around gets us past the elementals, but what about the Leatherwings? The longer it takes us to approach the warren, the more exposed we will be to aerial attacks, Marcus said. Tim flexed his wings.
"Let me get a little rest, and I can control the skies for us. They didn't present any challenge for me before, and I fought 6 of them at one time."
The team looked at each other as if to say they were trying to decide if they believed his claim. Tim smiled then and said,
"I can share my quest with you. It gives XP and loot."
Suddenly, their eyes lit up, and Marcus said, Okay. I will still have to talk the captain into agreeing,
but if I sell it as a big win for him, then he might go along. He is desperate to get noticed and move to a cushier location. We will just have to downplay the danger." Tim then said, "Share quest," while focusing his mind on sending the quest to the four of them. Enemies of Humanity 2. Shared Quest. You have been told about the humans being held captive by the Mimar. Will you do right by your race? Learn if there are other victims. Free them if possible. Avenge them if not. Success is determined by how many Mimar are killed, as well as prisoners freed and other variables. Upgraded rewards. 1. XP plus 350. 2. 1 item of uncommon or higher quality. 3. 2 gold crowns. Rewards forfeit if the quest is not finished within 24 hours. Tim immediately noticed that the quest language and rewards offered differed from what he had been offered. When he checked his own character sheet, the quest now showed a reduced XP reward down to 350 just like the others were offered, but he still had the favor and title lines rather than the gold crowns. A voice spoke into his head. "Shh. This quest was meant for you. I can't fault you for seeking help, but some of the rewards are only for you. Now that you have help, though, I'm putting a 24-hour time limit on finishing the quest." Since coming to Io Kusente, Tim had to accept that hearing a voice in his head didn't mean he was going insane. What worried him was that this was a feminine voice, and unless Cal Dakota was playing some game with him, it was definitely not the same being who had been tormenting him since he arrived. As if reading his mind, the voice said, "You can't tell your patron that I'm speaking to you. It's against the rules, but the stakes are too high for the prankster's games. You need to know that you have other options." Tim tried asking who was speaking to him in his head, but didn't get an answer. He tried thinking louder, if that was a thing. He kept pushing but wasn't hearing anything more until finally, "Not so loud. He will hear." There was no way that Tim could trust this voice. It was also disconcerting to realize that there was some being who could speak into his head at any moment. On top of that, he didn't want to get in the middle of any dispute that was going on between Cal Dakota and some similar being. He remembered that there were supposedly 4 patrons. So the logical assumption was that this was another of the patrons. Whether they were divine beings or just cosmic pests was still up in the air. He just didn't want to get squished in the middle or used as a pawn in their machinations. No sooner had he thought that than the words came. At least he was telling the truth about that. You are quite entertaining. Just keep quiet now. Not all of us are like him. Tim tried to school his face to not reveal anything. He and the team finished up a quick planning session, and then they found him a bunk to sleep in. The guard outpost had been here so long that it was fairly permanent, so rather than a tent, there was a small building with a bunk and table for him to stay in. He had to share it with 3 soldiers, but at least he would get a night of sleep before attacking the Warren. Interlude 1. Call of the Abyss. Tim slept deeply for the first couple of hours. It was the kind of sleep brought on by extreme physical exertion, but as he drifted into REM sleep again, his mind started to be plagued by nightmares. At first, it wasn't anything more than troubled sleep. He shifted and moved on his bed. After a while longer, though, his mind was pulled in deeper. He felt like there were claws latching onto his mind, and he couldn't seem to break free. Screams were all around him. Then it went silent. The sky was dark, covered in clouds so that no stars twinkled through. He was there, but still asleep. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw an orange light spring into existence. Tim felt compelled to turn and look. Out of nothing, a bonfire had sprung into existence. The heat felt very real. He heard the snap and crackle of the wood as the fire consumed it. The flames leapt higher and higher into the air. In the distance, he saw a pair of sickly yellow eyes. They shone out of the darkness. Tim couldn't look away, drawn in by the eyes. Then he was pulled back to the bonfire. It was dancing, casting shadows off in every direction. The flames varied from yellow to orange to red and cast a strange pall over everything around them. Dancing around the flames, he saw a short man, more like what he would have envisioned as a dwarf from a fantasy world, except with a sinister expression on his face. His dance more closely resembled skipping. The dwarf was chanting in a disharmonic tone. At first, Tim couldn't understand what was being sung. Then, as he listened, it became clearer. At least he could make out one word. Quint was repeated throughout the song the dwarf sang. As soon as Tim recognized the word, a gigantic wolf leapt into the circle of light cast by the flames. The wolf fell in line behind the dwarf. Together they both pranced around the fire, and the sing-song voice of the dwarf grew louder. As he listened longer, Tim felt like he could make out a whisper beneath the chant. "Join us." A sense of terror overcame Tim, and he woke up screaming. In the bottom room, deep in the bowels of Io Kusente's greatest, most impenetrable dungeon, there was a stone pedestal. Atop the pedestal sat an onyx sphere 6 inches in diameter. It was so dark that light itself seemed to be drawn into it. Around it, there were several Mimar shamans. They were all on their knees chanting. Behind them stood a figure out of the darkest of nightmares. Crimson and black skin, horns, wings, and a barbed tail completed its appearance.
"Give your devotion to our Lord. Lend him your strength. He must reach out to the new vessel."
As the creature spoke, he drew a large curved blade from a soul pouch at his waist. He started walking around behind the kneeling shaman. With each step he swung his sword, removing a head from shoulders. Blood sprayed onto the sphere. It gushed out with the final beat of each slain heart, and was soaked up into the pedestal. With each death, the creature chanted, "Give him your life. The strength is within the blood." Chapter 29. Learning Limits. When Tim awoke, he was surrounded by the other sojourners. Eden was in front, staring down at him as though she was shocked at what she saw. All he could think was, "Crap, not again." The assumption that he had changed bodies again was so strong that before he even said anything, he took a quick glance at the notifications he had experienced while sleeping. Trait: Ephemeral activated. Change is life. Consistency is a lie. Control is an illusion. Even with change, sometimes things remain the same. Role determines class remains the same. So, this was new. He would have to think about it later. Right now, he needed to find out why they were all staring at him. He had just expected it was because he had changed. All of those stories fled from his mind, and he simply asked, "What's the matter?" From behind Eden, Lavelle said, "You tell us, dude. You was the one who woke up the entire camp screaming." Eden looked back at him and gave Lavelle a glare, one of those that only a team accustomed to working together could use. It once again reminded Tim of how alone he felt. Then she looked back at him.
"There was some strange energy around you. I don't want to jump to any conclusions. But what were you doing?"
"Conclusions about what?" Tim asked. When the spiritualist simply stared back at him, Tim added, "I was just sleeping. Then I woke to find the four of you staring down at me."
"Just sleeping? That isn't really possible,"
Eden mumbled almost to herself. "Look, I don't know what is wrong, but if you told me what you were looking for, then maybe I could help you out more," Tim replied.
"No, I don't think so. I think anything I say will simply muddy the water. I need your raw reaction," Eden said.
"Okay. Well, as I said, I was sleeping. I mean, you could say I was dreaming, or more properly, having a nightmare." When Tim spoke, the expressions he saw on the faces of all four sojourners would have made him think he had slapped them. Dennis grumbled, "That isn't possible." Lavelle simply added, "But he is first gen." A second later, Marcus put a hand on Eden's shoulder and asked, "What does that mean?" "Yoo-hoo! I'm right here! What's the big deal about me having a nightmare?" Lavelle shook his head as he said, "He really doesn't know, does he? Let's just slow everything down. Remember, from what we were told, he was only discovered a few days ago. So there is probably a ton of stuff he doesn't know about," Marcus said. Then he turned to face Tim again. "Sojourners don't have dreams or nightmares. I will leave it for Eden to explain the why of that, but it is a well-known fact." "What? On Earth people go insane if they don't have dreams. How is that even possible?" "Again, I don't know the answer to your question, but it is a well-known fact amongst sojourners, and probably any flats who are in the know. Sometimes after 35th gen, a sojourner will get some very brief dreams. It is one way we know they are becoming less and less of a true sojourner," Marcus answered. Eden pushed between Marcus and Tim.
"Why don't you let me explain it to him? The rest of you can get armored up and make sure Captain Loney is handling this properly."
"Oh yeah, and Samson is supposed to be coming too. That should be interesting," Dennis said.
With that, the rest of them left the room. Eden looked at Tim for a while. She wasn't exactly his type, but it felt odd talking to a woman while lying on his bed, even if it was a makeshift one.
"So, where to begin?"
she said. Tim shrugged and said, "We have a quest to finish and hopefully some people to save. Probably just give me the TLDR version." She looked at him confused for a minute, but then rather than commenting about his expression, asked him a question he hadn't expected.
"You really do care about the people here, don't you?"
Since he was caught off guard, he didn't know how to respond at first. "Of course. You saw those kids. Who wouldn't be pissed off seeing something like that? They were starved half to death, and I'm pretty sure other things were done to them. What with all those scars and things. Honestly, I'd rather not think about it. I just want to make those monsters pay. Well, that and save any others still trapped there."
"It's just that most first-gen don't treat this world as though it was an actual place. Or at least they don't treat the people here like real people," I've heard that many of the new first-gen from Earth called the non-sojourners NPCs, whatever that means.
Tim grinned. It isn't important now, but I have chosen to believe that this is all real. I'm not some epic hero. I just don't like the idea of monsters munching on people.
That is oddly reassuring. Anyway, not sure what TLDR means, but the short story is that sojourners don't dream. We don't know exactly why, but it is universally accepted. Some think it is because...
Then she shook her head and waved her hand in front of herself.
No, I can't let myself get started or we are going to be here all morning. Suffice it to say that if you were having a dream, then it was a message from a being powerful enough to invade your mind. Likely one of the patrons, although there are stories of some other beings who could speak into the minds of others.
All Tim could say was, "Oh." Eden continued.
You will learn that there are no skills that will allow one sojourner to control another person.
Tim crinkled his eyebrows. What about blood mages? I have it on good authority that they can sorta freeze people's bodies.
Yes, that is true. And bestials like yourself can control animals, but no one can control the minds of other people. That is almost as fundamental to Iokusente as the rule of fours. Add to that the fact most sojourners don't believe in patrons, and you can see why people might freak out.
Eden explained. I guess so. But that isn't why you were freaked out about it.
So strong and perceptive,
Eden said with a humming sound.
The truth is that I could detect a dark energy around you. It was like the energy that Mymar shamans exude.
Tim nodded, and then explained to her about his nightmare. She listened without interrupting until the end. Then, just as she started to ask some questions, Marcus came back into the room. Everyone is ready. Is he good to go? Eden looked from Marcus to Tim and back again before she replied,
He is fine. Probably just some first-gen oddity. Don't worry about it.
Tim smiled to thank her, and then followed them outside. When they were outside, his breath caught in his throat. 50 guards and a few officers on horseback were waiting. The sojourners were standing a few feet away talking to a newcomer, but none of that was what surprised him. Instead, what was amazing was the largest bear he had ever seen. It was just lying there, as though it were taking a nap, and no one else seemed bothered by its presence. The thing must have been almost as big as a tank. The newcomer saw him first and strode straight for Tim. Before he could reach him, Tim cast Master Assess.
Name, Travis Sauer. Race, Human Sojourner. Level, 14th. Faction, Terran. Gen, 4th. Class, Bestial. Hit points, 452. Mana, 206.
The man was one of the largest he had ever seen, easily 7 feet and wearing only a leather vest and trousers for armor. Over his shoulder was held a huge mallet. The man's face didn't display any threat, though, as a big smile burst across his face.
"Greetings, brother!"
Tim looked back at him and asked, "Brother?" Travis simply bellowed out a laugh.
First gen indeed. We bestials are the rarest of classes. We sort of look out for each other.
Fair enough. I could use someone watching my back, Tim replied. Travis looked him up and down.
So, you went the transformation path. They tell me you are level 19. That must make you extraordinarily strong. I've only got a minor transformation to give me some hardiness of the bear. Most of my build is centered on my bond with Arnold.
Arnold? Tim asked. But even as the question was out of his mouth, he realized that the man must be talking about the bear.
My bonded beast. He's a cave bear. I captured him as a cub, and he has grown with me.
Oh, so they aren't all that big.
Nah, only if they level with you. That is why it's important for a bestial to get a beast as soon as they can. But in your case, that wouldn't work since you started at level 19.
So he will fight for us?
Yeah, he is a terror against the igneous elementals. But I hear you plan on us going the long way around their territory,
Travis replied. That led into a bit more conversation about strategy, with Captain Loney constantly interrupting. But none of the sojourners, including Tim, paid him much attention. Once they were sure they had a plan in place, Tim ate some rations, and then they headed for the Warren. Despite having to wait for all the soldiers to march the extra few miles around the elementals, they still made it there by midday. Arnold the bear proved his worth through the ease with which he dealt with the one that did attack them. Apparently, his huge paws were treated as blunt weapons, because he smashed the creature to bits. Tim paid attention as the fight went on. It was interesting how Travis distracted the monster and drew its attention with some type of taunt skill. He attacked with his own massive mallet to good effect, but seemed to act as though his primary objective was to create openings for Arnold. The two definitely were used to fighting together, as displayed by their perfect timing. As impressed as he was with how Travis and Arnold fought, all the others were equally impressed with his ability to clear the sky of leather wings. There were 3 times as many of the creatures this time, but all that ultimately did was drag out how long it took Tim to finish them off. He was fairly confident now that any creature under level 10 was easy prey for him. The way Io Kusente worked just made the level difference too significant. When they were about a mile from the Warren, Tim had finished clearing the skies and went back to report what he had seen. He landed far enough ahead of the sojourners to allow them to stop their horses and giant bear before running him over.
It looks like they are ready for us. There are several dozen of the Mimar outside, but most of them look like scavengers,
he said once they were close enough to hear him. Marcus smiled. That works. We can just pull them to us. Let the flats catch up, and then we will let them set up a picket line. In the meantime, can you get us more specific numbers?
I already did a head count. One perk of this form is enhanced vision. I was able to count them from the air. There are 62 scavengers, 2 shamans, and 8 choppers,
Tim answered. Okay. The key is going to be taking out those choppers. The soldiers can handle the scavengers because of superior gear, tactics, and teamwork, but the choppers, and especially the shaman, can be problematic. You didn't see any champions?
Not that I could make out, and I ran assess over anything that looked bigger than a scavenger.
Travis guffawed.
So now, there is really only one question.
Dennis shook his head.
Not this again?
Curious, Tim raised an eyebrow. Marcus grinned and said, Travis always wants to see who can kill the most, Mimar. You only get credit for the killing blow, and combat notifications are used to confirm if there is a dispute. Eden rubbed her temples as she added,
Overgrown children.
What? It's fun,
Travis replied.
I'm in,
Tim said.
But I doubt you can keep up.
Oh, Arnold likes a challenge.
The two bestials looked at one another, and Tim felt that surge of primal aggression roar to life within him. A second later, both were charging at the Mimar. Tim's speed got him there first. He fired a crossbow bolt and a pair of life taps from the air to kill the first of the 2 shamans. Then he dove hard for the second. He didn't want them doing any healing, and even the monstrous Mimar seemed to understand the importance of their shamans. That didn't stop him, though. Critting on almost every hit was such a cheat, but Tim still took advantage of it. Whether it was his claw ripping out a monster's throat, or a sword slash that removed a limb, he went to town tearing his enemies apart. He had finished the second shaman and half a dozen scavengers before Travis made it to the battlefield. It soon became obvious that he would need every trick in his book to keep up with the lower-level bestiole. Arnold's massive paws mowed down Mimar with each swipe, and his master wasn't far behind him. Tim might be faster and have a higher crit rate, but the duo of over-leveled cave bear and bestial quickly caught up in number of kills. Even the choppers didn't provide any real challenge. The first one that lunged at Tim had an overextended arm taken off at the elbow, followed by Tim's foot to the side of his leg, snapping the bone and bringing him to the ground. His head was removed an instant later. The one thing that Tim excelled at beyond Travis was his defense. The extra health he gained from an occasional life tap made it so that he didn't take so much as 1 HP of damage from his normal health. He was covered in blood, but it was that of his fallen foes, and the bestial in him exulted. In contrast, both Travis and Arnold were covered in a series of minor wounds. Neither had taken a serious injury, but they couldn't dodge nearly as quickly as Tim did. In fact, their fighting style more or less featured them throwing themselves at the clusters of Mimar, which they easily overwhelmed. By the time the rest had caught up, Tim and Travis had finished off the forces outside. Marcus only shook his head. "What good is a plan if you two won't follow it?" As he started to calm down, Tim realized how foolish it had been to leap into the fray with that many enemies. Yes, he was much stronger than they were individually, but if he had slipped on the bloody ground, he easily could have been pulled down. The end result might have been very different at that point. "Sorry, I don't know what came over me," Tim said. Lavelle shouted, "You moron! That's the exact reason that there are so few bestials. Something about being around each other makes that urge to attack almost uncontrollable. Oh, I swear you are all worse than berserkers. At least they are normal when they aren't raging." Travis must have been used to this, because he took it all in stride. He only said, "Life isn't worth living if the blood of your prey isn't upon your claws. Isn't that right, Tim?" He sounded like a crazy man. Tim knew that as clear as day. Yet, there was a part of him that almost shouted out a line from a Conan movie. It was a conscious struggle to push down the primal urges he felt. In fact, the only thing that allowed him to do so was finding more human bones amongst the loot. "Maybe, but we aren't here for fun. We are here to save as many of the humans as we can. If we can't, then we have to avenge them," Tim said. Then he remembered he hadn't shared the quest with Travis, so he did that. The big man grinned. "All the more reason to strike them down. They all deserve death for what they've done." "Marcus, sorry about losing control. Can you set up the fires out here? We may need to smoke the enemies out. I'm gonna go in and see if I can free any more. I will come out after each of the tunnels. There are 5 that I haven't explored yet." As he spoke, his mind cleared more, and Tim looked around. He saw small, almost intangible rusty red motes of energy drifting from where each of the dead Mimar were back into their warren. Larger threads were going from the choppers, but the thickest were from the 2 fallen shamans. He realized the Mimar had not acted like before. In the past, they had run when confronted by an overwhelming force. The more Tim thought about it, the more he realized that their behavior had not been the same here. That alone was enough to make him nervous. Chapter 30. Always a bigger dog. A few minutes later, as all the setup was being done outside, Tim took a stroll down tunnel number 2. Sadly, there had been bones from the 3 teens who had refused to be rescued. It looked like they had been killed and eaten right there at the stakes. The gore of the scene was hard for Tim to take in with his enhanced sense of smell. He felt like he could still smell their fear lingering in the air. Tim realized he couldn't let his mind go down that path. Be angry, that was good, but don't let it control him. He was here to save those he could, and avenge those he couldn't. The Mimar must have been a bit more on guard because this time they had guards in the tunnel. Not that it made any difference. If he had to rely upon his sword, the narrow space might have given the feral creatures an advantage. But once again, Tim's bestial class was perfect for the mission at hand. He didn't mind when the guards leapt at him. They tried to bite, claw, or otherwise trap him. Instead, he smashed their skulls against the side of the tunnel or ripped them apart with sharp claws and superior strength. That wasn't even to mention his superior skill. The monsters were just totally outclassed. Heck, to them, he was probably the monster stalking into their home. When he reached the cavern at the end of the tunnel, it was much the same as before. Except this time, there was no altar. There was a group of humans kept locked up in what looked like bamboo cages, but they were on the far side of the cavern. He might fight his way through to them, but there was no chance that they could escape. Just looking at their condition told him they were in terrible shape. Many of them would need help to walk out, and running would be totally out of the question. There were 12 of them, so carrying them out wasn't an option either. He decided for now that the best option was to backtrack out of the tunnel and inspect the others. Each turned out to be much the same. He killed a handful of guards and found that each tunnel ended in a cavern. Between the different paths, there were at least 500 of the Mimar, but it might have been twice that or more, since some of them could be inside the shallow caves lining the caverns. Only 2 of the caverns had living human prisoners. Each of the others only had the remains of humans. He didn't know what the difference was between the caverns, but the smells were starting to make him want to vomit. After he finished scouting the 6th tunnel, Tim turned to report back to the others outside. As he turned, he found a most unpleasant surprise. There, in the tunnel, was a creature, and it appeared to be studying him. His first thought was to look past the creature, fearing that he had been trapped by an army of Mimar. When he didn't see any other creatures, he looked more closely at the one that was standing there. It was likely related to the Mimar in that it had the same twisted arms and legs, but where the others were all pinkish flesh like naked mole rats, this one was in ebony black. Its skin was pulled impossibly taut over its bones, which seemed to jut out at weird angles. Its eyes were larger, and its ears more bat-like. There was no weapon in its hand, but it had a loincloth on. It wasn't much, but at least an effort to cover itself. The tips of its fingers revealed why it didn't need weapons. Those wicked claws would suffice. Like its smaller cousins, the creature's tongue hung from its mouth, but even there it was less pronounced. The barbed tip was only hanging about 3 inches out of the gaunt lips, rather than hanging halfway down its chest. What was most disturbing was the appearance of intelligence in those dark eyes. Master Assess was the next logical step. Mimar Shadow, Level 12, Elite Creature, HP 320. While Level 12 wasn't scary by itself, Tim did shudder at the prospect of fighting a swarm of them in the tight confines of the tunnel. That, and he didn't know what the status of an elite creature meant. He knew what it meant in most games, and so until he gained more info, he needed to proceed more carefully. As he lifted his hand to cast Life Tap, the creature spoke. It was still broken, but far easier to understand than any of the other Mimar.
It comes again. Baldrak says its wills, says it can be new herald.
Tim didn't know what to make of that, so he did what felt natural to him. He lashed out with his claws at it. The attack cut deep wounds into the creature's chest as it tried to back away. An oozing black blood wept out of the cuts slowly. The creature bared its sharp teeth and hissed in anger at Tim.
It no comes at Master's call.
The words were clearly a question. They gave Tim enough reason to pause, and so he didn't follow through with his attack.
What do you mean? Baldrak says Master speaks to humans. Great honor. Wants you be no herald.
I don't know what you are talking about, but I'm leaving now, Tim said. He decided he had heard enough. Rushing forward, he attacked the shadow, or tried to. Instead, in keeping with its name, this Mimar faded into the wall. At first, its shadow lingered there a moment longer, probably showing how this type of Mimar got their name. It spoke once more as it faded away.
Heralds or not, times of changes comes.
Then Tim heard screeching behind him. His keen ears picked up, the sound vibrating through the entire warren. This was bad. A minute later, as Tim burst out of the warren at top speed, he saw soldiers with bows drawn and spears leveled at him. He shouted out, "It's me! We have incoming! A lot! Block the entrance with fire!" Behind him, he could already hear the Mimar funneling down to the opening chamber. From there, it would just be a quick hop out of the warren. When no one moved quickly enough, Tim yelled, "Now!" At least Marcus reacted. He raised a hand, and a ball of fire flashed from it into the warren. The sounds were horrid, only outdone by the smell of burning flesh. Soon, the weight of the rush from deep within the warren pushed out bodies. The first to be pushed out was completely charred and unmoving, but as more and more were pushed out, some were eventually only injured and able to fight. The guards' arrows or spears made quick work of those, while Tim and the other sojourners stood ready, waiting for more. Still, the rush kept increasing, and soon there were unburned Mimar pushing out. Marcus's fireball must have died out. All of Tim's fears about being overrun were coming to fruition. He wasn't the only sojourner to realize this, as Lavelle was the first to leap into the fray. He broke up the stream of monsters surging out as he spun amongst them with his twin curved blades. It was like watching a very fancy yet fatal dance unfold before his eyes. Surprisingly, a faint red glow expanded around the dervish as he spun amongst his enemies, chanting. Then that glow expanded to the rest of the surrounding sojourners. Tim spared just a second to take in the notification he received. Song of the Bladed Dance. Movement speed plus 25%. Attack speed plus 25%. Critical chance with slashing weapons plus 15%. Duration 10 seconds after the chant ends. That was all that Tim needed to put his sword into action. Dennis, the knight, took up one side of the dervish, while Tim covered the other. Marcus and Eden stayed in the back looking for ways to help, but the cluster of swarming Mimar was simply too dense. Travis had jumped in, still using his big mallet, but Arnold was a veritable wall all by himself, as they took up the same side as Dennis was on. Eden shouted some words that he didn't understand, and then he felt lighter and faster. His body was simply more energized. Between sword slashes, he saw another notification. Boon of the Vitality. Hardiness, +4. Flexibility, +4. Endurance increased by 200%. All fatigue-related effects are purged. Duration, 16 minutes. Strangely, it wasn't a speed boost, but becoming stronger and more flexible combined with the reduction in fatigue was like slamming a Red Bull on steroids. The soldiers had pulled back and were launching an area now and then, but it wasn't enough. Marcus cast a spell, and both Lavelle and Dennis burst into flames. They didn't hurt either man, though, as both kept fighting, but any enemy who got close to them was scorched by the aura. Just when Tim thought they would be able to contain the wave of enemies, things got worse. The ground a dozen paces out from the entrance to the warren on both sides erupted out. Loose dirt sprayed up into the air, and additional streams of enemies poured out. There really must have been more than Tim had seen. Eden shouted, "We need to pull back! The soldiers can't stand up against this!" Tim responded with more passion than he expected. "No! We have to avenge their victims or we can't complete our quest! Just have the soldiers ride back and reinforce the pass. They need to know just in case we can't hold them, because this horde will attack the closest outpost." Then things got darker as Lavelle dropped to the ground. A shaman had cast some spell that bound up his feet. In an instant, the enemy was all over him. Tim jumped in first, swinging blade and claw side to side as he tried to sweep the enemy away. He had to ignore some of the Mimar attacks. Being pierced through with the spike at the end of a club hurt like hell. It didn't matter if it only took 2% of his HP. It still hurt. Tim felt the beast within, trying to claw its way out of him. He roared and swung his sword even more vigorously as he fought to reach the fallen man. About the same time that Tim fought his way to Lavelle, Travis charged through on the back of his enormous bear. That interrupted the flow of the enemy long enough for Tim to pick up the fallen dervish. He hoped the man was still alive, but he couldn't take the time to check his pulse. The rage within him was sustaining Tim as he was cut in dozens of places and had lost 20% of his health on top of the bonus HP he had from Life Tap. Then a pale blue aura appeared around both him and Lavelle. He watched as the wounds closed before his eyes and saw Eden reaching out a hand towards them with her eyes scrunched in concentration. Lavelle stirred in his arms. Once Tim was sure the man was stable enough to set down, he laid him next to Eden. The spiritualist simply nodded at him. Tim looked for Marcus before shouting, "We need to plug those holes! Can you do anything about that?" "Like what? I'm fire, not earth!" the elementalist shouted back. Tim looked at the bonfires they had started with the intention of smoking out the Mimar. The problem was that they didn't need to be smoked out. They were swarming like hornets after you kicked their nest. Then he got an idea. Now was the time for action, so he didn't even discuss it, but simply leapt into the air. His wings carried him up high enough to get a sense of the total battlefield. The flats were dug in, and it wasn't going to be easy to get them to flee. So he needed to find a way to make hundreds of Mimar flee. The comparison to hornets had given him the idea. One hornet was no threat. Even a nestful wasn't a problem if you could control how many of them got out at a time. That had been their mistake, trying to control how many of the enemy came at them. Instead, they needed to control where, or more to the point, who the enemy came at. One hornet, when in danger, puts off a pheromone that calls for home from the rest of the nest. Tim didn't pretend to imagine that the Mimar had a chemical trigger like that, but thinking about what he knew about them, he realized they were prone to attack anything that threatened their altars. They had gone crazy when he had smashed the one before. There were no altars out here, but by extension, they seemed protective of their shaman. So Tim did his best impersonation of an eagle as he swooped down and caught up one of the enemy shamans with his feet. His talons sunk in deeply, and as Tim beat his wings to make good his escape, he was pelted by a few of the enemy's spiked clubs. Not enough to knock him out of the air, but certainly enough to hurt. He fired off a life tap at the shaman. He needed him alive, but wanted to take most of the fight out of him. The bonus HP wouldn't hurt either. Then Tim flew back and forth, showing his captured shaman to as many of the Mimar as he could. They responded just as he had hoped. Shrieks of rage followed, and they began following him. They were calling out,
"Quint! Quint saves!"
The trick for Tim was to stay low enough that the monsters felt they had a chance to hit him with a thrown club, but high enough that even if he were hit, the damage would be minimal. Amusingly, the shaman in his talons was taking more damage from the thrown weapons than Tim was. He could have flown out of range, but moved just fast enough to get all of them swarming after him. Just like lemmings, once enough of the enraged Mimar were following after him, the rest of the ones coming out of the warren followed. He moved 1 mile and was fairly sure now that there weren't any more coming, but maybe as many as 600 still survived. He had a goal in mind as he flew another mile to the west. Once he had reached far enough, he dropped the squirming shaman to the ground 50 feet beneath him. The twisted body fell upon some sharp rocks jutting up out of the ground. The soil around the rocks had clearly been disturbed recently. The Mimar were in such a frenzy when they saw their shaman being callously dropped to the ground that they didn't even stop to think. Not that they were the brightest of creatures, even on the best of days, but at least they normally knew not to come into the area controlled by the igneous elementals. Tim had lured them deep into the rock monster's territory. It helped that Marcus must have understood what Tim was doing. He had the other sojourners break off the attack and had only started to pick off the stragglers. Now that the trap was ready, they only stayed there to keep the Mimar in place until the elementals could pull themselves out of the ground. The vibrations from hundreds of creatures running over their resting place must have stirred the elementals to faster action. Or perhaps it was because these were new burrows that they had only recently dug after Tim had awoken them before. Either way, the result was the same. Mimar started being crushed by elementals before they had even stopped trying to bring Tim down with thrown clubs. 600 Mimar were no match for 24 igneous elementals. Their fists smashed multiple ghoulish creatures with each swing. They were so tightly packed in that once they realized their predicament, they started to trample each other. Marcus threw a fireball to add to the frenzy, and Lavelle even had some cool ranged attack where he made a scissor motion with his twin blades, and a wave of force cut into 6 Mimar, knocking them down where they were easily trampled by the towering elementals. By the time that the beasts decided to flee back towards their warren, they ran into a wall of fire that sprung up as Marcus brought his hands up like some kind of conductor of death. Chapter 31. Back to Town. As soon as the last of the Mimar were killed, the sojourners gathered back with the soldiers. Tim's first words were that they needed to check to see if any of the human prisoners were still alive. The fact that he hadn't gotten any notification about the quest being completed gave him hope that there might still be survivors. This time, Marcus's entire team went with Tim. Travis, however, refused to go into the Warren since Arnold couldn't possibly fit. It didn't take them long to find that there were a few survivors, but some of the prisoners had been killed. All the prisoners had been young, ranging between 15 and 20 years of age, but the only ones left alive were the girls. It struck Tim as odd, but he didn't mention anything about it in front of the clearly traumatized prisoners. None of them spoke, but they were all at least willing to follow instructions and let Eden give each of them a quick once-over. When she had approved each of them, she whispered to Marcus and Tim,
"Something is off about them. There is an aura of dark energy around them, but I can't say exactly what it is."
"Could it just be the residual from being stuck in this place?" Marcus asked.
"That is what I'm hoping,"
Eden replied with a grim look on her face. Tim's mind was racing, but for now he kept his thoughts to himself. He was mindful of the fact that he still had much to learn about Io Kusente. He didn't want to start speculating out loud. What was significant was the notification he received after the last of the human prisoners had been brought out of the Warrens. A couple of quick inquiries demonstrated that everyone else got the quest completion notification, albeit with different rewards, but none of them got the next stage of the quest. Enemies of Humanity 2. Completed. Rewards: 1. XP plus 350. 2. Mask of the Blind Patron. 3. Minor Favor Token. Simona. 4. Faction Boosts. Humanity plus 2. Terra plus 5. Border Guard plus 15. 5. Humanity's Avenger 1. Plus 10% damage when seeking vengeance. Enemies of Humanity 3. Updated quest. The Mimar seemed to be more organized than previously thought. The appearance of a new type of Mimar, along with his threats, promises greater trouble to come. Objectives: 1. Discover who the Mimar serve. 2. Gauge the threat presented by the Mimar. 3. Prepare Terra for the Mimar. Rewards: variable based upon how significant a role you play directly in completing the objectives. 1. XP. 2. 1 item of rare or higher quality. 3. A skill implant. 4. Title and faction boost. It was exciting to gain XP for the first time since he had arrived in Io Kusente. Tim definitely decided that gaining level 20, even if it were the last level he could gain, was still going to be one of his top goals. Having an actual numerical basis for his growth was exhilarating. When he looked at the minor token Simona with Master Assess, it was just a blank item. He didn't know what to make of that, but since it had been a quest reward, he decided to hang on to it all the same. The mask was more interesting, if a bit terrifying. The bonuses to it were significant, but he also didn't want to be naive. When an item comes with a warning, he needed to take it seriously. Mask of the Blind Patron. Weight, 0.1. Defense, 3. Requirement, 1st Gen. Sagacity, plus 4. Acuity, plus 4. All Perception, plus 50%. This epic mask fuses to your face, becoming invisible to detection by any mortal. It will enhance your mental stats and all natural and skill-related perception. The defense bonus is based upon how the mask will obscure your position and make it more likely for enemies to miss you. Warning: this mask can only be removed by a patron. It enables one patron to speak to you without another eavesdropping on your conversation. This will make you a truly valuable pawn. Since he still had 4 more days until Stephen would be finished with his armor, he decided to stay and help with the patrols. It gave him the opportunity to get to know Marcus and his team better. Even Lavelle warmed up to him after pulling him out of danger. It also didn't hurt that not only had they gotten the quest rewards, but they had also gotten a share of the gold nuggets from the hundreds of Mimar who had been slain. Tim's ability to loot the corpses from the air was invaluable in avoiding the elementals. For the first 2 days after the raid on the Warren, things were pretty casual. He spent a few hours each day flying. He could cover far more ground than the others and thus got a better feel for things. When he wasn't flying a patrol, he was sparring with one of the other sojourners or learning card games with the soldiers. They relaxed pretty quickly once he showed he had money to lose, and he didn't mind losing a few coins if it got him information and, honestly, a bit of camaraderie. Who would have ever guessed that a guy used to ignoring people at work and then finding his primary social outlet in online gaming would derive so much satisfaction from human interaction? On the 3rd day, Tim started to notice an increase in monster movement. At first, it was just an assortment of various monster types that were all moving in the general direction of the mountain range that protected Terra. On the 4th day, he caught glimpses of Mimar scouting parties. None of them numbered less than 100, and each group that he approached had multiple scavengers, but just as many choppers, champions, and shamans. While he didn't see any of the shadows, there were other new types. A slender, quick type called a flinger, and a type twice as big as the others called a mauler. The logical conclusion was that the Mimar were displacing other monsters and driving them in front of their forces. The problem being that it would take more than just a few hundred Mimar to displace some monsters. Even the igneous elementals were moving from their normal stomping grounds. Marcus and his team believed him, but Captain Loney refused to accept the conclusions that Tim drew from his observations. There wasn't enough time for him to stay and scout another day, so he had to return to Moresco and hopefully collect his gear from Stephen the blacksmith. After that, he had to be off to the capital. Or so he had promised Reggie and his team. He was sad to leave the others behind, but promised to bring word to the guild, and if he was, in fact, presented to Caesar, he promised to try to make the ruler aware of the potential threat. Marcus couldn't override Lonnie despite the fact that he could have easily squashed the man with a single spell. Still, the Sojourners took their oath to Terra and the military seriously. So, after one more night of sleep, he took off into the air. Sadly, sleep was no longer quite as restful as it had been. He didn't have the same level of nightmares which he was drawn into, but he had flashes each night. Most of them were of a tall tree, perhaps 2 feet across from it. Peeking out repeatedly from behind the tree was a wolf standing on 2 legs with its front paws folded up against its chest. The feeling of sinister intent was far less than before, but it still bounced around in the back of his mind. Worse, he had the feeling that he was being watched. He almost felt like his mind was being invaded. The flight was relatively quick. He was more than a little accustomed to flying now, and so he made it to Moresco in just over 2 hours. When he landed outside of Stephen's shop, he drew many watchful eyes, and he fully expected the city guard to come and find out why he hadn't bothered to enter town through the gate. Truth be told, he just didn't have time for that now. He was rather excited to see what Stephen had made for him. Ignoring the many eyes upon him, Tim walked through the front door of the shop. Maria, Stephen's wife, was waiting for him. She didn't look up at first, but simply mumbled something about looking around for anything that caught the eye. Tim coughed, and she looked up. A smile erupted on her face.
"Oh, it's you, Master Stein. You've caused quite a stir around here. My Stephen has been turning away other jobs, saying that he is creating a masterwork for you. Him and that enchanter Morgan have been holed up in the workshop since you left. He wouldn't even let me see what he is making. Pfft. I think they wouldn't have stopped to eat if I didn't bring them meals.
Sorry for disrupting your life then, Tim replied.
Not at all, young man. You put a spark back into my husband, and I'm grateful for that.
With that, she led him back into the workshop. As they got closer to the forge, it looked like Stephen was working on something akin to a frame for armor rather than armor itself. Maria eventually had to throw a fragment of metal from the floor at him to get his attention. When the metal hit him, he rocked back, and both he and Morgan looked up. First anger, and then a big grin, passed over their faces.
"Boy, you are gonna make me a rich man,"
were the first words out of the smith's mouth. Tim didn't know what to say to that, but figured if he waited, Stephen would get around to explaining. When he said nothing, Morgan took over.
What he means to say is that these designs are going to revolutionize armor, not just for sojourners, but for all the military. We have a theoretical model now, but it is going to take some time to get our final design down.
Tim's face dropped as he asked,
"So, does that mean you don't have any armor for me?"
"That isn't what he said, boy. Why don't you go get a meal? Maria will serve you some bacon and eggs, and let us get cleaned up before we show you what we have."
After field rations being the majority of his meals or burnt cooking from the various soldiers, Maria's breakfast was a delight. He quickly wolfed down the eggs. He tried to go slower on the bacon just to savor it, but it was gone before he realized it. Then he tried to ask Maria a bit about her life in the town, but the conversation got stale quickly as he realized he simply didn't have a basis for understanding much about her life. Fortunately, Stephen peeked his head in and said they were ready to show him what they had. Tim walked to the back and found that they had a table. Upon it was laid a gleaming sword and various pieces of armor. Next to those was a vest that looked like it was made of a cloth lattice. There were strips running vertically and horizontally to form it, rather than solid material. Stephen smiled and said,
"I know it doesn't look like much, and it isn't going to be anything compared to the final set, but we are still weeks, if not months, away from finishing this project. We did manage to fix one piece of it, though, as a trial run, but you will have to test it out."
"Okay, so the sword is pretty simple. Tell me about it first."
"Sure thing. You are the customer," Stephen began. "It is a finely crafted weapon. You will need to do whatever it is that you adventurers do in those dungeons in order to get a better sword. It is top-notch imbued steel, and has enchantments to increase your armor penetration and damage. We felt since you are already a Grand Master that there was no need to increase your accuracy."
Tim smiled. He had so many questions to ask, like what was imbued steel? But for now, he was just interested in assessing the weapon. Penetrating broadsword. Weight, 5.0. Offense, 5 to 14. Combination slashing/blunt. Effect, +4 damage, +15% armor penetration. Morgan added, "We didn't think the weight would be a big deal, and it allowed us to truly amplify the damage the weapon does." Tim picked it up and took a few practice swings. It was broader and longer than the sort he was used to. It was clearly meant more for hacking than thrusting. The weapon would have made a tremendous difference in dealing with the elementals. He was definitely happy to have it, and even happier that they expected him to get better weapons in a dungeon run.
"Okay, I like the sword. But what about the armor you were going to make me? I appreciate a minimalist approach, but I don't think that a lattice vest is going to stop anything."
"Aye, but you made a comment about being able to move the parts on or off, even expanding the armor. Then you talked about some kind of anti-ballistic vest from your homeworld. That got me thinking that if your world could make a vest with armor plates in it, then certainly a couple masters like Morgan and myself should be able to come up with something similar, Stephen replied. As he spoke, the smith pulled out a crate and started laying out armor plates of various shapes and sizes. There were some shaped to be chest or back pieces, others for shoulders, and even some that were clearly formed for arms or legs. None of them were complete pieces of armor, but only segments. Tim used Master Assess on one of the pieces. Armor plate. Chest, 1 of 4. Weight, 1.0. Defense, +1. Segmented armor system. Fire resistance, +15%. That put a grin on Tim's face. A series of pieces like that could add up to far more protection than a regular set of armor. And this was only their first attempt. He examined more of the pieces and figured out that they had variable resistances. Essentially, if he put all the chest, side, and back pieces on his vest that shared the same elemental resistance, then he would end up immune to fire or whichever one he picked. That was on top of the superior defense it would provide. Morgan picked up one of the pieces. I can see that you're pleased with the results, but wait till you see what else I have in mind. Then he picked out a thick bracelet and said, Try this on. Tim almost put it on before realizing that he was still new to this world. Stephen and Morgan seemed like good guys, but he didn't really know them. He would have to be a moron to put something on without assessing it first. When he did assess it, he smiled, flipped the bracer around in his hand, and then asked, Does it really work? Morgan coughed before replying, We can't actually test it. If the design works, then it will only work for a sojourner. But if you can help us out, then we will provide you with a full set of it for free. You'll just have to agree not to let any other craftsmen study it without our permission. Being the only people who can make this armor will make us rich. Fair enough, Tim said as he switched it with his accuracy bracer. Once on his wrist, nothing happened. Tim looked at it. He started thinking mental commands at it, willing it to expand. After a minute he looked up, and the two craftsmen were smiling at him. We think you have to channel mana into it, Stephen said. But we are still figuring this out, Morgan added. Tim focused his mind in a different way as he tried to push mana into the bracer to activate it. After 5 minutes, he was almost ready to give up. He realized that he likely wasn't the one to be doing this. He didn't even have a grasp on how abilities worked in Iokusente. But a free set of powerful armor was too tempting. So he tried one last thing. This time, he thought about his soul interface. He had the ability to exchange skills. Maybe that was only because of his ephemeral trait. The more he pondered it, the more likely that seemed. So this time, he tried to focus on the idea of change. He pushed mana at the bracer through the lens of his trait. 10 mana were poured in, then 20, and finally 30. He felt a surge building within the bracer as it forged a connection with him. Then it expanded, not just the mana, but the bracer itself. The metal of it unfolded with a sound similar to what he imagined metallic dominoes would sound like as they toppled over against one another. A moment later, his entire hand was covered in a gauntlet, and a new notification popped up. Do you wish to soul bond with Transforming Gauntlet? Template. Warning. Soul bonding an item will make it usable only by you. The process cannot be undone as long as you remain alive. Warning. This item is flawed. Tim immediately chose no.
He wanted armor like this that he could expand. It would offer several advantages, but he could wait for the finished product. He told Stephen and Morgan about the notification after he discovered he couldn't share a notification with a non-sojourner. They didn't seem to be disturbed by the notification. In fact, they were just ecstatic that it had worked at all, and promised him they would keep working on it until they could make him the most powerful set of armor that Io Kusente had ever seen. Not to mention the most versatile. They also asked him to bring them any rare metals or other things he might earn in dungeon runs to enhance the armor they would be making for him. He could retract the gauntlet for another 30 mana. The mana cost would need to be reduced too if they were going to make a functional set. After it was shrunk back to just the bracer, he took it off and handed it back to Morgan. All in all, Tim was psyched. He left their shop with an armor vest and 40 armor plates. The vest could fit 10 pieces, 4 on the front, 4 on the back, and 2 shoulder pieces. He now had sets of pieces that provided resistance to fire, electricity, cold, and acid. With each piece giving 15% resistance, each set had 3 chest and 3 back pieces for each element. Then for his other back and chest pieces, he had ones that afforded 10% resistance to piercing, slashing, and blunt damage. The final 2 pieces for the chest and back provided 15% resistance to necrotic damage. Rounding out the 40 plates were 8 shoulder pieces. 4 sets, each of a different size so that if his body shifted again, he should be able to have proper protection. Each of the shoulder pieces had plus 20 HP. So those would provide another nice boost. Best of all, if his body shape changed, he could, in theory, tug some straps inside the vest to decrease the size of its lattice frame and make it so the vest would fit a smaller body, albeit with few armor pieces. Before he left, Tim paid them 200 gold pieces and deposited another 200 for them to have money to work on developing the transforming armor. He assumed they would use some of it to build more of these armor vests. They still didn't provide armor length protection, but had a markedly higher amount of defense than chain or leather armor, with more flexibility than plate and elemental resistances to boot. After that, he checked in at the inn the Silver Eagles were staying at. The innkeeper wouldn't let him inside the building. Apparently, the man still remembered all the trouble from before. Tim could only grin. It was funny, or at least it would have been if it weren't happening to him. He was just glad to have kept the same form for 6 days now. Each morning he got a similar notification, which told him it was only a matter of time. Roll determines class remains the same. Probability of change plus 60%. The probability of change had gone up each day by 10%. Eventually, he was going to end up as something different. The more he thought about it, the more he worried. Bestial might not have been the class he would have chosen if he had been given a choice, but it was definitely powerful, and he was getting used to it. Maybe if he were here longer, he would start to resent the form. Certainly if he met a woman that he wanted to have a relationship with, then his current form might present certain obstacles. Thinking about meeting a woman drove home 2 points. First, there was the passing fear that he had about being changed into a woman. He had already been an old man, a young man, and now a half-man. Well, that wasn't technically true. His bestial self was entirely human, but enhanced by the beast paths he had chosen. A part of him said there was nothing to worry about, but there was always a small part that worried about what would happen if his next change was a bit more dramatic. That worry about change brought him to the second thought he had. He needed to gain control of this ability. There had to be a way. Of course, maybe that was attributing more mercy to Cal Dakota than he actually possessed. It was looking more and more like Tim was truly going to have to live out the rest of his life here. That wouldn't be so bad, but he knew from just the past couple of weeks that he did not want to live a solo life. He craved companionship. He wanted to meet people he could let his hair down with, so to speak. Up to this point, he had been worried the people he met were going to try to kill him, experiment on him, or reject him from their team. The closest he had felt with anyone was Marcus's team, but that was only because he had spent more time with them. They still weren't a good fit. As if being an outsider wasn't enough of a disadvantage, he also had the problem of being level 19. Who would have thought that being at a higher level would cause so much trouble? The reality was that lower-level people couldn't team up with him because they couldn't stand up to the monsters he would have to fight in order to gain XP, or if they fought lower level, then he prevented everyone from gaining XP. No, he needed to find a group of his peers. Again, though, that meant people no lower than level 17, and the only one of those that he had met so far was Charles. Somehow, he didn't think the guildmaster was looking to join a new adventuring party. The other option was that he could not worry about it and just be happy with his level. He could work with the government and help protect Terra. But while he had wanted to save those kids, he didn't feel some great connection to Terra or its people. No, he definitely wanted to live a life of freedom. It was important to him. Just as important as finding companions. Maybe even actually having a girlfriend. Hopefully, the two were not mutually exclusive. He was pulled out of his thoughts when Armand came out of the inn. "So, you did come back?" Tim shrugged. "I said I would. Reggie bet you would, but Licinia was convinced that you would make a run for it. She really doesn't trust me." She doesn't trust anyone. Don't take it personally. Then again, you are the only person that we have ever met who has multiple bodies. I only have one body, and you know these changes are beyond my ability to control, Tim replied. Technically, I only know what you have told me. That said, I am inclined to believe you. I don't think you're a good enough actor to fake this. On the other hand, Licinia sees traps everywhere. Well, speaking of the assassin, where is she? She and Reggie are off gallivanting around town. They left me behind to see if you showed up this morning, Armand said. You probably just had your nose in a book, so no big loss to you. But I just have to know. Is there something going on between the two of them? They definitely give off a vibe like they are a couple. It's one of the worst-kept secrets. Not normal for a guardian and an assassin to get along, let alone get married. But there it is. They're actually more than just a fling, even though they have very divergent worldviews, Armand added while grinning. We have an expression back home. Opposites attract, Tim replied. Well said. So, what are your plans now? I thought I had to go report back to the guild and then maybe get presented to Caesar. Yep, just making sure you remembered. We are going to leave at midday today. It will take us longer to ride there, but we will see you when we arrive. Okay, then I'm going to head out. But you should know about one thing. Tim then explained to Armand what he had seen in the Untamed Lands, as well as the quest that he had received. The two men eventually parted with a shared arm clasp, and Tim once again circumvented the gate guards as he took to the air. He had his armor in his soul pouch to keep the weight down, and was only wearing the defense harness. Chapter 32. Taking Stock. The flight back towards the capital went by quickly. He had to make a couple of course corrections since he wasn't following the road exactly. Luckily, his telescopic vision made it much easier to find his way. It also alerted him to trouble that he hadn't been expecting. The capital was a sprawling city, and from the air he could get a much better feel for its dimensions. He would be shocked if it weren't held by at least 1 million people. The walls that had seemed so impressive from the ground didn't mean anything to him as he flew overhead. Tim also noticed that there was a great deal of activity near the easternmost gate. There were flags and banners flying that he had never seen before. He swooped in closer to the city and scanned the area to the east of the city. Out on the wall, he saw several soldiers on horseback engaged with an enemy. Even his vision couldn't make it out from that distance. His curiosity got the better of him, so he flew straight for the battle rather than landing in the city. As he soared over the wall, he could have sworn that he saw Charles standing there talking to a couple others, all while holding what looked like a spyglass. Some shouting rose up from the guards on the wall as he flew past, but he didn't pay it any mind. As he closed in on the battle, he could see that it was 2 groups of mounted knights riding in from the side as they drove through a pack of Mimar. He didn't know how they could have made it here from the Untamed Lands already, so he had to assume that they were not connected to the ones he had fought. The next moment he realized something and began scanning the air for Leatherwings or any other threat. He had become too confident in his superiority and hadn't even been paying attention. There was nothing as far as even his enhanced eyes could see, so he turned his focus back to the battle below. A part of him wondered why the Mimar would attack this far from the Untamed Lands without their aerial support, but for some reason, they had. The battle was unfolding much as might have been expected. A few knights were pulled down from their horses. When that happened, the outcome was just as gruesome and certain as would be expected. The pathetic Mimar was still stronger than a normal human, but overall, the tactics, range of their lances, and strength of their horses was allowing the knights to prevail. Standing as a wall against the mass of enemies and keeping them from advancing while simultaneously holding them static for the knights' charges were 3 groups of sojourners. Each 4-man team worked on its own, and there wasn't anywhere near as much coordination as the knights demonstrated. It didn't look like it was necessary, though. Heavily armored sojourners stood in front, cutting wide swaths and forcing the enemy back. Then bursts of fire, ice, and clouds of acid blew through the gathered Mimar. Tim made a stray observation that it didn't seem like the available classes for sojourners were evenly distributed. Other than his temporary stint as a blood mage, the only mage class he had seen was elementalists. Then there were also numerous guardians, warriors, and knights, but not nearly as many of the other melee classes. Just another oddity of Io Kusente. He would ponder it later. Now he was looking for a spot where he could help out. The more he looked, the more he realized that diving into the battle would cause more harm than good. They wouldn't be expecting him, and might even initially consider him to be an enemy. With that thought in mind, he flew back to the wall and hovered overhead. He had learned that it was possible by beating his wings awfully hard to hold his place, but equally that his body was meant for soaring, not for hovering. He couldn't hold this for long. Soldiers were looking up at him from the top of the wall. Weapons were drawn, crossbows were pointed at him. Tim saw Charles for sure this time, though. The guildmaster was standing between 2 other people. One of them he took to be a military officer, and the other a sojourner, just by glancing at the soul pouch around her waist. He shouted down, "Guildmaster! Permission to land!" The soldiers' weapons lowered a bit, but none of them were entirely relaxed. Then they were raised again as Charles called back, "Do I know you?" "I should hope you would remember your apprentice. I've only been gone a week, even if I look a bit different now," Tim replied. The sarcasm dripped off his words. He knew his appearance was going to be shocking, but he had decided it was going to work for him rather than against him. "Tim?" Charles asked.
In the flesh! The guildmaster turned to the woman next to him and nodded slightly. She raised her hand, and Tim felt as though a chill ran down his spine. He assumed she was casting something at him, and felt a surge of feral rage within himself, but tamped it down hard. It was likely that she was just assessing him. He had to concede that was reasonable, given his altered appearance. The woman turned and spoke softly to Charles. Tim's hearing wasn't as enhanced as his sense of smell or sight, but it was still better than before. All he could hear was,
"I can't see anything but his name and class, but it says Timothy Stein."
Fine, you can land, but do so near us, and don't pull any weapons or we will fill you full of arrows, Charles said.
Tim watched as a space atop the wall was cleared for him. The top of the wall was not nearly as wide as the base, but it was still a good 15 feet across. There was plenty of room for standing with a 4-foot-tall guard wall on the front of the top. That was undoubtedly to allow room for him to land. There was a part of him that was feeling like he wanted to see how they would react if he landed in a different spot. He didn't, but there was that part. Maybe being a bestial was bringing out the defiant toddler in him.
So, what the hell is all this?
Charles asked while waving his hand up and down, signifying Tim's new form. I changed again, but maybe we should talk about that later. I need to let you know what happened in the Untamed Lands, and before that, I want to know if there is anything that I can do to help with the Mimar.
This little skirmish? Nah, the guild doesn't get directly involved in this stuff. I'm only here because this is the third attack this month.
I wasn't asking the guild to get involved. I've just had some recent experiences with the Mimar. It has left me with a deep-seated desire to see every last one of them dead.
As my apprentice, anything you do reflects on the guild. And I still need to learn why you are a bestial now, Charles said.
Again, private conversation. And there are men dying down there, Tim said. But as he looked over the wall, he saw the skirmish was over. There were 6 dead knights and a couple hundred dead Mimar. From what he could tell, they were all scavengers. He just shrugged then, and decided to wait until they were alone. It took a good 20 more minutes for Charles to finish his discussions with an assortment of military officers. The same theme kept coming through and through in the conversation. The military wanted the guild to provide more support for the unprecedented rise in Mimar attacks, and Charles was always non-committal. He made suggestions for measures that the military might take, praised their efforts, and hinted that the guild was working to support Terra's overall security. When they finally left, the walk back to the guild hall was quiet. Tim took his cue from the woman walking with them. She was completely silent. Charles hadn't even bothered to introduce her to Tim. He did take the time to get a better look at her. She wore short robes almost like a dress, with slits at the legs to allow for movement. Beneath the robe, she had pants on, and around her waist she wore the soul pouch and a belt dagger. Her complexion was a dusky brown. If they were on Earth, Tim would have said that her features were faintly Indian, as in the country. He supposed she would have been considered pretty, but not beautiful. He found himself pondering appearance most of the way back, so it was almost a surprise when they reached the city gates. Tim had expected the guildmaster to have a carriage or something, but no, they had walked the entire way. By walking, he meant that they would have put the power walkers at the park to shame. Apparently, Charles was strong enough to walk as quickly as some flats could run. For his part, Tim had no trouble keeping up, but he did notice the woman with them having to push herself a few times. At the gate, they were greeted by Simon, or at least Charles was. How'd it go? A frown appeared on the guildmaster's face.
It was a typical incursion. That isn't what is worrisome. What bothers me is why they keep coming at the capital and not hitting small towns. General Franklin didn't seem to focus on this as anything other than a threat to the capital. I swear half the time that the nobles are only concerned about their estates here, and not the people they are responsible for across Terra, as though all their wealth just magically appears.
Is it getting worse then? The Gate Guardian asked.
Not from what I can see, but you might as well come with us. I think this conversation will interest you.
Simon's eyebrow arched as he looked from Charles to Tim, and then back to Charles again. The Guildmaster just grinned and walked through the gate. When they got to Charles's office, he offered a seat to the woman and then sat behind his desk. Simon took up his post behind Charles. Tim went to sit in the other chair in front of the desk, but Charles said,
"Not yet. I need a little more confirmation first."
Tim growled. It wasn't his natural response, but the longer he was in this bestial form, the more he realized the class was affecting his personality. He wondered if the other classes had affected him like this, but realized he hadn't been a blood mage or warrior long enough to be affected.
"What now? You had her assess me."
"Just this,"
Charles said as he pulled a rod out from a drawer within his desk. When he aimed the rod at Tim, instinct took over, and Tim exploded forward. He thrust out with his wings as he angled his body. The wings pushed the woman and Simon back while Tim slashed out with claws, knocking the rod from his hand. Charles responded by firing off a quick punch that hit Tim's face. Simon rolled out of the way and sprung up in a fighting stance as Tim and Charles grappled. The Guildmaster had far more experience fighting, but didn't have Tim's claws or the overwhelming physical might granted by his class. Charles managed to create a bit of space between them as he stepped back while saying,
"It's just a roll to confirm your identity."
Tim caught himself right before lashing out one more time. A growl escaped his lips again. Suddenly, rings of glowing blue light appeared around him. As he strained against them, a brutal pain erupted in his body. He trembled, but it caused him to at least regain his mental composure. The seconds ticked by until he finally said,
"I'm sorry. The longer I'm a bestial, the more trouble I seem to have controlling these urges that come with the form."
Simon said,
"You have to be kidding me."
"This is Tim, isn't it?" Charles nodded.
"That was what I was trying to confirm."
Then he picked up the rod again. He held it up in the air rather than pointing it at Tim.
"This is connected to the Book of Names. It will allow me to project your identity and character sheet out for everyone to see."
Tim didn't trust himself to say anything, so he simply nodded his acquiescence. Charles held out the rod and touched it to Tim, who felt a slight tingle. A second later, his information was displayed in the air on a blue screen for all to see. Timothy Stein, World of Origin, Terra. Status, Probationary Member of Sojourner's Guild. Class, Bestial, Level, 19th. Trait, Ephemeral. Currently equipped skills/spells. 1. Beast Form Adept, Eagle/Bear. 2. Natural Weapons Master. 3. Life Tap. 4. Shield Adept. 5. Grandmaster Swordsmanship. 6. Bow Mastery. 7. Master Assess.
"Tressa, release my apprentice. Tim, you can have a seat. Sorry, but we had to make sure. Your trait seems to be continually playing havoc with you," Charles instructed.
The blue rings around him winked out of existence, and Tim sat down in the chair that was pathetically small for his large frame.
You have no idea. I've barely figured out any part of it.
Simon said, "Is this your third form, or have you had other changes?"
Third.
Tim kept his answer simple and figured he would just reply to their questions.
How does he have a blood mage skill even though he is a bestial?
The woman, apparently Tressa, asked.
Fair question, but I'm more curious how he has any bestial skills. Some of those skills should only be accessible after he took the trial of the book, and we have no record of him visiting another training rod, yet he has more skills, Charles said.
Simon shook his head. I'm beginning to think that there was more going on with his week-long book trial than just learning sword grand mastery. He allowed his voice to trail off as though to encourage Tim to answer.
I trust Simon, and Charles is my mentor, but I don't know who Tressa is. If I'm going to be sharing stuff, I'd rather do it in private.
Tim was almost shocked with himself. All it took was being shipped to a new world for him to be willing to stand up for himself. No more coming in on the weekends to do extra TPS reports. And he sure as hell wouldn't be giving up his favorite stapler.
I invited Tressa because she was the most powerful mage who was willing to take a shot on partying up with you. Or at least she was until your little outburst. Maybe it would be for the best if we just arranged an introduction at another time.
Tressa bowed and replied,
As you wish, Guildmaster. I am still open-minded, but this has brought up a lot of questions for me.
After the Arcanist left the room, Tim relaxed some and began by first explaining about his time in the Untamed Lands. He talked about his encounters with the Mimar, saving the teens, and the threats that were made. He couldn't tell how seriously the other two men took the danger that he sensed as being imminent. From there he explained the transformation, his vision of the bestial paths, and even discussed the emotional impulses that he was struggling with. Charles interrupted him at that point and said,
This presents a new challenge. Normally, first-gen bestials are either outright killed or sent on dangerous missions. Even at far lower levels than you, they have a great deal of difficulty controlling themselves. Bestials are rare as it is, but those who are born here at least have a life to come to grips with the primal impulses.
For what it's worth, I don't think you will have to worry about me being a bestial for much longer.
Then he explained about the notifications that he had received regarding the increased chance of change. From there he gave a minimal explanation about his soul interface and how he found he had certain skills that could be put into any class, while others seemed to be class-specific. This was obviously blowing the minds of the two men, as they had never encountered anything like it before. At least that was Tim's perception of their responses. To him, it looked like he was shaking their understanding of the universe. Tim still held back some of the developments. He didn't talk about the other voice, or for that matter the words he thought he had heard from Cal Dakota. Along with that, he kept secret the minor token he received. He wasn't sure if it was worth anything, but he wasn't ready to share about it. The same for the mask. He just felt it would be too dangerous to share.
I'm really not sure what to do with you, Charles said.
I assume no one will want to work with me, so I'm just going to need you to find some solo missions for me. I'd like to gain XP, but for now, I will content myself with learning more about Io Kusente. Oh, and I have some loot to share with you.
Charles at least seemed happy with getting a share of the 300 gold nuggets he had collected. He then said,
Actually, the report I got from Reggie was that you were extremely helpful for their mission. He seemed particularly impressed with your power level. although even sojourners of his level haven't really had occasion to see level 19s very often.
He paused and rubbed his chin.
It would be best if we can find a team for you, even if it is temporary. We just need to find 3 people who are strong enough and willing to team up with you. My first concern, however, is that you are overdue for being presented to Caesar.
Tim growled. Politics.
Charles said, We are strong, but they are many. More than that, this is our home. We need to respect the structure as it exists. My concern isn't politics. My concern is whether it is safe to bring you in front of Caesar. Your control doesn't exactly seem to be stellar.
How long can you put it off for? From what I can tell, I've got 3 more days max before I change to another class.
Charles got that thoughtful look again as he stroked the short beard on his chin. I could probably make 3 days work. Come up with some explanation that you are training. Okay, so here is what we are going to do. I'm going to give you the night off for rest, and then I want you to report back here an hour before the noon bells tomorrow. Hopefully I can have a team together for you to at least try some training missions with. But if you run into anyone you want to work with, then don't hesitate to make my job easier.
A little small talk followed, and then Tim left, making a beeline for the inn where Atticus and Cecilia had said they would wait for him. He had to assume that they were gone by now, but he could only hope. Chapter 33. A Night Off. When he reached the Four Patrons Inn, it was considerably more crowded than before. This time 3/4 of the tables were full. He walked through the front door while glancing around. The same woman was behind the bar, and there were several serving girls waiting on the different tables. Tim was getting better at recognizing flats or sojourners. It was almost like the sojourners had an aura around them. The lower the gen of the sojourner, the stronger the aura. As he looked around the room, it was clear that all the tables were full of flats. The only sojourner that he saw was the bartender. Oh, correction. He saw a man near the door, likely a bouncer. He was a sojourner, but his aura was nowhere near as strong as hers. All of his concerns about auras were lost, though, when he saw Atticus and his daughter at a table near the bar. He smiled at them, but of course they didn't recognize him. His smile was probably pretty terrifying. He walked directly towards them. The bouncer moved to intercept him. Tim held up his hand and said, "I just want to speak to my oldest friends in Iokusente." "Step back," the bouncer said. Then he looked at Atticus. "Do you know this man?" Tim hadn't thought that he was as intimidating as they seemed to feel he was, but the fear on their faces changed that. Atticus said, "I don't know who he is, but I'm willing to talk to him." Tim didn't wait for any further invitation. He sat down at the table. Once again, his size made everything seem small. "Atticus, it's good to see you again. And Cecilia is just as beautiful as I remember. You seem to have us at a disadvantage. I'm sure I would remember if I met a bestial. You have one of the rarest blessings the patrons give to their children." "You have no idea. I'm not the man that I was then, in a very literal way. But you two were the first people I met when I arrived in Iokusente. You picked me up and gave me a ride into town when I was still having trouble deciding if this was real or a nightmare. I just didn't look like this then." Cecilia whispered, "Tim?" "In the flesh. Just a different flesh." Tim then went on to explain to them the basics of his transformations. He didn't go into too many details, The past 2 weeks had made him a bit cynical, but he did tell them enough. As the conversation went on, they warmed up to him, and soon were practically shouting for joy. They were just as excited about his being a first-gen as before. Eventually, Atticus said, "You can give so much hope to our people. We are heckled by all of society, but your existence proves what we know. The patrons are real, and they have plans for us all. I get the need for a greater purpose, and I'm not going to lie, the patrons are real. At least, someone is talking to me. But they may not care very much about us, and I'm not sure that their purpose has our best interests at heart." Cecilia placed her hand on his. It was comical how small she was in comparison to him. Almost like a child. "Based on your story, you have spoken with at least 2 of the patrons, and you've had dreams, so we know they are reaching out to you." "I wouldn't say that I've spoken to them as much as they have spoken to me. Besides, I only know the name of one patron, and I think I might know the name of another." "I can explain that to you, if you don't mind spending some time with me. We owe you a meal anyway, so Dad can go and have Kayla make us something special. This is worth celebrating." Tim started to smile, but was careful to keep his lips closed this time. His predatory teeth would probably have scared away his only friends. He wasn't naive. He knew that just like Charles, they had their own agenda, but he still felt genuine sentiment from them. "Back home, I would have killed for a date with a girl as beautiful as you. So yeah, I know you are just trying to be helpful, but I'll take it. I need to relax anyway." It was a bit obvious that Atticus was talking to the bartender about him, but at least he learned she owned this place. She was apparently a former adventurer who had given that life up and bought this inn. He knew her name was Kayla, and she was an assassin. Cecilia was quick to point out, though, that she only assassinated monsters. When Cecilia got to explaining about the patrons, she got overly excited. "You may have the wrong idea about them because your patron is Cal Dakota. He is the patron of pranks, gambling, and joy." "Turn joy into deception, and I would say he sounds like Loki." Cecilia looked at him, waiting for Tim to explain his meaning, but he just shrugged. "Not important. It's an Earth thing." She continued, "From what we know, he is not about deception. He is about odds and is perpetually bored, but yet he seeks to bring joy to the world. The problem seems to be that he has been around for so long that his idea of what will bring joy and our idea may not be the same thing at all. Valerius is the patron of battle, strength, and courage. He tends to be the most straightforward of them, at least based upon the Patronite records. No one knows for sure. Maybe a first-gen might have a better idea, but only if you spoke to them a lot. Maybe if you became a full-fledged herald." "Herald," Tim said. Then he paused as though he was chewing on the word. "I've heard that word somewhere. All sojourners are the children of the patrons sent to live amongst us. They just lose more and more of their connection the higher their generation. The first gens are the chosen of the patrons, but if one of the first gens completes certain tests, then they can be named a herald, communicate freely with their patron, and carry word of his or her will to the world around them. Supposedly, heralds gain great powers." The gamer in Tim couldn't help but grin. "Power upgrades are always great. But who are the other patrons?" She smiled back. It was a dangerous smile, especially now that her father was absent from the table for so long. She really was quite beautiful, but probably 8 to 10 years younger than him. He didn't know how it worked here in Io Kusente, but that was a pretty big age gap. Of course, there was also the minor problem of how she was more interested in him because she saw him as some kind of messenger of the gods. He needed to remember that, and not get carried away in those beautiful brown eyes. The more he thought about it, the more tempted he was to leave the table. Everyone here seemed to either find him to be a threat or to want something from him. The only thing keeping him at the table was the memory of how Atticus and Cecilia had helped him before they knew he was a sojourner, even when they didn't think he had anything to offer them.
Rugen may be the most popular of the patrons amongst patronites. He is the patron of wisdom, craft, and travel, things that affect the lives of ordinary people and help us relate to the patrons. But for all that, my favorite is Simona.
Tim's ears perked up, and he interrupted her.
Wait, did you say Simona?
She stopped talking and stared at him briefly.
Yeah? Why? Is that the other patron that spoke to you?
Oh, I have no idea, but, well, no, I can't tell you now. I'm just very curious about Simona.
What is he the patron of?
Cecilia corrected him with an exaggerated influence on the first word.
She is the patron of love, hate, and healing.
The image of a patron who was unstable like a Two-Face went through Tim's mind upon hearing that she was the patron of love and hate. Something of his concern must have been evident on his face, because Cecilia asked,
What's wrong?
Just wondering how someone can be the representative of love and hate at the same time.
Oh, well, they are both potent emotions. Sometimes there is a thin line between them.
Tim shook his head. I don't really see it like that. But let me ask you this. Are there any historical records that tell about the patrons and what they do for the people of Io Kusente?
Most of it is behind the scenes, but there have been 6 heralds over the last 1,000 years who spoke for the different deities. Well, to be precise, there have been 3 heralds of Simona, 2 of Valerius, and 1 of Rugen, she replied.
But none of Caldecota, and no independent reports where the patrons appeared or anything like that.
I know you are new to Io Kusente, but the patrons don't work like that. They work through us. This is our world, after all. They leave it up to us, but they don't abandon us. That is why they send you, first gens, to us.
She was beaming as she spoke. What about the other question? After a moment of confusion, Cecilia answered,
No, as far as I know, there has never been a herald of Caldecota, although our records only go back about 1,000 years. There could be some other older records. They just aren't in the Capital Library or in the Patronite enclaves.
Even as she was answering, Tim heard another voice in his head.
So unfair, isn't it? Chances are that, eventually, I'm going to get another one.
The sudden voice in his head caused Tim to jump up from the table. His strength being what it was, he crushed the table, sending it to the floor in pieces. Cecilia shrieked in shock. The bouncer raced over towards Tim, but the bartender was there twice as fast with a dagger up against his throat.
Easy there, big boy. Not even friends of Atticus get to go around smashing my furniture.
Her voice was silky smooth, and while she exuded a deadly intent, Tim thought she was cool enough that ice wouldn't melt in her mouth. Tim held his hands up. I was just startled by something. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I'm happy to pay for the table. Then, looking around, noticing the unease on the faces of the other guests, he added, And of course, the next round is on me. Kayla looked from him to Cecilia, and then pulled her dagger back while waving off her bouncer. She shouted out, You heard the man! The next round is on him! That got a cheer from the room, and soon things got noisy again. Tim bent down to start picking up the chair, but Kayla said, I think you've made enough of a spectacle of yourself tonight. Why don't you and Cecilia head upstairs to a more private area? He followed her up the stairs, watching her gracefulness as she walked arm in arm with Cecilia. She didn't have the youthful beauty of the younger girl, but she was still very fit, and there was a raw sensuality about her. When they reached the top of the stairs, she let them all into what was essentially a study. There were books on the shelves, 4 chairs, and a fireplace. The night air was warm, so the fireplace lay dormant. Atticus asked, "What was all the noise downstairs?" Tim shrugged. Kayla said, "The bestials are excitable." Cecilia jumped in and said, "Now, I don't think that was what it was." Then she looked at Tim and asked, "I'm right, aren't I?" Tim tried to think of an excuse to tell them, but figured if anyone would be okay with him saying that he heard voices in his head, it would be these people. They might consider him a hero for it. So, he told them the truth. Cecilia stood up as she said, "I knew it! You are gonna be a herald, I just knew it!" Tim laughed and laughed, to the point that everyone else started to look nervous. Finally, he said, "I needed this. I know none of you understand. This isn't my world. I may be stuck here, but to me this is more of a fantasy world. I thought this would be amazing, but there isn't anyone that I can share it with here. My friends back home would be freaking out about this." "Freaking out? Is that a bad thing?" Kayla asked. "No, I mean, they would be excited for me. The fact that I have these powers is awesome." "I thought everyone had abilities where you come from," Cecilia said. Tim could only chuckle as he said, "We only wish." Then he explained about video games, D&D, anime, and comic books. It took hours, and they spoke late into the night. He felt amazed at how willing they were to listen, and somehow, talking about what he had lost from Earth made all of this better. They asked questions, and everyone joked around. At some point in the evening, drinks and food were brought up. It seemed that pub food was the same no matter what world you were in. Not that they were serving burgers or tacos, but there was still finger food that had been deep-fried. Somewhere after midnight he had run out of stories, at least for the moment. His description of Earth had been riveting to the patronites. They still had a great deal of trouble imagining the things that he described, but one thing more than any other seemed unbelievable to them. Kayla must have asked for the 4th time, "So you said those people run around in costumes and pretend they have magic? They shout out words and the other people are just expected to pretend that they've been hit by fire or whatever else?" Atticus added, "And they swing swords that are as soft as pillows like they are going to hurt each other." He just shook his head. "You said it's called LARPing?" No matter how many times he tried to explain it to them, they didn't understand. It just baffled them. Of course, things like TV and cell phones were beyond their comprehension just as much as the idea that everyone was a flat. Cecilia, in particular, almost refused to believe it. She had assumed that Earth was a world of superpowered beings who were brought to Io Kusante. After a few moments of silence, it was obvious that both Atticus and his daughter were exhausted. Just another reminder of the advantages that sojourners experienced. With enough hardiness, you could go days without sleep. Tim doubted that Kayla's build was focused on hardiness, but she must have enough to keep herself looking fresh long after midnight. "We should probably let these two go to bed," Kayla said. Tim stood up. "I didn't mean to keep you up for so long. Thanks for letting me talk about home. It makes all this a bit more manageable." Cecilia was half asleep, but Atticus guided her out of the room and to their room in the inn. As he left the room, he turned back, looking over his shoulder. "I consider myself blessed to have found you near the road that day. Maybe it was chance, or maybe Cal Dakota had something to do with it. Either way, I learned a lot tonight. I need to think some of it over, but we are your friends." "I appreciate that, Atticus.
You may be my only friends in Iokusente, so please don't go thinking I'm some chosen one. I'm just a man, and I have so much to learn," Tim replied. The older man nodded, and then was gone. Tim made to follow them, but Kayla coughed. He turned to look at her. "I almost forgot. Thank you for hosting this. It was a very pleasant diversion. Just what I needed." "Of course. Atticus is a good friend. He helped show me I don't have to be what the guild says I have to be. We have a larger destiny, and while I may not believe in chosen ones, I think that the patrons have good intentions for this world, and that they use the sojourners to protect it." Tim smiled. Maybe it was the long night of talking, but he asked an inappropriate question. He couldn't even really blame it on the drinking. His heightened hardiness made it so the alcohol didn't have much effect on him. "Just how good of friends are you with Atticus? You two were gone for a long time until that table broke." She gave him a wicked grin, the kind that comes from a woman liberated from societal concerns. "We were just talking. Atticus and I haven't been that for a long time. It was practically a prior life." A stray thought crossed Tim's mind. "You aren't Cecilia's mom, are you?" Kayla snorted in laughter. She was a slender woman, not what you would call delicate, more like a fitness model in her early 40s. But after seeing her laugh like that, Tim would never be able to think of her as ladylike in any way. He followed up with, "I guess that is good to know. But if you and Atticus weren't, catching up, then why did you leave me alone with Cecilia for so long? First off, if she were my daughter, she would be a sojourner. Even if a sojourner has a child with a native, there is still a chance that they will be a sojourner. The lower the gen of the sojourner, the higher the chance. Since I'm 4th gen, she would have had something like an 80% chance." Tim had learned that the patronites didn't call non-sojourners flats, although in retrospect that would have been rather degrading. They called them natives, which was the preferred term in polite society, if you made reference to the distinction at all. "If that is true, then I would half expect sojourners to be out spreading the seed, so to speak." She grinned as she said, "Oh, there have been attempts like that in the past, but every generation the chance drops by 5% until it hits 50%. After that, there is no chance of the child being a sojourner. Then there is the fact that the child of a 4th gen would only be 24th gen, not 5th gen, if the other parent is a native." "Ah, so the generation is something like halfway between the two parents. What about if two sojourners of different generations have a child?" "Then the child is one generation higher than the parent with the highest gen. So if a 1st gen and a 39th gen have a baby, the child will be a 40th gen. But the other reason why what you were suggesting hasn't happened is that sojourners don't seem to be particularly productive in that regard," Kayla said. "What?" Tim asked, horrified. Again with the snorting laugh, Kayla held her side this time. "It doesn't affect that part of it. It just means that sojourners tend to not have as many children as natives. That is part of why such a small portion of the population are sojourners. Most sojourner couples only have one child. Then when you factor that 1st gens only have a 25% survival rate, and many adventurers die violent deaths in the dungeons or the untamed lands, and it isn't hard to see why natives far outnumber us." "I didn't think that disparity was that large." "The guild wants people to believe that there are more of us than they think. The thought is that if they think there are lots of sojourners, then they will feel safe, and society won't collapse," Kayla replied. While Tim stood there pondering what all of this meant for him, she continued. "Besides,
It should be obvious why we left you with Cecilia for so long. You thought I would give her more information if it was just the two of us."
Kayla gave him a different smile. This time it was sly, rather than raucous.
"Now you are thinking like an assassin. But no, I admit the thought crossed my mind, but the reason should be obvious. Cecilia is crazy over you. She has not stopped talking about the first gen that they picked up. Then when you were, what did you call it? Not in your Crypt Keeper form. She started to like you for other reasons. Truthfully, it is hard for a native to compare with the physique that a Sojourner can get, especially a low-gen."
I wondered. I got that vibe sometimes, like it was a first date.
Date? Today's the 4th day of September. And yes, we have a calendar that is remarkably similar to Earth's. It has evolved over the years as Sojourners came from later times in your history.
That isn't what I meant by first date. A date is, I guess it's getting sorta outdated even on Earth. But it is the idea that two people who may be romantically interested in one another go to dinner, maybe see a movie, one of those moving picture things I described. Or they might go to a concert or dancing, or really anything that they both like doing. Sometimes it is just the meal, but the purpose is for them to find out if they are interested in one another.
Tim stopped and scratched his neck absent-mindedly.
I'm not really doing a very good job of describing this.
No, I get it. It is like what we call courting. Although arranged marriages are still common amongst the nobility and high-level merchants, more and more of the common folk are getting to decide who they want to marry.
Tim nodded in understanding, so Kayla asked,
"Well?"
"Well, what?"
"Well, are you interested in Cecilia? I already know she is interested in you."
"I've only been in this world for 2 weeks. I think it might be a little premature," Tim replied.
"Nice deflection. That isn't what I asked, and I'm not her mother. Just consider me curious."
Tim shifted his weight from one foot to the other as he weighed his answer. Truthfully, he had just enjoyed the companionship of the evening. Taking things further had not really entered his head. And there was still one issue bothering him.
I don't know, to be honest. I'm a little concerned about how much younger she is than me. I'm almost 30, or I was on Earth. She couldn't be older than what, 20, right?"
Tim asked, hazarding a guess. Kayla's laughter was distinctly amused this time. He didn't know how one woman could have so many expressions in just laughter, but she conveyed quite the range.
"If you are worried about her being 20, then you are really gonna... What was your expression? Oh yeah, you are gonna freak out. She is only 17.
Tim put his hand up like a crossing guard signaling a stop.
"Whoa! That means she is far too young for me. She isn't even an adult. But wow, she sure seems mature for a teenager."
I don't know why you don't think she's an adult. Women are allowed, even expected, to marry between 16 and 20. Well, except for Sojourners. We are afforded more freedom socially because of the work we do clearing dungeons.
Back home, you aren't an adult until you are 18. You aren't even allowed to drink alcohol until you are 21. And most people don't get married until after 25, Tim replied.
What a coddled society you have. Your technology must make you weak. People have lives to live. It is better that they get on with them earlier. Although girls marry at that age, at least amongst the nobles and merchant families, it is quite common for a man to wait until he is your age to marry. By that point, he has established that he can provide for a family and run the business. They often marry girls Cecilia's age.
Ew. Just... you. I mean, it used to be like that on Earth a long time ago, but never mind. Just brings new meaning to the expression when in Rome. I guess I need to adapt. Either way, I would be looking for someone older.
Kayla placed her hand on his arm as she asked, "Oh, you're looking for an older wife, are you?" Tim yanked his arm back, and as he did, she burst out laughing. He knew she was messing with him, and still fell for it.
Very funny. Pick on the guy who is lost and doesn't know anyone.
No, all joking aside, you should probably go back to the guild hall to sleep. The inn is booked up. Otherwise, you could have a room, and I don't think I'm ready to share my room with you just yet. But I would be willing to come out of retirement for a while. You may have been having trouble finding a party to team up with, but I would be happy to team up with you. I'm already at my max level, so I won't lose any XP, but I'm strong enough to keep up with you. More importantly, I can show you the ropes in some of the mid-range dungeons. We just need to find one that has respawned but isn't filled to bursting yet," Kayla said. Tim looked at her for a second, checking to see if she was making fun of him again. She appeared to be serious, so he took a chance. "Okay, I would appreciate that. Can you meet me at the guild hall at noon tomorrow?" "Yeah, I'm still a member, even if they aren't happy with my early retirement. Any place in particular?"
"I will tell Charles that you will be joining my party, at least temporarily. So just head to his office," Tim said.
After a little more small talk, Tim found himself walking for the guild hall. Well, at least for a few steps. Then he took to the air. He noticed a group of people in black clothing on the roof of a building near the guild hall. At first he was tempted to go break up whatever they were doing, but he decided he wasn't part of the city guard. He had already had a relaxing night off and didn't want to ruin it now. So he just went back to the guild. When he flew over the gate, he felt a tingling sensation in his probationary member marker. Apparently there was some type of magical protection. It hadn't stopped him, though, so he just needed to figure out where to sleep for the night. After a bit of walking around, he settled in the dining hall, which it turned out was open all night. Apparently, he wasn't the only sojourner who stayed up late. Tim realized he wasn't that tired, and so he sat down with some tea. It was a good time to process everything that had been happening. He felt a buzz in his soul pouch. It was bizarre, but caused him to look at his inventory. There was no sign of what was buzzing, but his eyes automatically went to the 2 quest rewards he hadn't opened so far. The first item that drew his attention was the token. Minor token, Simona. Now that he knew a tiny bit from Cecilia about Simona, he was both more nervous and more interested in the token. It didn't seem like much of a reward. The question was what it was good for. Did it grant him a favor or something? That might be worth something. The quest to deal with the Mimar had not been worded like the messages from Cal Dakota. So if he made a leap to the conclusion that the quest had come from a different patron, then by extension the rewards had come from a different patron. Specifically, he got the mask and the token at the same time. He turned the idea over and over in his head. Eventually, Tim decided the risk was worth it. He summoned the mask out of his soul pouch and looked at it once more. Mask of the Blind Patron. Weight, 0.1. Defense, 3. Requirement, 1st gen. Sagacity, +4. Acuity, +4. All perception, +50%. This epic mask fuses to your face, becoming invisible to detection by any mortal. It will enhance your mental stats and all natural and skill-related perception.
The defense bonus is based upon how the mask will obscure your position and make it more likely for enemies to miss you. Warning: this mask can only be removed by a patron. It enables one patron to speak to you without another eavesdropping on your conversation. This will make you a truly valuable pawn. He read the description again and couldn't believe how obvious it was. Still, he read it 2 more times to make sure that he wasn't overlooking anything. The key was the word eavesdropping. There was nothing for it now but to take a chance. So, with a deep breath, he put the mask on. His mind surged as he gained the bonuses to sagacity and acuity. His already heightened bestial senses were further enhanced. Besides that sensation, he also felt it fuse to his face. He held his hand up and touched his skin, and even he couldn't feel the mask. Tim looked at his character sheet, and it was listed in the face slot, even though it couldn't be perceived by anyone, including him. A voice popped into his head. "It took you long enough. Why do you mortals have to be so obstinate? I just hate it." Tim thought back at the voice. "Simona, I assume." "Love that you got that right at least. Now he can't hear us when I speak to you. As long as you think my name, you will direct your thoughts to me. Unfortunately, it will only work if I happen to be paying attention to you at that time. To be blunt, no matter how much I think you have potential, there are many other wounds in this world that require my healing. Why can't I just speak directly to you? Because I'm not your patron. Yet." The way she said yet made him tingle. Cal Dakota was so unstable. He hoped maybe there were other options. Of course, the question was whether he wanted a patron at all, or even if he had a choice in the matter. "You got quiet. I don't know what to think yet. Hopefully you are more stable than Cal Dakota. But what can I use this token for? Is it like a get-out-of-jail-free card?" The voice paused for a second. Then Simona said, "It is a minor token. There are rules. I'm not like some others. I won't try to cheat or take risks. Think of it as a single minor favor. But I can only reward you for the goals that you achieve. So, start getting more done if you want to get more from me." Tim thought on that for a second, and then grabbed the token. Now that he had the mask on, he could see faint runes glowing beneath its surface. The question was, did he want to save this for later, or use it now? There was one important question to ask before he could make that decision. "If I decide to use the token later, will you hear me?" "No. As I said, I'm not your patron. There is no bond between us. So you can only use the token when I am paying attention to you." "One more question, and then I will use the token now. What can you tell me about how one becomes a herald?" The mortal Simon is correct. You do ask too many questions. But I can't or won't answer that question for you. I am not your patron. Now use your token or don't. Either way, I have other matters to attend to." Tim had almost expected that answer, but he had to try. Now it was time to try his luck again. He chuckled. Maybe he was a good fit for Cal Dakota after all. He sure seemed to like the thrill of taking chances. "I'm sure you know what my trait is. At first I thought it was a curse. Now I am beginning to wonder if it might not be a blessing after all. Or at least as close as my patron gets to giving blessings."
He waited for a minute, hoping she would give more away, but it was too much to think he would get something over on a being who could read his mind. So he continued. I request you grant me the ability to control my class and body change at will. Altering your trait in that way is more than even a major token would be worth. He created that trait long ago. It may be the most powerful of all traits, but there is balance in everything. There is a price for so much power. You just need to learn to harness the power before the price becomes too steep. Well, what do you know? She did almost answer his question about the value of ephemeral. The bit about the price becoming too steep sent a chill down his spine, but it sounded like there was a way out. Then an idea struck him. In all the myths he remembered from childhood, gods were vain beings. Perhaps he could play to that. Tim bowed his head, even though he couldn't see Simona, and said, I realize what my mistake was now. I don't know enough about Iokusente, or what needs to be done. I will rely upon our love to heal me. Please grant me a boon consistent with the minor token that you believe will best equip me to accomplish the things I need to do. Oh, you are a crafty one. I see why he picked you. Then Tim felt a wet, sloppy kiss on his cheek, even though he didn't see anyone. Ghost kisses were definitely unnerving. So much so that he fell backward out of his chair. The few other people in the dining hall looked over at him, but when it seemed to be just a drunk fallen over, they ignored him and went back to their own conversations. As Tim got back into his chair, he heard, There you go. You can thank me later. Then Tim felt her presence leave his mind. Or at least he thought he did. Truthfully, he couldn't be sure. What he also didn't feel was any blessing from her. He started searching his character sheet to see if there were any changes, but nothing was there. Then he looked in his soul pouch but didn't find some cool new item to help him. Finally, it occurred to him to check his soul interface. Soul interface. Bag. Traits. Skills. Evolutions. Locked. Interchange. Unlocked. Commune. A quick scan showed skill interchange was now unlocked, so it was easy to decide to check it out. Skill interchange. Proficient. Utilize this ability to switch out any skill from your transferable skills list for another skill from your active skills list. At current skill level, it requires 30 seconds per skill switch. At your current skill level, you may only switch skills 7 times per day. At your current skill level, you may not trade in the same skill more than once per day. Okay, so he had to hand it to Simona. That did seem like a useful ability. Hopefully he could level it up. He had visions of being able to flip his skills around at will. Of course, that brought up the next objective. He needed to obtain more skills by whatever means necessary. Maybe they would give him access to the skill rod each time he changed classes and could grow the list. For now, he took a quick look at it just to make sure he remembered his options when he went hunting with Kayla and maybe Tressa in a few hours. Transferable skills. 1. Advanced Dagger. 2. Life Tap. 3. Greater Stat Hex. 4. Grandmaster Swordsmanship. 5. Heavy Armor Proficiency. 6. Shield Adept. 7. Bow Mastery. 8. Master Assess. 9. Explosive Leap. 10. Knight's Eye Domination. After looking at the list, he decided the sun was already coming up. It had been a great night, but now he needed to get down to business. He went looking for Simon, hoping that the gate guard could help him get access to the training rod. As he left the dining hall, a thought occurred to him. Because he hadn't gone to sleep, he didn't get another notification about his chance to change. Internally, he laughed. Could it really be that simple? All he had to do was go without sleep to stay the same. Ha! Not that it was a long-term option, but clawing back even a little bit of control made him feel good. Chapter 34. Team Building. Tim reached the front gate hoping to find Simon there, but instead, he found an older woman he didn't know. Her attire screamed mage or caster of some sort. Tim realized he probably should have been more polite, but he was in a hurry to find the gate guardian before he needed to report to Charles.
Can you tell me where Simon is?
She looked at him for a moment before replying,
And why would I do that?
I need his help with something. I don't know when he's on duty here at the gate.
But who are you? You haven't even told me your name. So why would I do anything for you?
Her tone was scathing. It made Tim feel like when his mother had critiqued him for poor manners.
Fair enough. I'm Timothy Stein.
Her eyes lit up, and she cut him off.
Oh, the new first gen. Wonderful. Exciting things always happen around first gens. Well, if they last long enough. But to answer your question, Simon isn't here. He took a leave of absence from his post as Chief Gate Guardian, and before you ask, no, I don't know why. It only happened last night.
Tim's shoulders slumped. As he turned to walk away, all he could think about was the missed opportunity. The guild hall was massive, several buildings spread out over the compound. He really had no idea how he was going to find Simon. But the old mage coughed again, so he looked back.
If I was you, I'd look for Simon with Charles. The two of them have been thick as thieves lately.
Tim nodded and said,
Thanks. Oh, and may I ask your name?
Oh, now you want to know. Not a pretty young thing, so you didn't care before.
Tim groaned. If he had just slowed down in the beginning, none of this would have happened. It was a good reminder to be careful. Now it was getting him a tongue-lashing, but in a dungeon, it could be fatal.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Just impatient today. I gained a new ability that will allow me to switch skills around on the fly, but I'm still a probationary member of the guild, so I need Simon to take me to use the skill rod to acquire some new skills.
He didn't really know why so much poured out of him now, but was ultimately glad that it did.
Okay, I'm being a little too hard on you. You don't need Simon. You just need any guild member in good standing. I will take you down there just for the fun of making that leech Burke actually do more work. Oh, and my name is Eleanor. Glad to meet you.
A few hours later, he was a handful of gold lighter in coins and running to Charles's office. He left a frazzled Burke behind him because Tim had been able to pick up several skills for a cheaper price as he substituted out his natural weapon mastery since that was in the second active skill slot. He grinned even now as he thought about how this exploit would allow him to save money on acquiring skills, even if that wasn't its primary purpose. A part of him wanted to ask Charles or Simon if anyone else had this ability, but he still didn't want to make it too public. Everyone that knew he had life tap as a bestial was already shocked by that, almost to the point of disbelief. So, for now, he would keep this as his ace in reserve. He had picked up 11 new skills. Most of them would function with any melee class, but the last 4 were specific to the bestial class. Once again, he was only given access to common skills because of his status as a probationary member, but just as before, His level or trait or something worked in his favor. It was more evidence that the ephemeral trait wasn't all bad. Tim didn't think about it too much for the moment, though. He wasn't ready yet to think of Cal Dakota as anything other than his tormentor. Of course, even with this trait, some skills he acquired remained in their common form, and others advanced beyond it to some type of unique skill. It seemed entirely random, as skills he would have hoped to upgrade didn't, and others didn't seem to benefit that much from the upgrade. Sprint, Adept, Rarity, Uncommon, Prerequisites, Sojourner, Flexibility, 15, Level, 4. Description: boosts movement speed by 100% for up to 4 minutes. Movement speed is then reduced by 50% for 4 minutes afterward. Mana, 6. Power Attack, Adept, Rarity, Uncommon, Prerequisites, Sojourner, Hardiness, 16, Flexibility, 15, Tank or Damage Dealer Class Tree, Level 6. Description: trade accuracy for impact. Causes your next attack to suffer a 50% overall penalty to accuracy, while enjoying a 100% increase in damage. Mana, 10. Multi-Attack Adept, Rarity, Uncommon, Prerequisites, Sojourner, Natural Weapons Master, Flexibility, 16, Level, 6. Description: allows an extra attack to be made with a natural weapon within the same time frame as the initial attack with either a constructed weapon or natural weapon. Does not apply to a spell attack. Will cause the user to appear to speed up, but it is less about speed and more about efficiency of movement. Passive skill, 2 mana per minute. Bilateral's Third Eye, Dodge Evolution, Rarity, Unique. Prerequisites: Sojourner, Acuity, 18, Flexibility, 18, Level, 16. Description: first created by Bilateral, an assassin with an uncanny knack for evading attacks, even when she didn't see them coming. Defense, +4. 50% chance to dodge any physical attack that the user sees coming. Cost, 4 mana. 20% chance to dodge any attack that the user doesn't see coming. Cost, passive 4 mana per minute. Tackle Mastery, Rarity, Rare. Prerequisites: Sojourner, Hardiness, 20, Level, 10. Description: grants expertise in tackling. Accuracy with any attempt to knock an enemy to the ground is increased by 300%. Base damage caused by the tackle and impact with the ground are increased by 100%. Chance appropriate target will break a bone, 10%. Chance of a critical strike with tackle is increased by 10%. Critical strikes with tackle have a 10% chance of stunning the target. Blind Fighting Adept, Rarity, Uncommon, Prerequisites, Sojourner, Acuity, 15, Level, 6. Description: allows the user to fight without being able to see at reduced penalties. The accuracy penalty is reduced from 95% of total to 50% of total. Same applies to dodge and other types of tactical combat movements within the context of a battle. Bleeding Rend, Rarity, Common. Prerequisites: Sojourner, Hardiness, 14, Tank or Damage Dealer Class Tree, Level, 3. Description: this skill triggers extra effect to the next basic attack. Base damage increased by 25%. Adds a 25% chance of causing a bleed effect. Common bleed effect. 10 damage per minute until wound is staunched or healed. Bleed effects for critical hits are doubled. Mana, 10. Soul Beasts Familiar, Rarity, Unique. Prerequisites: Sojourner, Sagacity, 15, Bestial Class, Level, 18. Description: first created by an unknown bestial who had failed to forge a beast bond when he was younger. He lamented the fact that even if he later acquired the Beast Bond skill, which is common to bestials, his companion would not have the benefit of leveling with him, and thus would always be woefully underpowered when compared to other beast companions. This skill allows the user to forge a bond with a beast up to level 5. The familiar then gains 75% of the caster's acuity and sagacity. The familiar gains 25% of the caster's hardiness and durability, regardless of size. The familiar gains a beast class appropriate to its type and the ability to level that class independent of caster's leveling. Familiar may never exceed caster's level. Mana, 125. Cast time, 15 seconds. Failure results in target becoming enraged with caster. This skill is unique in that once activated, it does not require an active slot like the common version of Beast Bond does. However, the caster may never utilize this skill again after creating a successful bond. Minor Heal Companion. Rarity, Common. Prerequisites, Sojourner, Sagacity, 14. Bestial, Level, 2. Description: heals a beast companion for 50 HP. Mana, 12. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Tanar's Speedy Bulwark. Rarity, Unique. Prerequisites, Sojourner, Sagacity, 15. Bestial, Level, 15. Description: first created by the bestial Tanar, who worried greatly about the survivability of his falcon beast companion, Silverbeak. This skill provided a shield for the beast companion that may be utilized both offensively and defensively. Beast companion's defense is passively raised by +6. A magical barrier is created around the companion that settles onto the beast like a second skin. The barrier can be set to defensive, offensive, or dual mode at the time of casting. Defensive absorbs up to 100% of the caster's max health. Offensive causes any creature touching the beast to take damage equal to 50% of the caster's base attack for primary attack skill/weapon up to once every 4 seconds. Dual mode adds 50% of both defensive and offensive modes. Mana, 75. Duration, 1 hour. Range, 100 feet. Raking Dive. Rarity, Uncommon. Prerequisites, Sojourner, Beast Form, Path of the Eagle, Level, 9. Description: allows for an aerial attack. Base damage added to attack is equal to 1 per 10 feet of dive up to a maximum of 10 feet. Mana, 10. It wasn't lost on Tim that if not for the stat boosts he got from the mask, he would not have even qualified for some of the skills, such as by Leryl's third eye. Because of how his skill interchange worked, he wouldn't be able to use any of the newly acquired skills other than Soul's Beast Familiar, which he had substituted for Shield Adept in his 4th skill slot. To be fair, he had chosen the Beast Bond skill, but it had evolved as he learned it into this unique skill. He was glad that the idea of having a companion had been appealing enough that he opted to put it into a spot other than his 2nd slot. The last skill that he had learned for the morning was Raking Dive, but it had been in the 2nd slot, and so he had to interchange it with Natural Weapons Master, as that would serve him better. But the limitations didn't allow him to add any individual skill to his active list more than once a day, which was ultimately fine. He needed time to think about which skills he would use. Some of the skills, like by Leryl's third eye, seemed potentially game-changing. The problem was he still wasn't sure what combat against a similarly leveled monster would be like. So, he wasn't sure if it would be worth the passive mana cost. That would cut his mana regeneration by 25%. The same applied to multi-attack. It sounded cool, but he had not yet fought anything that was much of a challenge. Even the elemental was only a problem because of its damage resistance types. His new sword would help with that, although it might not hurt him to pick up some type of bashing weapon, even if he didn't have a skill for it. Seeing Travis in action with his huge maul had been impressive. Now he was just running as fast as his sore body would allow. It hurt like heck to learn that many skills in such a short time, especially the unique ones. His excitement kept him going. Today he was hopefully going for his first official dungeon dive, and with a team. Tressa seemed like a bit of a cold fish, but his conversation with Kayla the night before convinced him she was an experienced adventurer, and he thought he could have some fun learning from her. When he reached Charles's office, he was glad to see that he was the first one there. It wouldn't have done to be late for a meeting like this. He knocked and then was told to enter the room. Inside, he found the guild master at his desk looking over some reports. Tim couldn't see what was on the reports, but it was obviously something concerning to the guild master. He still wasn't sure what protocol required, but he figured he could play the naive first-gen card if necessary. So after standing there for a full minute without being acknowledged by Charles, he coughed. When that still didn't get his mentor's attention, he just asked, "Something concerning in those reports?" It still took Charles another 10 seconds to pull his eyes away from the report, but when he did look up, he stared at Tim as though to ask why he was being interrupted.
Let's just say that my job comes with many burdens. The general population can't know everything I do, so I have to bear that weight to allow them to sleep soundly at night. And no, don't ask. If you prove yourself, then I may bring you into some of this. But you have to prove yourself first.
The guildmaster paused for a second before adding,
Actually, you need to get to it quickly, because your strength is sorely needed.
So, what is the plan today?
Dungeon diving. I have managed to acquire 2 teammates for you, but I am not sure which dungeon to send you into. I know the one I would like to send you to, but I am a bit worried about sending you in there. You aren't a cohesive team yet, and there will only be 3 of you. Tell me something, though. Do you still have those potions that Simon gave you for your quest with the Silver Eagles?
All but 2. Reggie used one, and I failed to collect back from Lacinia. I think she purposefully avoided me so she wouldn't have to give it back, Tim replied.
That much is good. Your healer is very competent, but he is not as effective a healer as a spiritualist or even a naturalist. Sometimes I think the healer tree is a joke. Of the 4 healer classes, only one of them truly specializes in healing.
Can I ask why you want us to go into a particular dungeon?
Simple enough. I might as well tell you. This isn't really a secret, and it is probably going to become more and more common knowledge. All the dungeons in Terra are respawning faster than normal, Charles said.
How many dungeons are there in Terra?
Charles grinned. So now the questions begin. I guess I should have expected that. I did agree to be your mentor, after all. Well, each of the nations has 40 dungeons. The dungeons vary in strength. We classify them by rank from E to A, depending upon how challenging they are. That challenge is about more than just the level of the monsters within. The makeup of those monsters, how well they fight together, the terrain of the dungeon, and many other factors all go into it.
Tim nodded along. This was typical gaming stuff, and rather than worrying him, it made him feel more at home. How quickly do the dungeons normally respawn?
That varies, and is another factor in how we rank the dungeons. Typically, an E-ranked dungeon respawns twice a day, D-rank respawn once a day, C-rank respawn every 3 days, B-rank respawns once a week, and A-rank once a month, Charles answered.
And what about now? Also, what happens if a dungeon isn't cleared? Do the monsters escape, or do they build up inside? Oh, and what about S-rank? Are there any S-rank dungeons? Tim fired off his questions rapid fire. His excitement got the better of him, and he only stopped when he saw the furrowing of his mentor's brows. It was probably better to ask his questions one at a time.
As far as S-ranked dungeons, there is only one that we know of. It is called the Abyss, and is located at the center of the Untamed Lands. For now, that is all I will say about it. If you think you can refrain from asking any questions for a minute or two, I can probably answer the rest of them. But I think that part of your team is here,
Charles said as there was a knock at the door. Charles called out for whoever knocked to come in. Outside the door, Tressa was waiting. She walked in after opening the door, and right behind her, Kayla slid in. Tim watched Charles for a reaction, and only saw surprise on his face. That at least made Tim feel better that Kayla wasn't a plant, but rather an organic connection he had made. The guildmaster said,
Kayla?
Charles,
she replied. Tim had to wonder if there was history here between these two, but he didn't get that vibe. More like an instructor who was disappointed in a former prize student.
I thought you were done with the guild, Charles said.
Maybe, but this isn't about the guild. This is about my new friend. Tim is nothing but fascinating. I'm willing to spend some time helping him train, she replied.
I didn't get a chance to tell you yet, but I found someone to join my team. Kayla offered to help me out,
Charles said.
That is pretty obvious. And it works out because I was only able to find 2 for you.
Tim smiled. He hoped but didn't know for sure, so he asked,
who is the other person?
Behind him, Simon walked into the room. That would be me, of course. Simon and Kayla nodded at one another. Charles said,
Now that you are all here, I need to finish answering a couple of questions for Tim.
Under his breath, Simon muttered,
Of course.
Charles just shook his head.
If we can get going. To explain about dungeon mechanics, if a dungeon has fully spawned and hits its respawn timer again, it normally starts to increase beyond the normal max by 10 to 25% each time. When it hits somewhere between 150 to 200% of normal capacity, monsters will start to spill out of the dungeon and attack the surrounding area. Over the last 3 years, the rate that the dungeons respawn and the amount of increase has been rising with some rare fluctuations. Over the last month, that has increased even more. The dungeon I want to send you to is a B-ranked dungeon. But it has exceeded 200% and is starting to spit monsters out.
I must be missing something. You seem extremely nervous about this. B-rank shouldn't be that hard with our levels. I mean, Kayla is level 17 and Simon is level 16. I don't know what level Tressa is, but if it is only B-rank, then the monster shouldn't be that high of a level. Right?
Charles shook his head.
You don't remember what I said. There are different reasons for dungeons to be given a rank. The dungeon is called the Grinder, and the monsters there are few in number but average level 15. They are also relatively strong for their levels.
Tressa spoke for the first time.
I've been there before. A mistake can result in a quick death. If the healer isn't on top of everyone's health, or if the tank can't hold aggro, it can be over before you know it. The Grinder is responsible for more Sojourner deaths than any of the other 2 A-ranked dungeons in Terra. Oh, and because you are kind enough not to scan me, I'm a level 15 Arcanist. I'm inclined to agree with Tressa on this one. The Grinder is dangerous enough without it being overfull. And no offense, Simon, but you are only a partial healer. You won't be able to keep up, especially if Tim is supposed to be our tank,
Kayla said.
If the monsters are strong, then that is all the more reason that we have to do this.
And don't doubt my ability to tank these things. As for healing, I can help with my own healing by using Life Tap."
Tressa's eyebrows went up, but she didn't say anything. Tim noticed. His perception was so much more refined with the mask on. Charles must have prepared her that Tim's build wasn't normal. Hearing about the dungeon made him wish he had chosen to keep his new dodge skill rather than the beast bond skill. But if wishes were wings, then pigs would fly. That led to a strategy discussion where they went over each other's abilities. Once Tim realized Kayla had a good assessment skill, he swapped out his own Master Assess skill and replaced it with Greater Stat Hex. With the mask buffing his acuity, it meant that the spell could drain 10 from a single stat. For a mage with a high acuity, it could be even more potent. The discussion went on longer than he liked, but Tim and Charles finally convinced Tressa and Kayla. Simon had stayed silent through most of it. Now, though, they were on their way. Chapter 35. Into the Grinder. While walking to the dungeon, they found the streets of New Rome were pretty busy. The fresh air markets were open, as were the streets. People were hustling about their daily lives. That was, except for one street corner. It was crowded with 50 or 60 people who appeared to be protesting. They had a large banner in black with a red rune on it, but no words. Anyone who got too close to the corner found a leaflet being shoved in their face. The people kept saying blessings of Asmarin to anyone who actually took the paper. In turn, they also spat and cursed at anyone who wouldn't accept it. It was rather bizarre, and Tim decided he couldn't worry about that. He needed to keep his mind on the task at hand. He was surprised to find that the dungeon was underneath the capital. Suddenly, Charles needed to have someone clear this out. Made sense. Apparently, the guild had lost a lot of diamond-ranked adventurers over the past few years, and the few that there were led teams of gold-rank adventurers to clear the B ranks, or were needed to keep the A ranks cleaned out. If the guild couldn't even keep a dungeon under the capital clear, then Caesar might not keep the same relationship with the guild. And he certainly didn't want to go to war with his own people. A trip down through the sewers revealed it was much as he had expected of a medieval-level technology city, which was to say that it was rank. The entrance to the dungeon was only about 100 yards from the nearest exit into the city. It would be disastrous if monsters started pouring out in large numbers. The dungeon itself surprised him, too. He had not expected to find what was essentially a Mayan temple under the city, but there it was. Sewer water ran into a stone channel right in front of it. A cavern had formed around the temple, and over their heads were the streets of New Rome. In the cavern, there were various crews that seemed to be mining piles of rocks. Around each group of miners were several city guards. Tim had been trying to keep his questions to himself, but now he felt compelled to ask, "So, what are they doing?" Simon answered, "Dungeons don't just grow monsters. The mana that flows through them also causes various precious metals and gems to spontaneously form in the areas around here. The miners do their best to keep the materials cleaned up, but with the increasing development rates, the city has been having trouble getting enough miners to work it." "A paycheck isn't worth dying for," Tressa said. Kayla chimed in, "Tell that to the 4 fools who are about to walk into a dungeon overfilled with monsters." They all chuckled, but Tim asked another question. "What kind of precious metals?" Simon said, "Last question. Then we focus on the task or we leave. Remember, we are only going to try this as long as you prove it's safe. But the metals range from silver to mithril and from gold to elementium." Tim so desperately wanted to ask more questions, but part of getting Tressa and Kayla to come here was that he agreed to be focused. Simon talked to one of the guards, and as word spread, everyone mining the rock piles outside the temple stopped. Guards, miners, and those carrying food and water around all stopped and cheered. Apparently, they were very happy to have someone show up to clear the temple. They started up the stone stairs in front of the temple, heading for the entryway that was carved to look like a screaming mouth in the smooth white stone. The doorway itself was 10 feet wide. Kayla went first and stopped them right before they reached the final stair.
"Someone has been here. Are you sure?"
Tressa asked, but Simon spoke over her and asked, "How recently?"
"I'd say it was likely within the last hour, but it could have been earlier this morning. My skill can't tell me with any more precision than that."
Tim wanted to say that he didn't see any footprints or other signs, but he realized that he didn't have the skills to compete with an expert assassin. If Kayla said someone had been in here recently, then he needed to believe her. Trust was essential for them to work together. It was then that he was struck by the smell. He still wasn't used to the enhanced sniffer he had, so he rarely actively used it. Now, he made a show of deeply drawing in the air. There was a particular scent.
Wait, I smell something now. Oh, trying to place it. I know I've smelt it before, but it is much fainter now.
Just as he had trusted Kayla, the others looked at him, trusting that his bestial senses could sense what they couldn't. Then it dawned on him. He knew what the scent was.
It's Mimar. I'm smelling Mimar.
"That isn't possible. No Mimar has breached the city for 1,000 years,
Tressa proclaimed.
I don't know about that. I just know what I'm smelling.
Tim paused and then asked,
Would it be possible for Mimar's shadows to get into the city secretly?
"Shadows? Those are just myths,"
Tressa proclaimed, but Simon and Kayla shared a knowing glance. Tim waited for them to speak since it seemed they knew something that Tressa didn't. Finally, Simon broke the silence. Many don't believe they are real because none have been sighted by anyone alive, but the records are clear. There are more types of Mimar than what we are commonly aware of.
That isn't exactly true, Tim said.
"What? Aren't you the one who just asked about shadows?" Kayla asked.
Yeah, but that isn't what I mean. Simon said that no one alive has seen one of them.
Simon was staring at him intently.
"How do you know about that?"
I don't know what you were talking about, Simon. I simply meant that I saw a Mimar shadow when I was fighting in the Warren.
"You fought one?"
Kayla asked, suddenly very fierce.
No, it didn't want to fight. It just kept going on about some herald and its master. But then when I tried to attack it, it just faded into the wall.
"Oh, that is good. They can be awfully hard to fight unless you have magic or powerfully enchanted blades," Kayla said. "Wait, you've fought one, haven't you? What are you and Simon not saying?"
Tressa demanded. The two of them once again looked at each other. Kayla shook her head, but Simon just sighed and said, "No. If we might face those things, they deserve to know. About 6 years ago, there was an attempt on Caesar's life. 5 Mimar shadows somehow snuck into the palace. It was dumb luck that Charles happened to be there with 2 teams of sojourners." Kayla took over for him. "Even with all our gear, 9 diamond-level adventurers almost failed to stop one of them from getting through. They spoke as we fought them. Even though they were lower level than us, they were still so elusive it was hard to hit them at all. During it all, they kept saying that they needed blood to bring the Herald of Change home. We did eventually manage to kill all of them, but one of them wrote in its black blood all over the floor after being disemboweled," Simon said. then stopped speaking. Tressa's eyes bulged as she asked,
"You can't stop there. What did it write?" "Just gibberish,"
Kayla said. Simon added, "It wrote 4 + 1 = 1. Tim's mind was racing. He hadn't told them about his dreams. He was afraid that talking about them too much would bring them back. Now all of these pieces were starting to freak him out. The word herald was being brought up too much, just as the word change was. At least for his comfort. So for now, he just kept his mouth shut. "Now we have to go in, though. If there is any chance that there are shadows in here, we will need to confirm it, and kill them if we can," Simon said. Tressa grumbled, but a moment later they were crossing the threshold into the dungeon. You have entered the dungeon. Designation, Grinder. As this is your first time, you have received the beginning quests. No sooner had the notification popped into his head than a screeching sound like metal nails down a chalkboard sounded. Tim put his hands to his ears in pain. He closed his eyes and focused. A moment later, the sharp sound ended, and he heard something that could only have been a slot machine as it was spinning. "Boring," said a voice he knew all too well. "Beginner quests? I don't think so. I didn't bring you all the way here for easy mode, so let's mix this up a bit. Try these quests out." Race to the core. There are Mimar shadows inside the dungeon. I delayed them for you so you could have a fair chance. Now race with them to the core. They think there is a prize at the center of the dungeon, which their master wants. Are they right? Could be. Success conditions. Reach the core before the Mimar. Secondary success. Do it with style. Reward. 400 XP. A shiny rock. Secondary reward. Dependent upon results. An item up to epic quality. And best of all, the opportunity to entertain me. Failure. Respawn rate on the dungeon will double. Tim wasn't the only one to see that blue screen because they were all talking about it. They didn't know what it meant. Apparently, the dungeon usually gave any party with a first-timer in it a quest to gather certain herbs that were useful in alchemy, and another to destroy a certain number of monsters. As they were all arguing about what the difference was, Tim couldn't take it any longer. "That was Cal Dakota. He is messing with the quests here. And before any of you say it, I don't care what you think. Believe me or not, but that is why the quest is different." While Tim was speaking his bit, another quest popped up into his head. Enemies of Humanity 3. New subquest, Clearing Shadows. The presence of Mimar in Terra indicates their plans may be progressing faster than expected. Learn what the Mimar want in New Rome. Objectives. 1. Find what the Mimar shadows are looking for. 2. Keep whatever they are looking for from them. 3. Bonus. Learn who the shadows are reporting to. Rewards. Variable based upon how significant a role you play directly in completing the objectives. 1. 1,575 XP. 2. 1 item of rare or higher quality. That quest was obviously from Simona. Tim couldn't help but chuckle as he realized that the mask he was wearing was keeping the two patrons from realizing that each of them was sending him messages and quests. They had to have both been watching him as they had reacted at essentially the same time, but he couldn't speak out loud about it to the rest of the team without tipping off the patrons. Tim hated not being able to know when they were watching him. Finding a way to do something about that rose to near the top of his priority list now. It was hard, though. Most of the people he knew in Iokusente didn't want him to talk about the patrons and thought it was a sign of mental instability. The rest of the people thought the patrons were gods to be revered. Tim didn't believe either position. Simon said, "Well, we got the quest. The rewards are decent. But if we accept it, then we won't be able to play this safely." "I don't really like the wording of it. Part of the reward is based upon a subjective outcome that we don't actually know how to meet," Kayla added. "You already pointed out that we don't have any choice. We can't let the spawn rate double for this dungeon. It is hard enough to manage already," Tressa reminded them. "I know. Hold on a second while I give a message for the guard captain to carry to Charles." Simon didn't wait as he spoke. Instead, he had already leapt down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time in his rush to pass on a message. Tim got to thinking, then said out loud, "This is a race. Simon is doing what he needs to do, but I need to get busy clearing a path to the core. Which way do I go?" He looked around the first room of the temple. It was a rectangular room with 4 doors leading off it. A green door, a red door, a blue door, and a white door. The room was lit by torches around the wall, but Tim's keen eyesight had no trouble making out small details. Kayla said, "There should be a couple of monsters at least in this room." "Maybe the shadows already cleared them," Tressa replied. "I wouldn't count on that. Tim, I guess now is as good a time as any to see if you are ready to tank these things. Remember what we told you earlier. The monsters come in 2 basic varieties here. They are all called Grimlocks, but there are Shield Grims and Blade Grims. The Blade Grims have sharp bony protrusions jutting off their body and can be hard to close with because they cut you up. The Shield Grims don't put out as much damage, but they can take an incredible beating. Each time you strike them down, they tend to get back up," Kayla instructed. "Okay, so which door?" "None. First, walk to the center of the room, but do it slowly," the assassin said. Tim couldn't help but snicker at that, as he remembered an old movie he had watched as a teen. She glared at him, so he focused and started moving to the center of the room. As he walked, he could see that there were gashes in the stone floor where something powerful had hit it. He was careful as he moved, making sure to look for traps. He realized he was not well suited to this, and hoped that he never ended up with a rogue class. They were cool to have with you. It just didn't fit his personality. He liked the idea of being a mage because, well, magic was cool. But there was also a rush in smashing things. He had found he really enjoyed that. When he got close to the center of the room, he saw that there was a stone circle carved into the floor there. When he reported that to the others, he realized Simon was back. Kayla told him to pick up a rock and toss it into the circle. As the small projectile he tossed landed on the floor, the ring pulsed, and 2 creatures appeared. They looked something like turtles, but closer to the teenaged type in that they stood on 2 legs. Their skin was green with white veins running through it. The end of each arm had 2 fingers and a thumb, but it was more like a pincer than a hand. There was no actual palm, just the smaller appendages sticking off the arm. Their backs were covered in a dark green shell that was mottled with black spots in the shape of squares, but it wasn't a true turtle shell, as it was more like a fused carapace. All in all, both creatures were perhaps 10 feet tall. Their faces had red eyes, and rather than a mouth and nose, they had a beak that looked like it could snap down rather powerfully. Simon shouted out, "They are shield type!" Tim wanted to say, "Well, duh," but kept it to himself. Both of them held long wooden staves in their hands. They each took their weapon and looked ready to attack. Tim didn't wait to cede them the initiative, though. He was on them before either had gotten more than halfway through their swing. Behind him, he heard Kayla shout out, "Both level 15 with 680 HP. A faint blue glow appeared around the one to his left, mostly around its legs. He trusted it was Tressa's slowing spell. If so, that meant that he needed to focus on the right one first. He wished he had access to his tackle skill, but he fought with what he had. In a blur, he was on the first one. He didn't bother to draw his weapon as he hit it with a greater stat hex, targeting its flexibility. Spell successful. Target's flexibility reduced from 12 to 2. Tim grinned at the message as his claws sunk into the flesh of its shoulders. Each hit landed. The skin was tough, but not so tough that he couldn't rip it apart. His strike with his left hand was just a normal blow while the right hand managed to crit. It was going to take some time, though, as even combining the two blows didn't take more than 10% of its health. The second creature was moving towards him, but was sluggish. Still, they had started out close to each other, so Tim needed to create some distance. It was almost like fighting enemies who were moving in slow motion. He slipped around the one he had hexed and kicked against its shell, sending it sprawling into the staff of its partner. His peripheral vision showed him that both Simon and Kayla were moving around the edges of the battle, looking for ways to strike at the enemy. Tim lashed out with claws against the back of the closest enemy, but immediately regretted it. He felt like he had cracked his claws. Pain and numbness shot up into his hands. Fortunately, he had a solution for the damage. He cast Life Tap, and while it didn't crit, with the added acuity from his mask, the spell landed for 57 damage. It also healed his hands enough that he was able to pull his new sword out of his soul pouch. He prepared to step forward and attack one, but the next second he saw Kayla flash in. She must have been using one of the skills that she had told them she possessed. It was sorta scary to see in action, even if the name hadn't been scary enough. Eye Gouge was definitely a skill he would look into if he ever ended up being an assassin. She executed it twice in quick succession, but now the skill would be on a long cooldown, if Tim remembered correctly. Besides doing significant damage, the skill also had the added benefit of blinding the creature it was used against. Not to be outdone, Simon triggered his own attack combo. A sweeping kick took the legs of the other shield grim out from underneath it, then a precision punch struck it in the throat. Even the toughest opponent could be brought down if it couldn't breathe. As Tim understood it, the punch applied a debuff effect and damage over time effect beyond just the power of the initial strike. Blue lances of force leapt off Tressa's fingers and scored gouges into the soft spaces on one enemy's body. Tim jumped in and went to town with his sword. It still took a depressing amount of time to hack them apart after how easy it had been to kill lower-level monsters. When they finished, the others all cheered. Tressa said, "I have to admit that I was worried, but that was far easier than I expected." Simon replied, "This is only the entry room. The harder challenge comes when we have to fight both Blade Grims and Shield Grims at the same time." "Okay, let's get moving," Tim said. "We need to loot them first," Tressa said. "I'm more interested in winning the quest. Besides, isn't it up to Simon as party leader to loot everything?" The monk didn't answer but simply held his hand out and the corpses disappeared. Tim got a notification that Simon had gathered loot for the party and what he had gotten, but he went into his soul interface and set it so all those notifications would be turned off. At the same time, he turned on notifications for damage and buff or debuff effects from party members. Call him petty, but he wanted to try to rack up the most damage on this dungeon run. He was impressed that Simon could loot without saying anything. While Kayla was scouting the various tunnels, he said, "I thought you had to say the word loot to gather loot." "Nah, monks are very spiritual.
My soul interface is upgraded. Don't worry, Proby. If you last long enough, we will get you there too, Simon answered. Kayla called over. I think they went down this tunnel. Do we follow them or go a different route? It's been years since I was in the grinder, but from what I recall, the blue tunnel is the longest. We could save time by going through the red tunnel. Isn't red the one with the most monsters in it? Tressa asked. Simon nodded. You are both correct. The question is how much we are willing to risk to beat the shadows. It is important that we not fail at this quest. Tim's blood was boiling by this point. He wasn't angry at any of them. He simply felt like they were beating a dead horse. If the red tunnel was the fastest, then so be it. That was the way they needed to go. Follow me if you can. Then Tim was rushing down the red tunnel. Unlike the Warren, this dungeon was all worked stone. The tunnel wasn't big enough for him to make use of his wings, but he could still run fast. His bare feet powered him along, boosted by the anklets of speed. The stone felt cold beneath his feet, but it was smooth, and the tunnel was mostly straight. It was odd because the temple didn't seem large enough for this, but given the mechanics of his soul pouch, it seemed likely that there was a bit of spatial manipulation in play here too. 15 seconds of running had him covering a couple football fields worth of distance before he came upon a triangle-shaped room. The walls were perfectly shaped, all set in carved stone. Each corner of the room was at a 90-degree angle. It couldn't be made this way, except on purpose. As he thought back to it, he remembered that the first room had been a perfect oval. It hadn't seemed significant before, and he still didn't know if it mattered. But apparently this dungeon had a thing for shapes. No sooner had he entered the room than he was attacked. 6 Grims in total. But unlike the big shield type, these were the sword kind. They didn't have the shell on their backs, which definitely took away from the turtle look. He wasn't really sure what to compare them to or why his mind was always looking for ways to equate things in Iokusente to things on Earth. Their bodies did have the same green skin, with white veins running all over them. Absent the shell, it was more obvious. They were also missing the staves, but didn't seem to need them. Each of them had about 40 jagged bony blades protruding out of their bodies. Tim felt juvenile, as the last thought to cross his mind before the battle was joined was to wonder how they could possibly get busy with all those pointy parts. As Tim lunged for the closest of the creatures, the others fell into a circle around him. They moved much faster than the shield Grims. Likely they were every bit as fast as he was, but a little slower than Simon, and definitely slower than Kayla. His opening attack had already landed in the form of a life tap spell, but it still felt good when his broadsword scored a hit too. He missed his ability to assess them, but could still tell that they had far less health. The spell had shriveled its body, and the sword blow had severed an arm. Tim had aimed for its head, but the creature's speed had saved it. He snorted. This was going to be easy if this was all the monsters had. That was when he learned why this dungeon was called the Grinder. Probably would have been more accurate to call it the Blender. The other 5 blade Grims all surrounded him and attacked. Their motion was fluid as they spun like tops. Each swing of an arm or kick with a leg fed into the next motion. It was like some kung fu form they were doing in synchronized form. And it hurt. Each of their motions cut a wound into his arms or legs. His armor protected his torso from the worst of it, but he realized his mistake now. He would fix it if he survived this, but now he had to cut down the numbers around him. Each attack against him only took a dozen or so health, but even with a life tap every couple of seconds, he was still at 50% health in a matter of seconds. Tim began cursing. He hadn't asked the team, but he had expected them to follow him.
He could only dodge so many of the attacks, but now he needed to know where his healing was. His attacks kept hitting too, but from the way the monsters danced around him, it was impossible to stay on one target. He focused on whatever opening he saw, and by now he had landed blows on each of the 6 enemies. Likely some of them were close to death, but he hadn't managed to finish off even one of them, which was what was killing him. They swirled around him, dancing in and out to slash at him. His blood was running freely, and the ground was starting to get slick. Then everything changed in an instant. One of the enemies was suddenly bound in those blue rings that Tressa had cast on him. It threw off their timing, and Tim managed to take the head off another of the monsters, which removed the rest of its HP. 2 more fell in quick succession as Kayla hamstrung them. They weren't dead yet, but they were on the ground. Simon was suddenly next to him. One of his fists had just landed a devastating critical that blasted it all the way through the chest cavity of a Blade Grim, and the other hand reached out and touched Tim's back. He instantly felt warmth and life pour into him from the monk's mending touch skill. In an instant, his HP was topped off, and he was ready for more. The cuts all over his body were closing, and while he could still feel some of the wounds, he knew he would survive. A few sword slashes later, and it was all over. Tressa was the first to yell at him.
You can't do that!
Tim didn't initially respond as he was too busy stripping off his armored vest. He needed to change out the assorted armor plates he had on now to focus on piercing and slashing resistance. Everyone stared at him as he started removing the plates from his vest. They had obviously never seen interchangeable armor. The looks on their faces were worth the cost of the armor.
I can change the pieces out to put on ones with the specific resistances that I need. I should be able to reach 60% resistance to both piercing and slashing damage, so it will make this much easier,
Tim said. As he spoke, he worked on changing the plates one at a time. He split the piercing and slashing plates between the front and the back. He wasn't sure yet if placement mattered, so this was the best way to hedge his bets. He noticed the other 3 looking at each other. Kayla made a gesture to Simon, who then coughed. Tim stopped attaching the new armor segment he had in his hands and looked at the monk, who clearly wanted his attention. Simon said, "Typically, it isn't possible to get resistance for physical damage types above 50% with gear." All Tim could think was, crap. Why hadn't Morgan or Stephen told him that? Oh well, maybe it wasn't commonly known. But then again, all 3 of the others seemed to know about it. Kayla added, "It isn't usually an issue that comes up, but I've never seen gear like yours." "Yeah, it's based on an idea from home, but I found a blacksmith and enchanter who could make it come to life." Tim paused for a second, then added, No use crying over spilled milk. And we need to hurry." He switched gears to add 3 segments for piercing resistance and 3 for slashing, with the final 2 added for blunt resistance to deal with the staves used by the shield grims. It wouldn't be as amazing as he had hoped, but he had only had 15% resistance to everything in place before this. Now he would be focused with 45% resistance to slashing and piercing. Even the 30% resistance to blunt was nothing to sneeze at. "And about hurrying," Simon began, "I can only heal by touch, so if you get yourself surrounded by enemies like that again, then it can be difficult to reach you. It also makes it hard for Tressa to use an AoE attack, and Kayla can't use any of her poison bombs." Tim nodded along. He had known all those things, but he wanted to beat the shadows. He knew down to his core that they needed to beat the shadows. The sense of urgency kept building within him. Then again, he was feeling everything strongly right now. He could even taste some blood in his mouth from where he had bit his tongue. He wanted to snap back at the others that instead of telling him to slow down, they needed to speed up. Fortunately, Tim could tell that this was all part of his bestial instincts. He was determined to control the beast, not to be controlled by it. I get it, but we have to move faster. I don't know how to explain it any more than what I'm saying. I feel down to my core that bad things are going to happen if we don't beat them. As he finished the armor, they took a couple of minutes to talk about various strategies. It had been one thing to talk about it before, but now that they had seen what they were up against, it should have been clearer what needed to be done. Yet the more the other spoke, the more he got frustrated. Finally, he couldn't contain it anymore and snapped, "Do you know how wolves hunt?" Tressa seemed to be just as frustrated as he was, but in her case, it was with his insistence on speed.
What does that have to do with anything? Maybe nothing, or maybe everything. I have an idea,
Tim said. Once he was sure they were all paying attention, he continued,
Kayla, do you think you could attack and pick them off from behind if I had them running away from you?
She paused for a moment before answering, while she stared at him as though her eyes could pierce into his head and discern his thoughts.
I suppose so. The Blade Grims are pretty fast, but I'm faster. They don't have much in the way of HP, so I can likely one-shot them if they aren't paying attention to me. But the Shield Grims are another matter. Their health and armor will need more than one hit to take them down. Okay, so that is part of it. Now Simon said you have some poison bombs. Tell me how those work. I have two types. One is a numbing agent. It acts to cloud the mind and slow the body. It makes them immune to pain, which is a problem sometimes. The second is a simple damage-over-time poison that breaks down the tissue in a creature's lungs if enough gets in there, she explained. Okay, and can anyone use them or only an assassin? What is this about? Tressa demanded. Kayla ignored her as she answered, Anyone can use them, but not anyone can make them. Most people don't feel comfortable using them as most don't have any type of immunity to their effects. Okay, 2 more questions, Tim said as Simon snorted. What is the area of effect that they cover? How long does the poison last in the air before being dispersed to a safe level? And how many of the bombs do you have? Each bomb will have its primary effect in a 5-foot radius, but will have a lesser effect up to a 10-foot radius. The poison will linger in the air for about a minute, but its efficacy will drop the longer it is in the air. Also, the more airflow there is, or the more of it that is breathed in, will drop that time. As far as how many, I have plenty, she said with a wink. Then can I get a dozen of each? Tim asked. She raised an eyebrow but began pulling them out of her soul pouch. Apparently, her curiosity to see what he had in mind outweighed any concerns she had. Simon, however, asked, And what are you planning? Simple, really. Have you ever heard of a train? The monk looked puzzled as he said, I think something about a machine powered by steam in your homeworld. Tim chuckled. Oh, that's true. But not the type of train I'm thinking of. I'm going to pull all the monsters into this tunnel and get them to follow me. When I get enough of them clustered up, I will use some of the poison bombs. Hopefully Kayla can pick some of the Blade Grims off from behind. And maybe if I have enough of them clustered up, Tressa will let loose with whatever she had planned. We don't call that a train here. We call that the beginning of a wipe, Simon said. Do you have a better plan for beating the shadows? They had a head start on us before we began. They all looked back at him. None of them were thrilled with the plan. Heck, Tim wasn't very happy about it. But the consequences of failure on this quest were just too great. This quest was a little too much stick and not enough carrot. Tressa was the first to speak. I mean, it's your head, but how do we know they haven't already made it there? First off, they are lower level than us, so they are probably trying to sneak past everything. Second, we still have the quest. I know you don't want to hear it, but Cal Dakota is the one who gave us that quest. I'd bet my life on it. Heck, I am betting my life on it. If he doesn't find this entertaining, I don't know what to say. But the point is that he has been a royal jerk to me so far. But he has always given me a chance. He is a gambler, from what I can tell, Tim replied. They talked for another minute, but then Tim chopped down with one hand into the palm of his other. Enough! I'm doing this. Please help. But if I'm the only one willing to take some risks to save people from a world I only just arrived on, then something is messed up. He didn't wait for them to reply, but instead was racing out of the triangle room. As he ran down the hall, he shouted out, "Leroy Jenkins!" The hallway stayed the same and was about 15 feet wide. 3 shield grims could fit, but not fight in that space. It would probably be hard for more than one at a time with those big staves. The blade grims were something different, though. He was counting on the hallway to serve as a choke point. He raced the few hundred yards between the first room and the second. There he found a diamond-shaped room filled with 8 shield grims. He sped through the room using his wings thanks to the increased dimensions of the room. A couple of life tap spells and a sword blow to the others, and he had all their interests. The key was making sure he stayed their focus. He swirled around, enjoying the feeling of flight and feeling the currents of mana flowing within the dungeon every bit as much as the currents of air. The more he pushed himself, the more he opened himself up to realizing there was a much higher level of ambient energy here in the dungeon than outside. If he had time to dwell on it, it would be almost intoxication. The third room was a pentagon, with each side smooth and exactly the same dimension. Inside he found 10 of the Blade Grims. The dance with them was far more fun. He had run slowly down the hallway to allow the shield grips to keep up, but at the end, he had tossed a poison bomb that would cause damage and eat away at the health of the Grims. They were so focused on chasing him, they just all ran through the cloud. Tim didn't believe for a second that the poison would finish them off, but if it made them weaker, then maybe the rest of his team could finish some of them off. The grunts and flashes of light at the back of the oncoming enemy suggested he was right. Now, with the Blade Grims, he needed to roll and dodge. He felt alive, and he slipped around the room. He made sure to land either a spell or a weapon strike against each of the enemies. With 176 mana, he could cast almost 9 life taps, but he only regained enough mana for a new one every 50 seconds. So, he focused on never letting his mana get below 50%. It cost him a couple of cuts from the enemies, but his bonus HP was keeping up with that. So, as he exited the room into the next stretch of hallway, he had all 10 of them on his tail. He felt he would be faster than them over open ground, especially with his anklets. But there was no way to be sure, and he didn't feel like taking chances. So a few feet down the hallway, he launched out a pair of bombs, one of the slowing bombs and one of the damage over time bombs. The combination should keep the creatures both slower than him and in pain, as their lungs were destroyed. Unfortunately, only the first 4 got a full dose of the gas, and the rest got decreasing portions as they made their way down the tunnel. Then something that Tim could have only dreamed about happened. The Blade Grims in the back seethed, trying to get to him, and they ended up cutting and further wounding their own kind. Those who were more affected were numb to the wounds they were taking, but they still lashed out blindly. All of them were piled up when the remaining 3 shield grims from the triangle room caught up to them. Then it was just like they were being run over by their bigger cousins. Tim laughed and kept up the pace. From there he moved to a 6, a 7, and eventually an 8-sided room.
The hexagonal room was 8 shield grims and 4 blade grims. This time was a bit trickier, but he managed to keep his HP total above 80%. The heptagon room flipped the distribution, and there were 10 blade grims to 4 shield grims. It was a bit easier to get all their attention, though, because the rest of the train caught up to him before he could finish landing a hit on each of the creatures. Looking back at the collection of monsters following him was a bit intimidating. He had to hope that the final part worked. The last room was an octagon and contained 8 of each type. He took to the air thanks to its higher ceiling, but that was when he learned a lesson that almost cost him his life. Some of the blade grims apparently could turn the blades sticking out of their bodies into short-range projectiles. He took a spearing blade to his quadriceps and another to his shoulder. He nearly fell from the air in his shock, and when he did land, the wounded leg gave way. A huge stave smashed down on him, and only his own great strength saved him from having his skull cracked open. A quickly cast life tap spell restored enough strength to his leg while also damaging the monster. The others were almost on him when he made one last burst into the hallway. Then he peppered the hallway with bombs, each one going off and hitting the front couple of rows of monsters. Those in the back fought and clawed, trying to get their way over their poisoned compatriots in front, resulting in more casualties. Tim couldn't stand still to watch his handiwork, though, as he raced down what he hoped was the last stretch of tunnel. Behind him, there were as many as 60 monsters. He guessed the number was somewhere closer to 40, though. That was what happened when the monsters were so anxious to get to him that they hacked at their own kin just for a chance to be in front. This, of course, left many poisoned and wounded monsters for Kayla and the others to finish off. Tim finally reached the final room. There were no shadows in sight, although they might still be hidden. There, in the middle of the room, was a pedestal with an orb the size of a grapefruit sitting on it. Actually, no. At second glance, it wasn't sitting on it. The orb was floating above the pedestal. That had to be the core. Tim had read enough dungeon core books to have created an image in his mind, but the presentations had varied. This made sense, though. The question in his mind was just how sentient it was. Obviously, the dungeon could do some functions, but didn't have true independence. He hurled the last of his bombs into the hallway. He had run here as quickly as he could. Hopefully, they would be enough to finish off the enemy or weaken them enough for his team to take out that many. It certainly should be entertaining. Behind him, the core pulsed. He looked back at it and wasn't sure what to make of that, but it was pulsing rhythmically, like it wanted to communicate something. Tim checked the hallway one more time. He likely only had less than 30 seconds until they were all on him, but hopefully that would be enough for, well, whatever it was. As he walked to the dungeon core, he heard Simona's voice in his head. "Act natural. He's watching. Don't let him know that I'm speaking to you." He thought back to her. "Always with the secrets. I'm playing by the rules. You expressed interest, so that gives me some latitude. Fine, but you speak up because of some rules." "No, I'm speaking up because you deserve to know what is going on here. The core is trying to communicate with you, but it has been mana-starved for too long to operate far outside of its programming. It won't be able to actually speak to you, just signal you. That is, unless you make contact with it. If you physically touch it, then it will probably be able to convey some emotions or memories to you." "And that's a bad thing?" Tim asked. "Maybe. Maybe not. But surely you can see that he is leading you here, to this point. He must want you to interact with the dungeon core." He being... Simona's thoughts almost bowled him over then, as she interrupted.
No, don't say his name. I'm not sure if even the mask will shield us from him hearing. The problem is that I just don't know what he has planned. But you need to know there are risks to you if you touch the orb. Look, I'm out of time. I'm about to be overrun by monsters.
Just as he was saying that, a translucent blue wall materialized in front of the doorway, and the monsters came to a halt there. He could see them beating against the wall, but whatever magical effect that was, it wasn't even quivering. Tim was feeling particularly childish, so he gave the monsters a one-finger salute as he taunted them for their inability to reach him. It was then that clouds of poison gas began to blossom around them. Kayla must have been throwing more bombs.
It's almost too late. You have to focus on what's important,
Simona said. A single man, wrapped in black clothing, walked into the room. Another second of observation showed that it wasn't a man at all. He was probably 7 feet tall, and his limbs were bent at funny angles, yet somehow he was walking. It suddenly dawned on Tim that those black-clothed people he had seen upon the roof the night before weren't humans. They were shadows. When it saw him, the creature looked around the room quickly, and not seeing anyone else, it began unraveling the strips of clothing around it. Tim stared at it, but didn't make a move to threaten it. All the while, Simona was whispering in his ear,
"Careful of Mimar. They aren't what you think they are."
Tim wanted to ask questions, but just listening to her while preparing himself to deal with the shadows was enough of a task. So she kept speaking.
"If you touch the dungeon orb, there is a slim chance that it may alter you in some way."
Now he couldn't contain himself. He had to ask, "Alter me how?"
"Even I don't know. But you need to be aware of this. It is a real risk, one which he wants you to take."
By this point, the creature was completely exposed. Its barbed tongue hung from its mouth, but keen eyes, which spoke of a crafty intellect, stared at him.
"Has it answered the Master's call? Is it the one?"
Tim casually moved to make sure that he was between the dungeon core and the shadow. "Who is your master?"
"How knows this not? Baldrack thinks it is the one."
The creature spoke almost as if mumbling to itself. "You serve Quince?" Tim asked.
"It knows. It hears the Master's voice. Great honor."
Tim noticed something about the Mimar this time. It was weaponless, and still one of the few of its kin to have bothered with any type of clothing. In this case, it was the same type of loincloth as the other shadow he had met, but it also had a harness across its chest, where the gaunt skin was pulled tight to reveal every bone in its ribcage. What caught his eye, though, was the pouch around his waist. It looked like a soul pouch, but it had an insignia that was different from any of the patrons. He knew Cal Dakota's White Rabbit all too well, but Cecilia had made sure he knew the markings of each of the other patrons. A heart split by a lightning bolt for Simona, a hammer with glowing sparks for Rugen, and a shield with a sword across it for Valerius. This pouch looked identical to the soul pouch he owned, and which he had seen on every other sojourner. But on none of them had he seen a howling wolf's head. There was something going on here, and Tim simply didn't have all the pieces yet. He had a decision to make. Apparently, he or one of his team needed to touch the core before the shadows did.
but he was the only one here. So it was go time. "Can I ask what you are looking for here?" Tim asked the shadow. The creature cocked its head to the side as it made a clicking sound. Then it straightened back out.
Baldroxy mission to find Hellshard.
The blue wall was dissipating, and a few of the creatures started to break through it. From what he could see, a good many of them had been seriously injured by others in their panic to get out, but that didn't mean they weren't still a threat. Tim decided in that instant and bolted the 2 steps left before he could touch the core. He grabbed it in his hand, but it wouldn't move. It was he that moved instead. Suddenly, he found himself in a swamp. Brilliant greens were everywhere along with brackish water, but what really got his attention was the way the sky overhead was pure white. Then there was a squawking sound followed by the sensation of being buffeted by wind. Tim looked out and saw a 20-foot-long turtle with white angel wings descending in an ever-shrinking spiral until it landed right next to him on all 4s. Its head ended in a beak similar to those of the Grimlocks. Tim felt no danger from this creature, and he put his hand out upon its head. Suddenly, he felt the rush of movement, followed by the binding of chains. It wasn't words, but sensations. He didn't know what to make of it, but just as quickly as it had happened, it was over. A notification popped up.
You have changed. Change is inevitable. Choice is an illusion. Ride the waves of mana and learn to find your place. You have obtained a new trait, Dungeon Shaper, Level 1. When you are inside of a dungeon, you can adapt your body to absorb traits from the creatures inside that dungeon. You will gain their strengths, but may limit their weaknesses. It will take time to master this trait. Adaptations can be held after leaving a dungeon for a variable mana cost per minute, depending upon the degree of the adaptation.
Tim didn't know what to say, as suddenly his mind was full of adaptations he could absorb.
Blade Grim, +10 flexibility, attack synchronicity, Blade Spurs, 2 mana per minute to maintain outside of the dungeon. Shield Grim, +10 hardiness, armored hide, +4 defense, staff mastery, 3 mana per minute to maintain outside of the dungeon.
Tim was worried. All of this was taking too long. The monsters should have already been on him. He pushed and struggled to regain consciousness. When he awoke, he was on the ground next to the pedestal. There were still 30 monsters left. His team was behind them, attacking as best they could, but it was clear that as more of the monsters turned towards them, they would be overwhelmed. What was most surprising was that the shadow was standing over him, fighting to protect him. Tim needed a power upgrade to end this quickly. He debated which of the new adaptations to take, and then an idea dawned on him. Why did he have to take only one? He had enough mana regeneration to support both at the same time. So, he sent his focus through his soul interface, the Traits tab, and suddenly he screamed out in agony as his body was rapidly transformed.
You have adopted the Grimlock form, +10 hardiness, +10 flexibility, +4 defense, and all other aspects along with integration for your wings.
There were not sharp bony protrusions sticking out of his arms and legs. He felt stronger and faster, though. It was obvious. He could do anything now. With that, he leapt into the air. His wings had shifted on his back to accommodate the extra armor on his skin. He then dove. He could see the patterns of attack that the Blade Grims were using and knew just how to intervene. Each of his movements took down one of the monsters.
But whenever they got too close, he leapt into the air and swirled back around. He was able to combine his natural weapon mastery with these new blades in coordination with his claws and the talons on his feet. Even the bigger shield grims didn't have any chance. Kayla and Simon jumped in and fought while Tressa sent a stream of blue energy streaks into any monster that looked close to death. With his hardiness approaching 50 now, none of them stood a chance. If his bony spurs weren't long enough, he just hacked out with his sword and removed limb after limb. When it was over, Tim was covered in green blood as well as some of his own. The shadow was nowhere to be found. Simon asked him about it, but when Tim said he would explain later, the monk seemed nervous. All of that had to take a back seat as Tressa collapsed. Kayla ran to her side and put a hand on her neck.
"She's alive. I think it is just mana exhaustion."
Simon said, "We need to leave. We can worry about clearing the rest of the tunnels later. For now, there is a lot I need to report to Charles about." The way he looked at Tim made him feel awkward, but Tim chose to ignore him. He wasn't going to apologize for seizing a power that either saved them or at the very least made fighting 25 of the monsters manageable. He didn't even bother with any of the notifications. All of them were drained, if not physically, then emotionally, so Simon led them back out. He could tell that the monk wanted to ask him more questions, but just stayed quiet. Tim canceled the adaptation, hoping that would make the others less uneasy. It seemed to help, but he figured he would still have to explain it to Charles later. Chapter 36. Just when he got comfortable. Well, that had been messy, but for his first dungeon it was good. Tim was actually glad that Cal Dakota had given them the quest he had. Rather than taking their time and working slowly through the dungeon, they had been compelled to race the Mimar. He had never felt as alive as he did while they were racing down those halls. He could still feel all the places that he had been cut, the jagged bony blades that had pierced his skin and dug into his flesh. That was a definite reminder that being a tank might not be all it was cracked up to be. No one would want to run a dungeon in that way, day after day. Certainly not like during a gaming session where you fought continuously for hours. In the end, they had cleared the dungeon in record time and gotten a prize for it. Even 47 minutes of being cut and slashed left Tim with shivers about the pain. But the passion for life was still there. He didn't know for sure if it was the bestial class that was doing it to him or if he had always been like this. Rather than being more careful, he seemed to be acting more rashly. If it was the class, then he wondered how quickly it would shift after he changed. He was resigned to the fact that he was going to change again. He just needed to find a place to do that. Now, though, he was back in Kayla's sitting room. She had been kind enough to offer him a room to stay at in the inn when Simon carried a collapsed Tressa back into the guild. It was only mid-afternoon, but going without sleep the night before and starting to come down from the adrenaline rush of the dungeon had left him feeling tired. Still, he had a lot to think about. The dungeon, the changes in his personality, the connections, both good and bad, that he was making with people, even the interaction with the shadows. Their words had made him uneasy. So he did the irresponsible thing and pushed it to the back of his mind. Tim knew he was missing something, or worse, that he was a pawn in a larger game, but he was still basking in the afterglow of his first dungeon run. He didn't want that to be ruined. For now, he was thinking back through the tactics of the dungeon run. Talking about their abilities beforehand helped, but the plans went to crap within 2 minutes inside the dungeon. As he dwelled on it, he didn't mind the frantic pace. Even the wounds had been healed, and he found he liked the Leroy Jenkins style. But there was a cost to it. Tim doubted Tressa would agree to join a party with him again. She was careful and methodical. The more time lived in Iokusente, the more he realized how much he liked to jump in with both feet. Or was that just the bestial affecting him? They now sat there, eating quietly. Undoubtedly, she was unpacking the dungeon run the same as he was. A huge mug of ale sat empty next to him while he worked on another. This was the way to live life. He needed to check out his gear, the prize he had won, and plan what to do next. He wanted to feel the rush again, but knew that he needed at least a nap before he went to see Charles to debrief.
I had a saying once that supposedly is an old Earth saying, but I've never had a reason to use it,
Kayla said. Her voice broke into his thoughts, but it was welcome. The display she had put on ending monsters had saved him a great deal of pain, not to mention time. There was no way they would have beaten the shadows, but for her abilities.
Oh? What's that? Not sure that I'm an expert on all things Earth, but I guess I know more than most people you're going to talk to.
She looked at him intently. It was pleasant to see her eyes staring at him. Tim took her in again. She had a certain sultry intensity about her that made so much more sense after seeing her in action. He wondered if it was okay to find a woman more attractive after watching her fight in a dungeon.
"Cop a bit for your thoughts," she said.
Tim smiled.
I think the Earth expression goes, penny for your thoughts. But I suppose you don't have pennies here.
Oh, what's a penny?
Just a small copper coin. So the same as a copper bit, Kayla said with a smug smile on her face.
Some things stayed the same no matter what world you were on. A woman liked to be right when she was flirting. Tim didn't know where that thought had come from. Was that what they were doing? Were they flirting? Did he want that? He certainly wanted companionship. Enough that he didn't even argue about the relative value of a penny versus a copper bit.
I guess it's close enough to not matter. It is just a way to ask a person to share what they are thinking.
So, is that what you want?
I want lots of things, but right now I will settle for knowing how you feel about that dungeon run,
Kayla answered. Tim smiled. Definitely flirting. He could do that. He wasn't exactly a Don Juan, but it wasn't like he hadn't had his share of girlfriends. So he scooted his chair just a bit closer to hers.
Truthfully, I liked it. I felt so alive.
You were pretty reckless. Is that how you always are? I think you scared Tressa half to death.
I wouldn't say that was how I lived in the past. But, new world, new me.
As he spoke the words, Tim realized how true that was. This was an opportunity for him to redefine Timothy Stein.
Not an opportunity most people get. But I sort of reinvented myself from a monster-killing adventurer into a barkeep and owner of an inn.
Oh, don't forget to add friend and encourager of patronites. But after seeing you in action today, I think you are still pretty badass.
Tim smiled back. She responded with an expression of feigned anger.
Oh, great. Every woman wants to hear that she has a bad ass.
Tim smirked back. This teasing banter was something fun and playful, and he was enjoying it just as much as he had enjoyed getting to talk about Earth and all his experiences since coming to Iokusente. But then he yawned and stretched. He really was pretty tired.
So, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, could you show me to that room you have where I can grab a nap?
Even as he asked, there was a sliver of fear in the back of his mind. He was adapting to being a bestial. He didn't really want to change. Hopefully a nap wouldn't count like a full night of sleep, and he wouldn't have to make a roll to see if he changed classes. She gave him a smile back, and then stood up.
Sure. Follow me.
Just like that, Tim felt the moment of flirting was over. He followed her up the stairs to the 3rd floor of the inn. It was one of the few buildings in this part of town that he had seen with 3 stories. When they got to the top spiral staircase, he realized it was just one door rather than the hallway that he had expected. She paused for a minute and said, "So, there isn't anything between you and Cecilia?" The question seemed to come out of the blue, at least to Tim. He shook his head and said, "I can't say never, but right now she is too young for me to think about." She smiled and nodded. When she opened the door, he was in for an even bigger surprise. It was a small room, but he could see at the far end that there was a private bath. The thing that surprised him, though, wasn't the size or the bath, but the appearance of the room. This was clearly a space that someone lived in permanently. Clothing was strewn about the floor and books were stacked up next to a small chair. A number of dirty glasses and plates were sitting on a nightstand next to the bed. Then it dawned on him. This was Kayla's room. He didn't know what to think at first. Maybe she had been more serious with her flirting than he realized. An instant later, all doubt was gone as her much smaller hand was grabbing his. "Come on, don't make me regret this." Then she pulled him into the room. Apparently, his nap would have to wait. A few hours later, Tim woke feeling more rested and content than he had in a long time. Today had been a good day so far. He stretched his legs and even felt lighter. There were notifications flashing in his sight, but the first thing he wanted to do was look at his quest rewards. He had paused those notifications before, but now pulled them up. The first was an update to the Enemies of Humanity 3 quest line. 2 of the 3 goals were met. The Shadow had said something about a Hell Shard. That didn't sound good, but at least Tim knew what they were looking for, and it obviously hadn't been inside the grinder. He would have to consult with Charles to see what a Hell Shard was. He had also learned who they were reporting to. Baldrock. Of course, truthfully, he didn't know if it was a person or a place. All he had now was a name. Strangely, that seemed to be enough to satisfy the quest requirements. It was not like he was going to argue with that. Now all he had to do was keep them from getting the Hell Shard. The wording of that requirement was interesting. It didn't say that he had to obtain the Hell Shard himself. He just had to keep them from getting it to succeed at the quest. The next of his stored notifications was about completing the Race to the Core quest. Race to the Core complete. Congrats! It was even mildly amusing. Take 400 XP, and while I wouldn't call it epic, entertainment like this is all too rare. Inside your soul pouch, you will find a ring of enhanced health. Seems like you could use it. Finally, he got to the notification about getting the fastest time in the dungeon. He was anxious to see what the reward was for that. Congratulations! The Grinder has a new champion. Each of you will be awarded the appropriate title. With said title comes a 10% XP bonus for all quests and kills completed inside the dungeon. Loot drops will be increased by 20%. The title will be lost if any party beats your record. Additional rewards. 1. 500 XP. 2. Runed Belt of Speed. That was a fairly impressive reward just for being the fastest at clearing that dungeon. He might not gain XP in the grinder, but extra loot was always welcome. As much as he would have liked to look at his new items, he couldn't keep ignoring the notification that was flashing in the corner of his eye. It was starting to flash in an angry red like it insisted that he pay attention to it. The problem was that he already knew what it was about. He was acting like a willful child, pretending that if he stayed under the covers, he could imagine that life hadn't just changed. But he knew better. He felt too different. He hadn't even opened his eyes yet to look. He didn't need to, though. He was certain. It happened again.
Trait: ephemeral, activated. Change is life. Consistency is a lie. Control is an illusion. Unconscious roll for new class. 4 out of 16. Result: 16. Naturalist. You now have 19 level gain stat points to assign.
He just started to get comfortable being a bestial. The powers were making sense, and he had found a real rhythm to his fighting inside of the dungeon. Now he was a naturalist. If he remembered correctly, that was one of the 4 healer classes. No sooner had he thought that than a vision, perhaps a memory, filled his mind. He was running through the woods. All around him there was life. He could sense it, feel its ebb and flow. He was one with the forest. Above was the moon, and its light beamed down in rare shafts through the canopy of trees. Flowing not far from him was a stream. Without even knowing how, Tim realized the water was swift and cold. Thunder sounded in the distance, and he heard rain starting to pelt down upon the leaves. All of it was part of what he felt. The moon, the trees, the stream, and even the storm were all parts of the forest's life. It was more alive at night. The creatures moved, hunted, or were hunted, and lived their lives. The stream was a channel of life for all growing things, and its water fed the plants as much as the beasts. The storm was powerful and bright, but couldn't move the forest, though branches might be blown away or a tree might be struck by lightning. All those things simply served to feed the forest. The forest was enduring. It was greater than any one tree, rock, or animal, but at its core, the forest was made up of the trees. He felt pulled to the tree, and found himself standing next to an ancient oak. His palms were pressed against the rough oak, and through it, he could sense the cycles of life it had endured. He could count the very rings that made up its trunk. His senses followed the roots down into the earth below, and they spread out even farther than the tree was tall. Tim felt its unyielding strength, which at the same time made way for the seasons. Its strength was in bending without breaking. Its power was enduring. Many creatures had made their home in its branches, but now equally, the corpses of those creatures served as fertilizer for its own growth. Without words, he chose the circle of the tree. The moon, stream, and storm were all a part of him too. He was too strong to be tied to just one circle, but first and foremost was the circle of the tree. Tim glanced at his character sheet. 2 of his skills had been swapped out for new skills consistent with the circle of the tree. He didn't stop yet to look at what they did, but instead started to spend his 19 stat points. In vision, it had become clear to him that a naturalist was more akin to what he knew from games back home as a druid. What was different was that he had no affinity for animals. Naturalists apparently were to plants what a bestial was to beasts. He knew he was both the gardener who pruned the forest to keep it healthy and the guardian that protected it from abuse by humans and monsters alike. So, he would need both spellcasting ability and physical combat abilities. His stats needed to reflect that. Then a big question hit him. He didn't know if naturalist spells would be based on acuity like Blood Mage spells seemed to be, or on sagacity like his Knight's Eye ability was. He could make guesses, but it seemed foolish to do so. So he caught himself and kept from spending any stat points until he gained more information. He did at least take one look at his stat sheet as it existed before spending the 19 points. Name: Timothy Stein. Age: 28. Height: 6 foot 0 inches. Weight: 184 pounds. Class: Naturalist, Circle of the Oak. Level: 19th. XP: 151,340 out of 192,000. Hardiness: 16. Flexibility: 14. Acuity: 16. Sagacity: 18. Hit points: 278. Mana: 228. Offense: 20. Defense: 5. Faction: Terran, plus 45, plus 5. Russia/Asmar/Ogria, minus 10. Humanity: 27, plus 2. Terran Border Guards: 60, plus 15. Traits: Ephemeral. Titles: Humanity's Avenger, 1. Champion, Grinder. Equipped class skills/spells. 1. Barkskin. 2. Extreme plant growth and control. 3. Life tap. 4. Soul's Beast Familiar. 5. Grandmaster Swordsmanship. 6. Bow Mastery. 7. Greater Stat Hex. After looking at his character sheet, he figured he should open his eyes and take stock. Kayla had a mirror on the wall of her bathroom, so he climbed out of bed as quickly as he could. The only gear that he was wearing were his bracers of handy power and his anklets of speed. Well, those and his boxers. Before he even reached the mirror, he could feel just how different this body was. It actually felt far more like his Earth body. He looked down at his arms and found them muscular but lean. He had a flat stomach but no super-defined abs. Oddly, when he looked at his hands and didn't see the claws he had become accustomed to, he felt like he was deformed. The mirror confirmed he was just what the character sheet said, 28, and fit without being crazy muscular. It was different, though, to not see fur and feathers protruding from his body. He felt tiny, being almost 2 feet shorter. Maybe it would be more accurate to say that he felt like he had been shrunk, or the world around him had suddenly grown larger. The one thing that hadn't changed was his cool blue eyes that stared back at him. They told the truth. He was still Tim. But he didn't get to speculate anymore because as he tried to walk quietly back to the bed to collect the rest of his things before heading to Charles, he heard a scream. Kayla had sat up and was using the sheet to cover herself. Tim never would have expected her to be capable of such a girlish scream. Maybe it was the shock of seeing his new form. "Whoa! It's me, Kayla!" "Me? Me who?" she demanded, even as her free hand moved to grab a dagger off her belt where it hung over the bedpost. Tim held his hands up to show he wasn't armed. "It's Tim." Her eyebrows scrunched, and she snorted like he had just told a funny joke. "No, really. Remember how I told you about changing forms? It happened again. I'm a naturalist now." She had the dagger in her hand now, but set it across her lap. Tim knew she was still ready, but at least she wasn't threatening him with the weapon. The two of them stared at each other for a moment. Tim was scared to move since he didn't want to upset her further. All he could do was hold his hands up. Finally, she said, "Maybe it is you. You did tell me about it, but hearing and seeing it are 2 different things. This is just too weird. You should leave. Grab your stuff and go." "This doesn't have to be weird. It is just the life I'm stuck with. But I'm not stuck with it. Look, this was fun and all. I slept like a baby for my nap. But I'm gonna need some time to wrap my head around this." Tim started to protest again, but then felt like it just wasn't worth it. He didn't feel any of the hostility or sense of betrayal that he might have before this nap. Now he just felt a sense of resignation. He would endure this as he had everything else that Io Kusente had thrown at him. He pulled some gear out of his soul pouch because the clothing that fitted his bestial self wouldn't fit this new body. Even his armor vest would have to be set up a bit differently to fit his new size. For now, he had taken up a spot on a bench outside of Charles's office. The man wasn't there, and rather than wander around waiting for him, Tim decided to just wait. There was probably a lot he needed to think about, but he just didn't have it in him right now. Tim was tired of being rejected. It seemed like the only people, or whatever they were, that wanted him were the patrons, or at least Cal, Dakota, and Simona. But then both of them didn't want him. They just wanted to use him. He shook his head. There was no point in this. Atticus and Cecilia liked him and were friends. He hoped Kayla would come around after she had time to process. Maybe even Reggie and the other Silver Eagles would be willing to work with him once people got used to him. Or perhaps if he didn't fit in within the guild proper, he could work with the border guards. Marcus's crew had been glad to have him, or at least to have his help. The more he thought about that, the more he felt like he was whining. This was not the way of the oak. He would work until his roots had burrowed deep. Then he would be able to stand alone. For now, he looked at the new gear from the quest. Runed Belt of Speed. Weight, 1.5. Requirement, flexibility, 16. Level, 14. Flexibility, +4. Attack speed, +40%. The stat boost was nice, but to equip the belt he would need to put 2 points into flexibility. It was kind of a no-brainer, though, as it was already an increase over the +2 flexibility that his current belt gave him. Even better, the attack speed seemed like an insane boost. He would be a terror with the sword now. His mind drifted for a second to Kayla. She had been blazingly fast already. He wondered if she got the same belt, or if it would be an upgrade for her. Heck, even Simon was faster than he had been. It would be good to see those two boosted. Ring of Enhanced Health. Weight, 0.1. Requirement, Sojourner. Hit points, +50. Hit point regen, 10 per minute. It wasn't exactly a ring of regeneration, but it was a couple 100 times what his current recovery rate was. Even better, it would allow him to solo far better once his class changed to a non-healing class. He stopped worrying about this when Charles showed up. The guildmaster glanced down at him and then moved to open the door. Before he had done more than swing it open, he glanced back at Tim and asked, "Do I know you, son? I can't say that I've seen your face before." Tim grinned. "Oh, don't tell me. It happened again. Tim, right?" "In the flesh, although there is less to me than before," Tim replied. "I have to admit, this is not really a bad turn of events. I have been hesitating to present you to Caesar as a bestial. It can take a lifetime to learn to control the power and instinct of a bestial. Now I feel like you can make a better impression." "I thought it was just a formality." Charles paused for just an instant. It wasn't much, but it was enough to confirm for Tim that he wasn't being entirely straight with him. "It is basically a formality. There is more to it, but I can't go into specifics." Tim figured that was about as good as he was going to get from Charles. At least he had given him the courtesy of admitting there were things he wasn't sharing. "Okay, so when do I go to meet Caesar?" "No time like the present. We can arrange it for this evening, after they finish whatever banquet they are likely having tonight. We just need to get you some fancy clothes. They get all kinds of upset if we show up for formal events in armor," Charles said. "Whatever. But I need access to the skill rod first. I need to get some naturalist skills." "We don't really have time for that. Can't you make do with what you have?
From what I hear, it takes you several hours to get skills each time you change.
Just give me an hour.
Fine. I will find someone to take you there. I can't raise you from probationary status until you are approved by Caesar. It is one of their laws intended to make sure that first-gens are controlled. Your kind has brought a lot of chaos to Iokusente. Some of it has been good, and some of it bad, Charles explained.
As long as I get a couple spells to go along with the physical skills I have, I'm all good with that. I guess I should ask you, do naturalist spells rely on sagacity or acuity more? Tim asked.
Sagacity more, but you don't want to neglect your other stats. Monks are the most physical of all the healers, and spiritualists and alchemists are mostly like pure casters, although some of the things that alchemists do with compounds can change that. Naturalists are a balance between them, decent with both magic and physical attacks, Charles answered. After that, he insisted on no more questions. He had a young guild member escort Tim to the skill rod, where Burke was just getting ready to leave for the day. Needless to say, he wasn't thrilled, but Tim didn't really care. After all the inconvenience he experienced, he wasn't going to shy away from causing some of it himself. Tim had to fight his curiosity and ended up only having time to get 2 new skills, or spells. He wasn't really sure which to call them. They all acted the same. Mostly the other sojourners seemed to refer to skills as things that affected them or their movement, and spells as things that affected other targets, but even that wasn't universal. Tim decided he would just use the terms interchangeably. His 2 new spells were solid, but not amazing. One was just a common, and the other upgraded to uncommon. Nature's Lesser Heal. Rarity, common. Prerequisites, Sojourner. Sagacity, 14. Level 2. Mana, 10. Description: heals target for 4 health per second for 1 second per sagacity. Can be stacked on target up to 1 time per 4 acuity of caster. Range: 10 feet per 4 sagacity. Cast time: 1 second. Cooldown: 3 seconds. Ice Blast. Rarity: uncommon. Prerequisites: Sojourner. Sagacity: 16. Level: 6. Mana: 20. Description: shoots a globe of compressed ice at any target within range. Target subject to blunt damage equal to 2 times acuity. Then the globe explodes, causing ice damage to everything within 8 feet of the target equal to 1 times sagacity. Cast time: 1 second. Cooldown: 15 seconds. Tim didn't get any time to test out the spells, as no sooner had he finished getting the spells than he was grabbed by another young guild member and shown to where formal clothing had been prepared for him. Tim was impressed by how quickly they could whip it out. The tailors must have some significant levels. The entire time that he was being fitted and modifications were made on the fly, Tim got a running lecture from Charles. The guildmaster walked him through the basics of etiquette in Caesar's court. He just hoped he didn't put his foot in his mouth at the wrong time. Tim was confident that he was one of the strongest people in any room he walked into, but that didn't mean he could escape against far superior numbers, especially without his wings. For something that had been so weird in the beginning, he sure was missing them. However, maybe the weirdest thing was that Charles hadn't asked him about the adaptations in the dungeon. Chapter 37. Presented to Caesar. 3 hours later, Tim found himself stuck in a waiting room. Luckily, it was comfortable enough. The chairs and divan were plush, and servants repeatedly came in to check on him to see if he needed anything. That was just fine with Tim. He needed time to process what had happened with this most recent change. There was no doubt that he felt his personality shifting. He wondered how much this was creating a new persona for him versus simply bringing out specific traits.
He hoped it was more of the latter. He tried not to be angry with Kayla. He had felt invited and welcome. It had made how uncomfortable she had been with him since the change even more cutting. Fear of rejection was a powerful motivation, and now he was hearing a little voice in the back of his mind saying that the great oak never gets rejected. It stands proud year after year. It is alone and needs no other. But that wasn't what Tim wanted for his life here. He wanted a team to adventure with, a girlfriend to go home to afterward, and then friends like Atticus and Cecilia who were only normal people. Flats or patronites. They were both demeaning terms, but he saw kindness and strength in both of his friends. Maybe it was telling that his mind was more on his relationships than the fact that all evidence pointed to the idea that the mysterious master of the Mimar wanted something from him. When his mind had touched on the subject, he saw the connection between the dream he had and the pouch worn by the shadow. Not because he wanted to, but because there was nothing he could do to fix his relationships now. As angry as he wanted to be, he understood how the change might freak Kayla out. He could understand how Simon and Tressa might be mad at him from the dungeon run. He didn't really care what the Arcanist thought, but he really liked Simon, and it hurt to think that he might have damaged that relationship. The problem was that he couldn't have done it any differently than what he did. It accomplished the mission that needed to be accomplished. They needed to save the city by not letting the dungeon overflow. It would still have to be cleared more, but at least they had taken the pressure off for a couple of days. The new trait he got was powerful. The boosts inside that dungeon had made him monstrously powerful as a bestial. Honestly, what class couldn't benefit from extra hardiness and flexibility? The hardiness boost alone added almost 50 HP, and that wasn't even thinking about what other types of upgrades he might obtain in other dungeons. He didn't maintain the upgrades from this dungeon, but now regretted it. He should have kept at least the Shield Grim adaptation. It was also a powerful reminder that just because he was one level from max, he wasn't done improving. It might make a huge difference if he could gain a powerful adaptation. And if he could gain a second trait, then why not a third and a fourth? Besides that, this trait had a number 1 by it. That had to mean that there were other levels that he could upgrade it to. The same applied to his skill interchange. Then there was also the skill evolution that was currently locked on his soul interface. In short, it gave him hope because there were many more ways for him to improve. He had only just scratched the surface and had to remind himself that there was more to learn. Thinking about his abilities and the path forward made him realize it would likely be best if he applied his stat points. He already had his skill set up. Looking at the new spells he had from the Naturalist class told him that sagacity was the more important of the 2 mental attributes, but that he also couldn't ignore acuity. He took another glance at the 2 spells or skills he had received automatically when he changed. They replaced his bestial transformation skill and his natural weapon proficiency. Neither of those skills had made it onto his list of transferable skills, so he had to assume that they were lost to him unless he became a bestial again in the future. He was starting to see a pattern in his changing. It happened when he slept or was knocked unconscious, as in the case of Armand's electrical attack. Then it appeared there was a 10% chance he would change, but that chance went up every time he slept. The 10th time that he slept without a change, he would always transform. One variable he didn't know about was whether skipping a night of sleep had actually kept his percentile chance of changing the same, or if it had increased and simply waited until he slept again. There was so much to learn, but he felt like he was getting a feel for it. Of course, as Cal Dakota's mantra to him went, control is an illusion. Each time he changed, he was also exposed to a vision of sorts. Sometimes they were unbelievably detailed, and sometimes less so. He was beginning to believe that those were visions he had while doing his trial for the Book of Names. It made sense, in a twisted way. His test had taken far longer than any other recorded test, so maybe he had been tested for each of the 16 classes. Now, the questions that intrigued him the most were whether there was a way to control or even just nudge the class changes. The fact that he now had a skill interchangeability suggested that there might be, at least in his mind. Then there was whether he would end up staying whatever the 16th class that he got ended up being. He was at peace about it. What happened would happen. Yet he wasn't at peace with it. He felt that sense of calm resignation and recognized it as an aspect of the naturalist class, especially the Circle of the Oak. That didn't mean that it was truly his personality. It just meant that the longer he stayed in this form, the more he would align with that persona. That was how it had worked for Bestial, at least. He still had fears related to his changes. He definitely didn't want to be an old man again. Although, as he thought about it, changing into a child would be almost as bad in some ways, especially if it ended up being his last change. There was also the ever-present fear that hovered in the back of his mind. He had changed 4 times. Each body had been dramatically different, yet he had experienced only 4 out of 16 classes. He still kept wondering if one of these times he was going to change into a woman. Obviously, there was nothing wrong with being a woman, but he still dreaded the idea. Actually, he was more freaked out by it. This only served as a reminder that he needed to learn how to manipulate his changes, or at least influence them. Control might be an illusion, but that didn't mean he was going to stop trying. Hopefully today he would become a full-fledged guild member and be able to have a bit more control over his life. That would give him some free time to work on understanding his traits. The skills he hadn't looked at seemed very appropriate to his class. Barkskin, Rarity, Common, Prerequisites, Sojourner, Sagacity, 16, Level, 4. Description: transforms target skin into the toughness of an oak tree without impacting flexibility at all. Buff grants +4 hardiness, defense +3, damage resistance +10% to all physical and elemental types other than fire. Mana: 15 +1 mana per minute. May be cast on any number of targets, but the mana cost to maintain is cumulative. Range: 100 feet. Range to maintain: unlimited. Extreme plant growth and control. Rarity: uncommon. Prerequisites: Sojourner, Sagacity, 18, Acuity, 16, Level, 8. Description: allows the caster to rapidly expand any plant life in the area. This spell can be channeled to continue the effects. Once a tree root or other plant life is formed, then the caster may move it like another limb of their own body. Range is limited by Sagacity at 20 feet per point. Mana: variable. Only experience will teach you the limits of this ability. The mana cost of his plant growth spell was a bit mysterious, but he figured after tonight he would have some opportunities to play around with it. The next thing was for him to assign his points. He had been thinking about this for a while. His new frame of mind seemed to be particularly good for deep thinking. So now it was time to apply the stats. Right now he was very balanced because of the buffs from his belt and mask. Hardiness was at 16, flexibility at 18, acuity at 16, and sagacity was at 18. He knew he wanted magic, but had really begun to like the physical interaction too. So he put 2 points into flexibility and sagacity, along with 4 points each into hardiness and acuity. That rounded out his stats at 20 each, while leaving him 7 points to mess around with. He second-guessed himself for a second, but finally, he went with his instinct and applied the other 7 points into sagacity. That settled him in at 357 HP and 257 mana after accounting for his gear. With his sagacity that high, he would be able to regenerate all of his mana in just over 7 minutes. He felt this was a good balance. He wanted to think about what skills he should set up, but there was a knock at the door. Now, apparently, he was going to have a guest, as a servant just popped in and announced that Lady Lolly wanted to speak to him. He assumed that this was the mother of that border captain who had his head up his backside. Tim sighed as he nodded for the slave to show her in. It was still hard for him to accept that there were slaves in this community, but he had other things to worry about. This woman was clearly not the mother of that captain. She was far too young for that. Tim wouldn't exactly call her beautiful. She was okay-looking, all dolled up to make the most of her limited beauty. The one thing she wasn't short on was her ample assets in front. Those she had on prominent display in her dress, which seemed designed to showcase them more than anything.
"You are the one who saved my brother?"
she asked. Her voice had that same nasally quality that he had found so annoying in her brother. "If you mean Captain Lolly at the border, I was just part of the team. I helped him out as best I could," Tim replied.
"Pish-posh,"
she said as she flicked her hand in the air.
"My brother is a blowhard and a fool. I keep hearing about a huge winged bestial that saved them all and thwarted an invading horde. But then they sent me here. To you.
It is a function of my abilities that I can take somewhat different shapes. But pardon me, I haven't even introduced myself to such a beautiful woman," Tim explained as he proved he had been listening when Charles was instructing him about kissing the asses of the nobility. She giggled. As she did, Tim heard some movement in the heavy curtains next to the window she was standing by. His senses were still heightened because of the mask, but nowhere near as sharp as when he had been a bestial. He almost missed that keen sniffer. Then he bowed and said, "I'm glad to make your acquaintance. I am Timothy Stein of Earth, now in the Adventurers Guild." Then he reached out to grab her hand, intending to kiss it, when suddenly he saw a flicker of movement. It was like something gray had just fallen from the mauve-colored curtains. He glanced around the ground, but didn't see anything. Then, as if on delayed effect, Lady Lolly began screaming at the top of her lungs.
"Oh! Get it out! Get it out!"
She squirmed like she quite literally had ants in her pants. Tim's eyes were then drawn to her rather low-cut bodice. She was frantically beating at her chest. Then he saw it. Sticking up from her dress was a gray rodent's tail flicking wildly from side to side.
"Don't just stand there! Get it out!"
Tim paused. It wasn't like reaching in there didn't present a certain temptation. It was just that he didn't see a way that this ended well for him. Thankfully, slaves and guards alike were soon in the room. One of the female slaves pulled it out, and soon Lady Lolly was escorted out of the room. The last thing he heard her saying was,
"I think it bit me."
At the same time, the guards were trying to smash a good-sized mouse as it raced between their legs. The door was slammed shut so that it couldn't escape, but they failed time and time again to strike it. When it ran under a table, they lifted it and forced it out. One of the guards eventually cornered the rodent in a corner and thrust the business end of his spear at the little pest. Instead of being skewered through, the nimble creature leapt up onto the spear and ran up its shaft towards the guard, who panicked and dropped the weapon altogether. That, of course, led to him being ridiculed by the other two guards. It was really a comedy of errors, but Tim was already tense enough. "Look, just get out of here. I will take care of it." They looked at him as though uncertain if they should trust him. "I'm a level 19 sojourner. I think I can handle the mouse and you three all at the same time. Care to test it? Threatening guards had definitely been on Charles' no-no list, or it would have been if he had considered it a possibility at all. Social faux pas aside, it had the desired result, and Tim was left alone in the room again. Tim sat back on his chair and watched the mouse from where it was trying to climb the curtain again. He wondered if it had a hole in the wall higher, maybe a nest up there. Either way, the mouse was rather intelligent and clearly brave, or at least bold. To Tim, he was a hero, because he had helped Tim regain peace and quiet. It was then that he had an epiphany. The one thing that Tim consistently lacked was the ability to scout very well. Sure, he had used the Night's Eye domination ability, but it wasn't something he liked doing and made it nearly impossible to fight at the same time. He had planned to find a beast companion that was powerful and could fight alongside him. That wasn't really what he needed. He would be better served by having a companion who was agile and sneaky. So, odd as it might be, Tim looked at that mouse and saw potential. Before he could talk himself out of it, Tim extended his hand to focus this spell since he had never cast it before. He felt the mana pool within him. It was the most powerful spell that he had yet cast in Iokusente. Then the spell Soul's Beast Familiar took shape and settled upon the mouse. Its body stiffened and fell to the ground, yet somehow Tim instinctively knew that it didn't take any damage. Slowly, as though a fog were clearing, Tim began to sense a connection with it. The spell was finished, and the mouse's body was undergoing a change as what looked like little bolts of lightning crackled along it. A flashing notification appeared in the corner of Tim's eye. You have successfully cast Soul's Beast Familiar. The spell will now be removed from your active list. You are now bonded for life with blank, the Gray Mouse. Click to see his character sheet, which exists only as an extension of your own. Name, blank. Age, 4 months. Length, 4.2 inches. Weight, 1.3 ounces. Class, Treasure Hunter. Level, First. XP, 0 out of 250, to next level. Hardiness, 16. Flexibility, 25. Acuity, 8. Sagacity, 12. Hit points, 6. Mana, 4. Offense, 7. Defense, 11. Faction, Humans, 5. Equipped class skills / spells. 1. Detect secret places. 2. Superior climb and cling. 3. Bite proficiency. 4. Rat bite fever. Debuff. Tim was simply blown away. He had related to the mouse before because of how out of place it was in the palace. He had even admired its boldness, but now he could almost feel its thoughts. Given the class it got, he had to wonder if Cal Dakota didn't have a part in this. Tim said out loud. What am I supposed to do with you?
So smart, so strong, so fast.
Tim about jumped back as he realized he could understand the squeaks being made by the mouse. Then he grinned. He had expected some kind of telepathic communication, but it was different. He could understand the mouse's sounds, even though he was certain the mouse wasn't saying words but rather making noises. Can you understand me? Tim asked the mouse softly. He didn't want anyone outside the room to think he was talking to himself.
Of course, you giant! I'm not stupid!
Tim sighed. He had to get a pet with attitude. Of course. I'm not a giant. I'm Tim, and I'm your—
Oh, you better not say master! I just know you were going to say partner! 'cause I think of you more as my servant, but I'm okay with a partnership.
Tim shook his head and smiled. He had been right. This mouse was bold. Okay, partner. But I can't go around calling you Mouse.
Why not?
The familiar asked while twitching its nose in true confusion. You need a name, that's why, Tim replied.
A name? My people don't have names. But I understand the world so much better than before. Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate whatever you did to me. I am so smart now.
Tim said, Yes, so you keep saying. So why don't you tell me what name I should call you? In a flash, the mouse had leapt across the room to land on Tim's chest. There was a small impact, but no matter that he was stronger than normal humans by a good margin and faster than even most sojourners, he still weighed only a fraction of a pound. Tim plucked him off his chest and held him in his hand. As they made contact, he could feel more of what the mouse was feeling. There was definitely a bond between them, and while feisty was definitely a thing for this little rodent, Tim could tell that he also felt the connection. He squeaked,
Why don't you give me a name since it's so important to you?
Tim thought for a minute, and then remembered a cartoon he had enjoyed as a child. How about TD, or Taz for short?
I don't like,
came the squeaked response. Tim pondered options a bit more. Perhaps Loki would be a good choice, especially given how his patron acted, but that seemed too heavy-handed. So he pondered a bit more. Playful names went through his mind as he thought about the first time he had seen the little rodent, but he didn't want a name he couldn't use in polite society, even if he was up to mischief. That was it. Tim smiled and said, Maybe your name could be Mischief? The mouse pondered again before asking,
What does it mean?
Sort of like playfulness or teasing that can be for fun or can cause trouble, Tim answered. The mouse looked up at him with its little red eyes, and Tim almost felt like it was searching through his feelings or even his memories. Then, far too seriously for a mouse, he squeaked,
I will accept it.
How magnanimous of you, Tim said very dryly.
Just you remember it. I can be playful or more trouble than you can handle,
Mischief said. You do realize that I'm like 100 times bigger than you?
What's your point?
Tim just shook his head. He was already beginning to wonder if he had made a mistake. Yet at the same time, the magic of their bond made the thought of giving Mischief up seem unbearable. Then there was a knock at the door, and Tim placed Mischief inside the pocket of the formal coat he had been given for tonight. The slave said, They are ready for you in the banquet hall. Tim grimaced. Charles wasn't sure where Caesar would receive him. If it had been in the throne room, it would have been overtly formal but likely brief. If it had been in the parlor, it would have been more personal, and Tim could expect to answer more detailed questions. But if it was in the banquet room, then that meant Caesar was going to greet him in front of all the guests of the night and wanted to create a spectacle of sorts. He followed the slaves to the doors where the guards insisted on searching him for weapons. One of them raised an eyebrow at the mouse in his pocket, but he just said, He's my familiar. Okay. Well, he looks harmless enough. You are clear to go in. It was all Tim could do to not laugh as Mischief squeaked,
Harmless? I'll show him harmless. Let's see how he likes it when I poop in all his food.
As the double doors opened and Tim walked in, he saw the table was in a U-shape, with a man at the center of the table with slaves and guards all around him. A woman who was likely his wife sat next to him, and then followed an assortment of various men and women who Tim presumed to be nobles of Terra. About halfway down one of the legs of the U, Charles was seated and was engaged in conversation with a man who was an obvious military official. A page shouted out, "Presenting the first-generation sojourner, Timothy Stein." Tim knew that was his cue to walk forward. Not too close, as he wasn't to be trusted yet, but within about 30 feet of Caesar, who would then tell him if he should move up closer. All eyes were upon him, and many of the people were whispering back and forth. He stopped at the designated spot and bowed deeply from the waist while still maintaining eye contact. It had been explained to him that the proper etiquette was for him to drop to a knee and bow his head, but he just wasn't capable of making himself do that. Charles thought he could probably get away with it because everyone expected first-gens to have idiosyncrasies. After holding his bow for a 3 count, he stood back up and waited for Caesar to address him. Caesar Phoebreus was younger than he had expected. Early 30s at the most. He was clearly dressed in fine clothing without it being gaudy. He had small rings in both ears and one on each hand. Tim assumed they were magical, but didn't have his master assess skill loaded up now. Around his head, he wore a laurel crown. "Greetings to Io Kusante and Terra in particular. We hope that you have enjoyed your stay in our country up to this point." It wasn't technically a question, but the way his voice rose at the end made it into one, so Tim took the opportunity. "I have gotten to see a little of Terra. There are many fine people here. I have fought monsters, visited dungeons, and tried to make myself useful to the people of Terra." That was as close to what Charles had prompted him to say as he could remember. It seemed to please Caesar, and a number of others around the tables were smiling. "As the ruler of a nation, the welfare of my people always weighs heavily upon my mind. Your desire to protect our people has not gone unnoticed. I have been told about your service helping to clear one of the local dungeons, as well as your part in dealing with the Mimar uprisings in the Untamed Lands." Tim didn't say anything back other than to nod his head in acknowledgement. He wasn't really used to the idea of talking to a king. In fact, he thought the entire idea of nobility was pretty stupid. Like being born in a specific family gave you the right to rule. But when in Rome, so to speak, even if it was New Rome. When he didn't respond, Caesar said, "We have a proposition for you, Master Stein. Given your level, you would be a valuable resource for this kingdom. Would you be interested in signing a contract with our military? We can promise you the best of rewards and pay." Charles leapt up out of his seat and hollered across the room,
"Your Majesty, you know that is a violation of the Guild's charter. First gens are the sole province of the Guild. We introduce them to you so that you may meet them, and perhaps they might be willing to pass on whatever knowledge they have from Earth. But you can't ask them to join the military."
A military officer seated only 3 spots down from Caesar and in full dress uniform stood up.
"How dare you speak to Caesar in such a manner?"
After that, things started to get really tense. Some of the nobles took the side of the guild, saying that having first-gen serving in the military would throw everything off. Others were claiming it was their patriotic duty. After a bit, Charles looked at the back of the room and nodded his head at someone. A few seconds later, Simon was standing next to Tim. "We should get out of here. They will be at this all night." Tim just shook his head as he walked out of the room. He knew there was a reason he didn't like politicians. It must be pretty much the same here in Io Kusante. Interlude 2. Plans within plans. A short time later, Caesar's guards had escorted most of the nobles out of the room after what appeared to be a heated debate between Caesar and Charles about Tim's fate. Once everyone was gone, except the guards, Caesar, Lord Lolly, and General Matin. Caesar said, "So, did that work?"
Charles growled, "They need to leave," as he pointed towards the guards.
"What? My guards are faithful," Caesar acted indignantly.
"There's too much at stake here," Charles said, calmly.
Caesar rolled his eyes, acting for all the world more like a teenager than the 30-something ruler of a nation. Very well. Guards, you are all excused." The captain of the guard started to protest, but Caesar said, "Tisk, tisk. I'm a sojourner myself, and I'm sure that if I'm not safe with my most loyal lord, highest-ranked general, and the guildmaster, then I'm not safe anywhere." The guard put a fist to his chest in a salute, and then led the rest of the high-gen sojourners who comprised Caesar's personal guard out of the room. Once the door was shut, Caesar asked, "Satisfied?"
"If I didn't have to share this with any of you, I'd be more satisfied. The situation is too vital to risk a leak," Charles replied.
"And who precisely do you suppose is leaking information, and to whom?" Lord Lolly asked.
"If I knew that, I could kill them. As to who they are releasing the information to, I can't rightly say. We know that the dungeons have an intelligence of a sort. Who can say what level of intelligence the Abyss may have? All I know is that every team we have sent there has been killed. The monsters are building up, and I fear what will happen when the Abyss erupts."
"Bah! Surely General Matin can handle some Mimar incursions," the noble said. Charles started to answer, but the general placed his hand upon his friend's arm and answered instead,
"It would be a mistake to underestimate the Mimar. Your own son's post was attacked by more than the standard scavengers and choppers. They had large groups of shamans, but also bashers and flingers. Heaven help us if the shadows ever attack in a large number. Superior training, gear, and tactics allow the army units to take down the regular Mimar troops. But even then, we sometimes rely upon having some sojourners with us. But there are worse things than Mimar in the Abyss. Dear Ursi and other enhanced monsters have been appearing more regularly. Beyond that, after the last attempt, a manticore was sighted over Roshia."
"Bah! Legends and myths. If the problem is that we need more power, then I must reiterate my earlier suggestion that we conscript some of the sojourners," Lord Lolly said.
"That will never happen. The guild is a free entity acting to deal with the dungeons," Charles snapped.
"You sound as though you aren't loyal citizens of Terra. In times of trouble, we all have to come together," Lord Lolly retorted. "Silence! We aren't going to have this discussion again. You will all work together. The incursions are getting worse. At this rate, in a few years, the army will be helpless to hold them back. It won't be long after that the sojourners are ineffective too. How many members have you lost in the past year, Guildmaster?" Caesar asked.
"Likely 20%. It has been a bloodbath. I have kept the worst of the news from my guildmates, but they aren't stupid. They are starting to figure it out. The dungeons are regenerating too quickly, and we can't keep up. The gold and handful of diamond adventurers that we have are being run ragged. We are having to resort to sending larger groups of sojourners to clear dungeons above their level, and that results in more casualties," Charles replied. The other 3 men watched him as he continued. "Before you ask again, yes, we are certain. The Abyss won't allow more than 4 sojourners in it at a time. So they must be the 4 most powerful sojourners that we can put together. Our first gens have all died or disappeared, and Tim is the only one we know about in Terra." "And what about the other nations?" General Matin asked. Ogria is going to be sending a first-gen, one who they claim is also their only living first-gen. He is supposed to be here tomorrow. For now, I have done everything I can to push Tim to excel. His unique ability is unfortunate, but it is helping to keep him isolated from others. The reports that I have said he's a promising fighter, just lacking in experience. So, we need to keep building him up. Right now, it is important that he thinks I am his protector, so that he will stay in line and not run off like the other first-gens. We still don't know why so many of them up and left in the middle of the night.
From there, the conversation devolved into bickering about the best ways to push Tim forward. The discussion went on late into the night, but Charles could only sigh and stay awake. Tomorrow would come all too soon, and he had many more people to communicate with than just Caesar and his flat advisors. Far to the east, in the Ogrian capital of Haldor, the Thane, the supreme ruler of Ogria, Sina, deputy guildmaster of the Ogrian chapter, and a short-robed man sat in council around a table meant for many more. The Thane asked in the deep voice typical of his people,
"You are sure that Sir Carsis doesn't suspect anything?"
"As sure as I can be, Your Majesty. I have taken all appropriate measures,"
Sina replied.
"It won't matter. Soon it will be too late for anyone to prevent this. My master will rise and take his rightful place as the ruler of this world."
The robed figure spoke with something of a lisp.
"I don't really care about your master. It is the people of Ogria that I care about,"
Thane Tordmore said.
Yes, yes. Your people will be free to keep your swamps and hills. You will be left unmolested, and poor, pathetic Rugen will be allowed to walk amongst you and be your god.
"I don't know. I still don't like it. All this talk about the patrons walking amongst us,"
Tordmore said as he ran his fingers through his thick beard.
It will be the only place left for him. Once as Marin rises, he will be the only one in the heavens. The gambler, the whore, and the blind one will all be cast out. You should be grateful that the crafter wanted to save a corner to call his own,"
the robed priest muttered.
"Fine. But it's hard to trust this so-called Asmarin."
The priest stood, and his robe made a rattling sound as he stared at the ruler of Ogria.
Asmarin is the betrayed. He knows the price of betrayal better than any mortal can conceive. Your trust is better placed in him than in the gambler who pays with men's lives.
Yes, I know. But why do you say it's too late?
The blood sings of the arrival of the herald. He will open the gates of the abyss and set free my master,"
the priest said. His voice rose in pitch as though he were experiencing bliss. Disgusted, Tordmore looked at the deputy guildmaster.
"And what of our champion? Are you sure it was a good idea to send him to Terra?"
Carsis insisted, but don't worry. I've already gotten in with the lad. Or perhaps I should say he has gotten in with me,
she replied.
He will look for the right moment to strike down their first gen. All will go well.
The priest began maniacally laughing. His words were too low for the others to make out as he said,
"Like that will happen. Praise Quint and his chosen herald, who will free all the spawn.
Chapter 38. Still Alone. Tim walked back to the guild hall with Simon. They didn't talk too much along the way, which was fine with him since Mischief kept up a non-stop running commentary about every sight, sound, and smell that the mouse noticed. He talked about how the fat man smelled or the crumbs in the beard of another man. No matter who it was, he found something odd about all the humans, although he was quick to assure Tim that he was the least stinky of all the humans. Without a doubt, this ongoing monologue would get old, and probably sooner rather than later. But for now, it was a pleasant distraction. Besides, how could he get mad at the little creature who had suddenly become much more self-aware? He had gone from animal-level acuity to low human levels, and a sagacity that was above the average human. The world must have become a much larger place to him now. At least, he seemed content to ride in Tim's coat pocket for now. Later, they could discuss Mischief's responsibilities. When they were almost to the guild hall, Tim finally asked Simon, "Are you okay with our dungeon run?" The monk got really quiet, which was saying something considering he hadn't spoken 2 words since they left the palace. "It was reckless, even if it was effective. I can intellectually understand why you made the decision. It may have even been the right call, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. I will have to consider again if I want to put my life in harm's way with you, no matter how curious I am about you. Although, with your new class, I would assume you will try a different tactic." "Yeah, maybe. I don't know what a naturalist can do yet. I mean, I have some skills, but that doesn't tell me how they work practically. I just am gonna miss having a team." "Well, you can count Tressa out. I doubt she would join a party with you even if Charles ordered her to. But at least you have Kayla." "At least I have Kayla," Tim said, allowing his voice to trail off. "Something wrong?" She didn't seem to mind your tactics. Her exact words were that it was hot, and she was glad to see a real man, Simon replied. "She freaked out after we took a little nap together when we got back from the dungeon. When I woke up, I had changed again, and I think it just shocked her. I'm hoping that she ends up being okay with it. She's quite the woman. She normally doesn't want to have anything to do with the guild. You must have really fascinated her." "Don't worry. I'm sure she will come back around," Simon said. "I don't really know what I want out of it, but it is nice to have a friend who has my back in a dungeon," Tim replied. Simon chuckled. "I'm a friend who, once I get over my fear, will probably have your back in a dungeon. But I'm never going to be the kind of friend that Kayla can be." Then he winked. It almost made Tim burst out laughing to see the normally stoic monk act like that. Tim started to answer, but then just kept it to himself until he changed the subject. "Does this mean that I'm a full-fledged member of the guild now?" "The council is to make that decision, but I would think so. Oh, and I wanted to apologize to you. With all the chaos that has surrounded you, I never got you set up with an apartment in the guild hall. We have plenty of rooms, unless you think you'll be staying with Kayla." "No, I think that even if something comes of that, it would be better for me to have my own place. I'm not looking to get serious with anyone right now," Tim said. "I get it. You need to settle in and figure out your place here a bit more. But you should know, now that you have been introduced to Caesar, there are going to be lines of noble families wanting to invite you for meals or dances or just to get to know you," Simon said. Tim thought that whatever the man was thinking was clearly amusing him far too much. Why? Don't I need to be spending my time in the dungeons? I thought they were on overload. They are, but think about it. You're first gen, Simon said, as though his meaning were obvious. They turned down a hallway as Simon led them into a part of the guild hall Tim had never been in. You understand that any child you sire is going to be at the worst a 20th gen, right? And that is if you have a child with a flat. I thought that sojourners and flats couldn't have kids together, or that if they did, they were just flats, Tim said, confused. That's normally true, but as is the case with so many other things, first gens break the rules. Normally, if two sojourners have a child, their child is one generation higher than the highest. Tim nodded along. Well, that makes sense, I guess. So, if a 10th gen and a 30th gen have a child, then the child will be 31st gen, right? Exactly. But if a 1st gen and a 30th gen have a child, then the child will be 15th gen. Tim whistled as he said, Oh, now you get it. But don't worry. No one, not the Guild Council, not Charles, not even Caesar can force you to marry anyone you don't want to, or to do other things. But you can bet that if you signed a contract with the Terran military, that it would have some sort of hidden clause in it. About that time they stopped, and Simon pointed to the door. This is your room. It's open now, but you will find a key inside on the table. I'm not going to play tour guide, but there is a bedroom, parlor, kitchen, dining room, and private bath. This is the 2nd floor, so there will also be a balcony looking out over the gardens. Now, I should probably go get some sleep. I didn't get a nap like you did, Simon said with another one of those winks. Thanks, but I'm afraid to go to sleep. I haven't even learned what this class can do, so I'd rather not change just yet. Never know when I'm gonna end up stuck as an old dude or worse. Anyway, are there any dungeons in the city besides the Grinder? Not sure if I'm up to that on my own with a new class. Simon nodded and said, There is an E-rank dungeon in the sewers. It is mostly used for newbies to learn tactics and to kill rats. There are a couple of decent gathering quests. It's called the Cesspool. We try to keep it pretty clear since the rats can spread diseases, but it has been respawning almost incessantly now. So if you do go there, be careful that nothing has respawned behind you. Okay, and what about the other one? Tim asked. It is a C-rank dungeon and is called the Menagerie, because it has a wide assortment of monsters that change up all the time. But you won't be able to go there. Oh, because I'm not a full-fledged member yet? No, because the only known entrance is on the palace grounds, so you need royal permission to enter it. The monsters there drop the best alchemical and enchanting items, so some think that is why the original Caesar chose that location for his palace, Simon explained. Okay, well, every true adventurer has to hunt rats at some point, Tim said. But even as the words left his mouth, he wondered how Mischief would feel about that. The mouse was never bashful, so he didn't have to wait long to find out.
Kill all the blighters you can! One of those rat bastards ate half my litter mates! They are the scum of Io Cusente!
Tim smiled, but didn't respond since Simon was still there. He turned to the monk and asked for directions to the cesspool, and then thanked him for his help. Once inside his apartment, he looked around. It really was pretty spacious considering the general level of technology and wealth they had here. He thought about going to see if Kayla wanted to hit the dungeon with him, but realized that he really didn't need her help for an E-ranked dungeon. And maybe some breathing room would be good for her, good for their relationship, whatever it was going to be. The only thing to do now was to assign a skill to the slot left open by his use of the pet skill. First, he pulled up the list of his active skills. 1. Bark skin. 2. Extreme plant growth and control. 3. Ice blast. 4. 5. Grandmaster swordsmanship. 6. Bow mastery. 7. Nature's lesser heal. Then he started looking at some of the other options. He decided to drop bow mastery and rely upon ice blast as his ranged attack. He also left life tap off because nature's lesser heal would suffice, especially in an E-rank dungeon. That left him a slot for his pet buff. He decided that mischief needed it. The little guy only had 6 HP, and Tim was afraid he could die before a heal could be cast. The buff would increase his defense and give him a shield with as many HP as Tim had. After adding Tenair's Speedy Bulwark, Tim decided to add Master Assess. He was tempted to add one of his movement skills, but he decided that, for now, in the sewer, he would rather be able to identify what might be dangerous. Content now that he was ready, Tim headed out. The directions took him about an hour and a half of walking to reach his destination, and it was fully dark by the time he arrived. It was in a bad part of town, but the smell of food coming out of the pub on the corner wasn't half bad, so he decided to get a quick meal before hitting the dungeon. He walked in the front door, and the place got quiet for a second as everyone looked at him. Apparently, he didn't seem threatening. He had to remind himself that normal people couldn't detect the aura around a sojourner. So to them, he was just a decent-sized guy coming into the bar. His armored vest must look different with its interchangeable plates, but most of the room apparently thought he was more trouble than he was worth. Maybe enough of them knew what a soul pouch meant. Most of the bar, that is. He pulled up a chair and waited for one of the barmaids to come over and ask what he wanted. After a short discussion, he ordered some of the roast pig they had along with a mug of ale. He asked for some fruit or crackers for mischief, but apparently fresh fruit wasn't something this place was known for. Tim just hoped that his familiar would like the stale bar peanuts that were offered to him. Once the barmaid was gone, Tim slipped some of the peanuts in a pouch on his belt that hung opposite his soul pouch. It was the temporary home that he had rigged up for mischief since his armored vest didn't have pockets like his dress coat had. The mouse had only complained 3 times about not being cargo, but shut up after the peanuts were provided. Apparently, stale didn't matter to the little mouse. About that time, though, the inevitable happened. The big man of the bar decided he needed to prove his place, and he walked over to Tim.
"What you got in there? Little parrot or something like one of them pirates from a story? Feeding it peanuts, is ya? Come on and get it out for all of us to see. Can you make it do any tricks?"
Tim really wasn't in the mood. He didn't feel the hostility surging through him, but he just wanted to be left alone. If that was his fate, then the circle of the tree said that was fine. And if he did want company, it would have been one of his friends. Certainly not this red-faced buffoon. "Step back. I just want a quick meal before I hit the dungeon," Tim said. He tried to be menacing, but it wasn't really one of his go-to attitudes. It probably would have worked better if he were still in his bestial form.
"Oh, so you're one of them," the man said, clearly not deterred. "Looky, boys, we got another high and mighty adventurer here to save us all from the cesspool."
Half the bar looked over at Tim with new curiosity, and the other half studiously ignored the entire encounter. The bar tough continued,
"Don't you need to wait for your party? Where's the rest of you? Or maybe they already went in and you were too scared to follow."
Someone from a back corner yelled out,
"Hey, sit down, Frank, and let the man eat."
Another voice chimed in,
"Not like you've gone in."
The annoying man, whose name was apparently Frank, snapped back at the second speaker.
You shut up, Silas! No need to go inside when the guild can't even keep the beasties from breaking out.
Then he held up his forearm where there were some large bite marks.
Got these protecting all of yous last week when the rats broke out.
A friend stepped up behind him and said to the crowd, "Frank's got a point. The guild ain't doing their job.
And that weren't no rat, it was the size of a dog."
Encouraged by his friend, Frank asked,
So, what's the matter with you? You too scared to go into the dungeon? Sitting here feeding your parrot.
Tim had been trying to keep things quiet, but it was obvious that wasn't going to happen. Mischief, though, took the choice out of his hands. The small mouse leapt with all of his enhanced strength. With a hardiness as high as his and such a small body to move, he practically flew through the air. The impact of his body hit Frank's face like a punch. The only reason it wasn't worse was that Mischief didn't even weigh a full pound. Frank staggered back, and his friend yelled out,
"Oi! He's got a pet rat!"
Mischief clung to Frank's face and tore some shallow gashes in the skin before Tim ordered, "Let the man alone. He is harmless. Back in your pocket now." Until that moment, Tim hadn't really been sure how well the mouse would listen to him, but apparently as a familiar he had to obey, so back he came running. He scampered up Tim's leg and climbed right back into his pouch. Tim did a quick assessment on Frank. Frank Gavel. Human. Hauler. Level 7. HP 9 out of 10. Defense 3. Offense 3. Threat level negligible. Status effects: inebriated 2. Rat bite fever 1. Great, so the flat was basically helpless. He barely had more HP than Mischief, and far less ability to defend himself. Worse, Mischief had debuffed him. Tim was going to need to figure out what that effect did, but right now, he just needed to get out of here. So much for getting a warm meal. Tim reached out with his new awareness of plant life. He could feel the weeds and roots underneath the wood planks that made up the floor of this building. There was no cellar, at least not in this portion, so he activated his extreme plant growth and control skill. It seemed like it would be less likely to be lethal than Ice Blast or the edge of his sword. Besides, he needed to test it out, and better out here than inside the dungeon. Up from the floor, in response to his call, vines appeared, ripping their way through the wood and twisting around Frank and his friend. No reason to take chances. They were both lifted off the ground, held kicking and screaming in the air. "Look, I don't want any problems here. I'm going to go on my way. The rest of you can cut Mr. Loudmouth down here or not, up to you. But I can promise you that if this turns ugly, I will still walk out of here without a scratch on me." People around him looked on angrily. Belt knives and billy clubs had been drawn. The barkeep even had a crossbow leveled at Tim. "You can think about fighting me all you want. I would prefer to protect all of you, but I won't let any harm come to me or my pet. So, make a decision. Either I leave now and Frank can pay for the damage that he caused, or this gets ugly real fast." Several men looked like they wanted to challenge him, but apparently none had the stones for it. Tim was glad because he didn't think any of them would be able to survive an ice blast, and he wasn't in the mood to play. He slowly backed out of the bar after telling Mischief to watch his back. The mouse had its head up out of the pouch, looking around. When Tim made it out, the barkeep hollered,
"And don't you come back!"
Tim could only sigh. He was still alone. Maybe that was his lot in Iokusente. A pair of deep breaths, and he quieted his grumbling stomach while pulling out a trail ration from his soul pouch. This was okay. The oak could stand alone against the storm. Chapter 39. Into the Cesspool. Tim looked at the entrance to his second dungeon. This time he would be going in alone, but maybe that was for the best. He was actually psyched. Dungeon diving would give him something to focus on. It wasn't a long-term solution, but hopefully, time would give Kayla and the others a chance to get used to him. Maybe he could find some time to talk with Atticus. The man had a sense of being a father, someone that Tim could get advice from. Charles wasn't bad, but he wasn't the same as Atticus. Charles was always focused on larger issues. Atticus had seemed more interested in Tim himself. Hopefully, that wasn't just his patronite beliefs coming into play. This dungeon looked vastly different from the grinder. No temple, and no stone entrance. The entrance to this was essentially a muddy hole in the ground about 3 feet in diameter. It was covered in what looked like slime and some moss mixed in with the mud. Simon had warned him to bring a change of clothes, which fortunately he had in his soul pouch. He also put on his list the need to get a spell to clean himself with. The other thing that Simon had told him was that the cesspool spread out for miles. It connected in places with the sewer, and even some of the underground crypts that held the remains of various noble families. Its size was one of the reasons it was so hard to contain, even though the monsters themselves were all level 5 or under, other than rarely spawning bosses. If the dungeon population wasn't kept under control, then it was likely that monsters could break out in a variety of locations. Well, there was nothing for it. You could exit the dungeon in various locations, but you could only enter it here. The lot around the dungeon was empty, although all the adjacent blocks were filled with low-end housing and businesses best kept out of the public eye. Tim realized, looking at the hole in the ground, that it was a good thing only sojourners could enter dungeons. Otherwise, some poor kid could fall inside. Mischief said,
Ugh, that place smells like crap. Why do we have to go in there?
Tim shook his head. I explained this before. We need to go in and clear out excess monsters so they don't hurt the people in the city.
Still not seeing the reason. That thing looks like some sloppy butthole. I'm a mouse, and even I know better than to stick my head inside a huge butthole.
Mischief snickered. Remember, there are rats down there. I thought you wanted to kill some rats.
Oh, yeah. Well, just close up the pouch. I don't want to get any of that butt slime on me.
Mischief replied. It's just mud, not butt slime, whatever that is anyway, Tim protested.
Whatever you have to tell yourself.
Tim was still getting used to Mischief, but he was pretty sure the little rodent was poking fun at him. I should actually buff you first.
Whoa, big fella. We don't know each other that well yet. I appreciate the peanuts and all, but I'm gonna need to know you better first.
Tim rubbed his forehead with his hand and sighed deeply. This familiar thing better be worth it. He cast Tenair's Speedy Bulwark in the defensive mode, granting Mischief +6 defense and a barrier that would absorb up to 268 HP before the mouse would take any damage. Then, looking at the entrance, he cringed. Not that he was gonna tell Mischief, but the mouse's description seemed far too accurate now. However, he had an idea for that. Tim focused on Ice Blast. If he could change, then why couldn't he change the shape of his spells? Tim focused on his soul interface and began trying to run the mana for the spell through his ephemeral trait. He wanted to shape it to his will. At first, nothing happened. Then the trait seemed to be trying to imprint on the spell. That was okay, but Tim didn't want it to randomly imprint. He wanted to control it. He wanted to shape it to his will rather than being shaped by the world around him. As he stood there struggling in the middle of an open lot, he must have looked silly. His body was shaking as he fought an internal battle. He heard a most unwelcome voice. It began with an amused laugh. I told you, control is an illusion. Tim tried to ignore Cal Dakota, but felt the patron's mind forcing its way into his. This isn't easy, so if you aren't gonna help, then shut up. Oh, look who is growing up. Of course I'm here to help. I am your patron, after all, Cal Dakota said. There was a pause before he asked with wicked glee, The question is, do you want my help? Tim thought about it for a minute. He was struggling to shape the mana on his own, but no matter what he tried to do, it wouldn't fit into any structure other than the one laid out by Ice Blast. Fine. What are you offering? Well, chance is the master of us all, so why don't we leave it to the roll of the die? I'll even stick with something familiar to you. At that moment, in Tim's vision, a large red D20 appeared with silver flecks. The patron continued, How about this? The higher your roll, the more helpful I will be for you. And I suppose the lower the roll, the less helpful you will be. Well, luck is a fickle mistress and plays no favorites with gods or mortals, but the odds are in your favor with this. I'd give you 3-to-1 odds of pulling this off. The bigger question is how well you play it off. You've got the tools inside you, but new things can be hard to master. Fine. I don't have much of a choice. I want to reshape Ice Blast to freeze the slime and mud around the entrance so I can slide down it without getting covered in gook. At that moment, Tim swore he could see a wide grin parting Cal Dakota's face, even though he couldn't actually see the patron and didn't even know if patrons had faces. Instead, he filled in the image with the face of a particularly sadistic DM he had played with back on Earth. As that image settled into his head, Tim heard the words, You can sure try. The 20-sided die began to tumble around in his sight, landing on a 12. Tim almost felt a palpable wave of disappointment roll over him from Cal Dakota, but at the same time, he got a notification. You have learned how to evolve a skill or spell. This is a dangerous path, but for those who master it, the rewards can be significant. You have made a minor upgrade to the spell Ice Blast. It is now considered a rare spell with commensurate increases in prerequisites. Success. You meet all the prerequisites. A secondary mode of Ice Blast is available to you called Ice Slick. The spell still only requires one active skill slot. Ice Slick creates a 64-foot-long by 8-foot-wide slick of ice. It causes no direct damage but freezes fluids up to 4 inches thick. Duration: until natural melt occurs. Cal Dakota said, Congrats, but don't get cocky. You are messing with things beyond your understanding. Then, just as quickly as Tim had felt his presence, he felt it disappear. Tim chose to ignore the sarcasm. It had taken him over 5 minutes to reshape the spell, so this wasn't going to be useful in the middle of combat, but at least he knew it was a possibility. With enough luck, he might evolve some unique skills. Or maybe he could create combos between 2 or more different skills. It was a lot to think about. He fired off an ice slick, and then a second one as he managed to coat the entire entrance and the tunnel as far down as he could see in ice.
Time to go! Just shout, Geronimo! And jump!
Mischief squeaked. Something about that struck Tim as odd. Wait a second. How do you know about Geronimo?
It's in your memories. And man, you need some better memories. Before you came here, you spent way too much time watching that thing you call TV.
Wait, you can see my memories? Tim asked.
Of course. I'm your familiar. What did you think that meant? I'm far more than what most of those other bestials get. I'm not just some pet. I'm a partner. You don't know how lucky you are. But seriously, your life on Earth was pretty depressing. At least I'm working my way through all the seasons of Doctor Who. Not like you missed even a single episode. Kinda appropriate, given your trait and all.
Mischief's squeaks managed to sound indignant. Okay. Well, no commentary on certain memories. Deal?
Oh, don't worry. Human females are so ugly. Ugh. I'd have to burn my eyes out if I watched that.
Tim didn't even know what to say to that, so he just jerked Mischief's pouch closed with a bit more force than was absolutely necessary. Then he jumped onto the ice slick and raced down to the bottom of the tunnel. When he reached the inside of the tunnel, he was even happier that he had used the spell. The ice reached the bottom, and he came out amidst frost-covered sludge and trash. It was dimly lit, but he could still see somewhat, thanks to the enhanced perceptions from the mask. What he could make out looked like shallow streams of greenish water running around islands of mud and trash, ranging from partially chewed bones to all sorts of human items that the rats of this dungeon had apparently gathered over the years. Broken furniture, dolls, shredded clothing, it all combined together to make little nests on the 20-foot-wide islands that were spread out for as far as he could see in the dim light. You have entered the cesspool. Your level is too high for any quests. Oh, well, that was a bummer. He wasn't really here for quests, though. He was here to keep himself occupied. There was also the chance that the shadows would hit another one of the dungeons. He needed to get rid of them, but truthfully, he also had questions for them. He stood up after sliding down and started to dig around in his soul pouch looking for a torch. He wondered if he would need to activate his night vision power. Then he realized he should open the pouch Mischief was in. A second later, the mouse's head popped up, and he started screeching at Tim.
Ah! What was that about? Give a guy a bit more warning next time.
Tim was too distracted to respond, as a new notification had just popped open. Do you wish to utilize your familiar senses? So long as he remains within 40 feet per level, you may use his senses in your own body. That was a no-brainer. Tim immediately clicked yes. Suddenly, the colors faded, but he could see much better in the dark. But, ugh, the smells hit him. He had thought this place smelled like a toilet before, but now it was all he could do not to retch. Turned out Frank probably did him a favor by interrupting his dinner. His hearing had also gotten better. Other than the weird way of seeing colors, his senses were as good as they had been when he was a bestial. It was then that he heard a screech and saw a 3-foot-long rat rushing at him. Tim instantly summoned his sword from his soul pouch and sliced the rat in half before it impacted him. There hadn't been enough time to assess it. Not that it could be very powerful, given how easily it had died. With the way this place stunk, the sooner they could move forward, the better. He looked down and decided to leave his icy part of the entrance and head over to the nearest island. There was a channel of the dark water running between where he was and the island. Fortunately, a portion of it was frozen by his spell. So Tim stepped onto the ice, moving quickly to the adjacent island of trash. Beneath his feet, the ice began to crack, and some of the greenish fluid leaked up through the ice. It got on his boots, but he just took the final bounding step to reach the semi-solid ground of the island. He reached down to wipe the liquid off his boots. Wet feet would just make him miserable. As soon as he touched the liquid, his fingers began to burn, and he got a notification. You have resisted cess poison. Oh, just beautiful. Not only was he going to have to fight his way through the islands of trash and overgrown rodents, but he was also going to have to deal with streams of poison. Tim had to laugh. This was only an E-rank dungeon. Thankfully, the poison was likely too weak to affect him. This same setup could have been deadly if it was more potent. Chapter 40. Cleaning up this mess. Tim looked around. The mounds upon the little island that he had jumped to were refuse, shredded clothing, etc. It was disgusting, but nothing for him to worry about. He simply wanted to find and clear the monsters. He saw rats moving around the other islands. They were so thick it was like roaches crawling over spilled ice cream. Time for some magic. Hacking them to pieces one at a time was going to take too long. He assessed one of the rats. They all seemed similar, about 3 feet long with mangy fur. Waste rats. Level 2. Nest creatures. HP 20.
Hey! I thought you were going to let me kill some of the rats.
Tim looked down at Mischief. His first thought was to say no. He wasn't sure what the mouse could actually handle. But it was unlikely they would face many lower-level threats. So now was the best time. Okay, you can fight beside me. Tim knew there was no way that the island he was on had no rats on it. They must just be hiding. Hopefully an ice blast would flush them out. He raised his hand and fired the ice blast so it struck 12 feet from him. The mushy ground exploded up from the force of the impact, and then shards of ice pelted the rest. With that one blast, he killed 17 of the rats. But more came running out. In a flash, Mischief was upon one of them. His smaller frame allowed him to get on the back of a rat. He bit down, and the rat bucked in the throes of pain, trying to shake the familiar off him. Bite after bite cut into the larger creature's back until the spine was severed and the rat fell. While Tim didn't get any XP from killing 17 of the monsters, Mischief got a great amount from killing a monster a level above him. Tim kept slicing away at them until only 3 remained. Tim said, "You handle those 3. Call if you need help." Then he fired an ice blast off at the next closest trash island. With his mana regen at 35, he regained the 20 mana required to cast an ice blast in just over 30 seconds. When he wasn't firing off a spell, he kept watch on Mischief. He didn't need to worry, though. The mouse sprang from one rat to the next, and they barely landed a hit on Mischief. Even when they did hit him, the protective bubble absorbed the damage. Tim had time to look at his notifications between casting spells. It looked like Mischief was hitting for 4 to 6 damage each bite, or 12 with a crit. In less than a minute, he had finished off his 4th rat. He was strutting his stuff as he had now reached 200 XP. Looking down at his familiar, Tim said, "I take it you like XP."
Such a rush! It's even worth tasting those nasty rats. You know they taste like...
Tim cut him off. "I don't need to know what they taste like. I'll leave that to you."
Oh, no. We need to share and share alike. We're partners, remember? I've only been sharing my sight, hearing, and sense of smell. But maybe you'd like to know what the inside of my mouth tastes like.
Mischief wiggled his pink nose, and suddenly the most awful taste he had ever experienced filled Tim's mouth. He was instantly gagging, followed by forceful vomiting. Between the waves of his turning stomach, Tim said, "Oh, turn it off!" Mischief was rolling around in the trash and mud, making a peculiar sound. As Tim focused, he realized it was mouse laughter. Oh, he wanted to think about glue boards and giant mouse traps, but couldn't focus on anything other than the nastiness in his mouth. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, it dropped away. He even noticed that his sense of smell dulled back to normal human levels. He pulled out a water skin from his soul pouch and was downing it along with some jerky. Anything to remove the remnants of that taste. "That wasn't funny!" Tim snapped at his familiar.
Oh, that depends on your perspective. Just remember, I don't have the luxury of turning my taste buds off. It only seems fair. If I have to obey your orders, the balance to it is that I can lick my own butt and then make you taste it. So think twice about ordering me around,"
Mischief said. Tim only nodded. Mischief leapt in a single bound to his shoulder.
"Okay, my faithful steed. Take me to the next trash island. There are more rats to kill. Ha-ha!"
Tim wasn't exactly keen on being considered a mount, but there was no point in arguing now, so he cast an ice slick. Then, once he was sure that it was stable, he headed across the stream of poison that was now partially frozen. Ahead of him, he sent another ice blast flying out. It did its job, killing 24 rats, but more importantly, it stirred up the rest. Soon Tim and Mischief were up to their ears, well, at least up to the level of mouse ears, in rats. Tim swung his sword around, and each blow and even the backslash was sufficient to kill a rat. If they were close enough, he managed to kill more than one at a time. Long before they cleared this island, Tim got another notification, but he ignored it until they were the only living things on their current mound of refuse. This dungeon really was disgusting, but there were only 7 more of these trash islands in view. It wouldn't take more than another 10 minutes to clear it, less if he was willing to expend more of his mana. While waiting for his mana to finish regenerating, he checked out the notification. Your familiar, Mischief, has gained a level. He has 1 free stat point for you to assign. As a secondary benefit, his length has increased by 20% and his weight by 70%. This is known as Battle Mode. He may revert to Scout Mode at any time either he or you chooses. Tim said, "Looks like I get to assign your stat point. Oh, congrats on dinging a level."
"Dinging?"
the mouse asked before wrinkling his ears and then suddenly saying,
"Oh, like from one of your video games. Gotcha. So you were going to let me choose my own stats, right?"
"Yes, I'm going to let you choose your stats. But you talk so fast you didn't even give me the chance to offer it to you first. Do you want to talk about it or just keep killing these things? You seem to be doing well, and your shield still has enough HP.
I'm in murder hobo mode, so let's just keep going."
The now larger mouse bared his teeth. He was still tiny, relatively speaking, compared to Tim or even the rats. The effect wasn't exactly intimidating, but Tim wasn't about to say that to Mischief. The familiar had already proven quite ready to live up to his name. Tim didn't bother saying anything more. Another ice slick was followed by another ice blast, and within 2 minutes another island was empty. They repeated the process until Mischief hit level 3. After that, his XP per rat killed was reduced down to 12.5. Mischief was growing bored, so Tim finished the last 2 islands entirely with ice blasts. Then they sat down on a patch of ice. It was cold, but better than the trash. Mischief's battle size had increased by another 50%. Tim said, "I think we should put the points into acuity. It'll help your mind and perception so you can act as a scout. I could also see an argument for hardiness, as enough of it will boost your HP. But I will leave it up to you." For once, the mouse was actually quiet.
"Would it be okay if we split the points between acuity and hardiness?"
Yes, It is your body. I may make the decision for you, but we are also partners.
Yeah. That, and you don't want to taste rat butts either.
Mischief snickered. Tim just ignored him. He still felt silly arguing with a mouse. Anyone else there would have just heard his familiar squeaking. That, or they would have thought him crazy for speaking to a mouse. Of course, they might just chalk it up to him being first gen. Tim thought about pointing out the advantages of specializing, but he just went with it. There were still many more levels to go, and he could bring it up later. Now he assigned 1 point to each of the designated stats. Then Mischief did something that was both convenient and alarming at the same time. He ran around leaping from island to island or crossing the ice slicks where they were still stable enough to do so. Each rat corpse he ran by, he looted. The treasures, and Tim used that word very sarcastically, were deposited directly into his soul pouch. Apparently, he now had to deal with the fact that a talking rodent had access to that. He decided not to worry about it, as stacks of rotted rat hides and rat meat appeared in his inventory. Instead, he focused on finding where they were supposed to go. There was no notification that the dungeon had been cleared, so he figured there was more to do. His heightened senses finally found it. In the back, behind the last of the islands where they were now sitting, there was a crevice in the wall. Tim walked over and examined it. The flow of air suggested that it wasn't a dead end. Tim figured this was a perfect time to have a familiar. "Can you scout the other side for me?" Mischief gave him an expression that said, "What you talking about?" It was bizarre to Tim that he could literally read facial expressions on a mouse now. Then again, he was the guy who had been in 4 different bodies within the last 2 weeks. So this really shouldn't be shocking. It took a second for Mischief to shrink back down to his smaller size, but then he was off running through the crevice. Tim refreshed his buff before sending him through. He even added barkskin to it as well. It was a relief that the 2 buffs stacked. Between them, Mischief should be darn near unstoppable by the monsters in this dungeon. While he waited, Tim cast another copy of barkskin on himself. Then he settled in to wait. Surprisingly, he found that for the first time in his life he really didn't mind waiting. The Circle of the Oak thing came with a real attitude change. He noticed as he looked at Mischief's status sheet that while in battle form, his pet gained a 50% bonus to HP. It would take more exploring to determine if there were other differences, but he was in no rush. Chapter 41. From the Cesspool to the Crypt. After 5 minutes, the mouse came running back out.
It's a bunch of stone coffins and crypts. It looks like the dungeon has recently expanded. It has burrowed through the earth and created a second floor. I am still learning, but I think the tombs there must be for some old nobles from long ago.
Tim grinned. An expanded dungeon was a bad thing. On the other hand, fighting undead was a classic RPG experience. He found he was actually excited about it. "Did you find any monsters?"
They were there, but they kept moving back out of my sight. I heard quite a few of them, but they seemed too small to be like the skeletons or zombies you are thinking of. I will say that it smells better than here.
Tim checked his mana and found that it was full again, so other than the 2 mana per minute drain he was spending for buffs, he was fully ready. He had to walk sideways and squeeze to make it through the crevice. It was unlikely he could have made it through in his bestial form, which was a reason to be happy about the loss of his favorite form. As he reached the other side, he got a notification. "You are the first adventurer to enter the new expanded cesspool, Floor 2 of 3. Special rewards exist if you can clear all the monsters on this floor. New quest. Bring out the dead. Objective. Kill all 22 monsters on the second floor without leaving the floor. Reward, plus 200 XP. First access to the tombs of a now-forgotten noble house. That brought a smile to Tim's face. Now he just had to find what kind of monsters were down here. Mischief switched into battle form, and Tim walked forward with his sword drawn. There were 2 large crypt-like small buildings with metal doors on their fronts, and they were located at the end of a rectangular room. As far as Tim could tell, this room was about 100 feet long by 20 feet wide, with a ceiling about 10 feet up. There were 20 stone coffins in 2 rows between him and the crypts, most of which were in various states of disrepair. Some were simply worn, while at least half a dozen were cracked with their covers split. Strangely, he still hadn't seen any monsters. Undead were rarely known for their craftiness or stealth, other than vampires or liches. That thought gave Tim a moment of pause. He wasn't worried about any number of skeletons, but more intelligent undead could present him with problems. The choice was removed from him as a pale creature suddenly peeled away from the wall near the ceiling to his right. It leapt at him, flying through the air. At first, it seemed like an albino flying squirrel. Tim didn't hesitate and fired off an ice blast that sent it flying in the opposite direction. When it slammed into the wall, ice spread all along, but the monster wasn't dead. Damaged for sure, but it was still moving feebly. That gave him a chance to cast Master Assess. Leech Rats, Level 4. Undead, HP 7 out of 40. Both Tim and Mischief groaned at the same time. Great. More rats. That appeared to be a signal of sorts. Suddenly, they could see at least a dozen pairs of red eyes all over the walls. These rats seemed to have some type of camouflage ability. He would have to pay attention. At least, the quest told him there were only 22 monsters. Mischief leapt into action and finished off the wounded one. Ice was clearly not the attack to use. Simple math told him they had 50% resistance to it. So while he could still eventually kill them with it, his sword would probably be a better choice. He shouted and ran at the closest rat. 3 of them leapt at him while the other 9 moved for Mischief. Apparently, the mouse wasn't the only one who felt the rivalry between the 2 rodent types. Tim's first sword blow was a crit and ended the rat. His belt enhanced his attack speed enough that he was able to spin and send a second slash into another of his assailants. This blow wasn't a crit, but it still managed to slice the undead rat almost in half. The third one got through and latched onto his leg, but barkskin helped prevent much of the damage. He could barely feel the rat as it wrapped itself around his leg rather than trying to bite down. Tim stomped down on the head of the wounded rat and crushed its skull, taking the rest of its HP. Just as he was focusing on cutting the one off his leg, he got a shock. Not a literal shock, but a blast of necrotic energy into his body. It burned cold, if that was possible, like both hot and cold at the same time as it ripped deep into him. Tim imagined this must be what Life Tap was like. The notification said that he took 27 damage from the attack. That was a staggering amount from a level 4 creature, and more than a little frightening. But the calm of the oak took over, and he brought his blade down in a stroke so close to his skin that he could have practically shaved. Back on Earth, he would have as likely cut his own leg off with a move like that, but a Grandmaster swordsman had no trouble slicing the creature in half. Virtually every blow he landed was a crit, and this was no different. The rat was shorn from his leg and cut in half long ways. Tim then immediately looked for Mischief. The mouse was in trouble, as his bubble of HP was almost gone. 1 or 2 attacks like the one against his leg would end the much weaker mouse. Tim wasn't about to allow that to happen. He leapt in and went to town, hacking away with his sword. Mischief might be mouthy, but if the time ever came to put him in his place, that would fall to Tim, not some undead rats. Because they were focused on Mischief, he managed to kill 4 of the 9 before they even reacted to him. He absently wondered if it was still called killing when you did it to an undead, but either way, they were ended. Mischief finished off the first of his opponents now that the pressure was easing up. The remaining 4 rats split between the pair, which turned out to be a mistake for them. Tim killed the first as it leapt at him. He took another 26 damage from the other one, but it was ended a second later. Mischief, meanwhile, snapped the neck and stole the last HP from one of his foes just as his protective bubble crumbled. Luckily, he was still hard to hit between the combination of his high flexibility and his defense buffs. Tim watched as he danced around the larger rat. Tim wanted to intervene, but it just didn't seem right. Mischief deserved the chance to stand on his own 4 feet. Instead of killing the last rat, Tim shouted encouragement. "You've got him, Mischief! Make him regret ever crawling out of his grave!" A few seconds later, Mischief's superior speed won. He removed 2 of the leech rat's legs and then bit down twice to sever the spine. Tim had to respect those jaws of his were pretty powerful and likely to only grow from here. Tim said, "Let's back up and catch our breath. I want to rebuff you before we get attacked again."
No argument from me.
Mischief said while panting, or rather squeaking. Tim almost laughed, but kept it to himself. It was sorta like with a toddler. Pretty much everything that the mouse said sounded cutesy. Well, other than when he was being a dick. They waited while Tim's mana recharged. He was glad that these rats seemed to be more hidden hunters than the mindless undead that kept coming. It was good to see that they had progressed on the quest with 13 out of 22 dead. Hopefully, they could manage to deal with some of the monsters before they closed. Ice might not be ideal, but it was his best ranged attack. Or maybe it wasn't. The burial chamber was overgrown with vines. Tim had to take better stock of his surroundings. He had a number of weapons at his disposal, and needed to be ready to use the best one. The other good thing was that Mischief had leveled again. He was now 4th level and halfway to level 5. His battle form was now over 7 inches long, and he weighed in at nearly half a pound. Tim placed the new stat point in hardiness as requested, and they discussed strategy.
I think those were the ones hiding on the walls. I bet the rest are either hiding inside one of the coffins or on the backside of one,
Mischief said. Well, that makes sense. It will be harder to draw them out that way. I wonder if I can get Ice Blast to arc and come down from above, Tim said. Then he added, I know you want the XP, but I think I should try to draw them out. Okay?
Why do you think I joined up with a big meat shield like you? Remember, I don't have to be faster than the bear, just faster than you,
Mischief replied. With that, Tim ran forward. He stopped at the first coffin and began working his way around each of them. He wanted to check the outside of each before trying to open any of them. It might not technically matter where he took the damage, but he sure didn't want one of these rats attached to his face. After he cleared the 4th row of coffins, he was jumped by 4 more of them. His reflexes were fast enough to drop one from the air, but the other 3 all landed on him, and in a second, he had lost over 80 health. Maybe he hadn't thought this through well enough. While the rats had trouble latching onto the much smaller Mischief, he provided a sufficient target. He would have to ask later, but apparently defense didn't help when they were only trying to latch on. The physical contact didn't actually cause any damage. It was only afterward that their life drain effect came into play. Tim managed to scrape another off, cutting it in half, Then a gray bullet flew into him as mischief latched onto one of the rats. Tim was drained for another 54 HP and was now below 50% health, but mischief was finishing off one. Tim managed to kill the last one a second later, then promptly cast Nature's Lesser Heal. The spell didn't act fast, but it was still faster than his normal regen and significantly faster than even his Ring of Enhanced Health, which only healed 10 HP per minute. After the first spell had run its course, he cast it again and then moved forward. There were only 5 monsters left on the floor, but Tim was ready to be done with it. This might not be so bad if he had more than 2 necrotic resistance plates for his armor. Probably the worst part of it to him was that he was dealing with level 4 monsters, and they were causing him headaches. When they passed the 7th row of coffins, 3 more rats leapt out, 2 at Tim and 1 at Mischief. The agile mouse dodged and then went to work on avoiding his opponent while simultaneously lunging in and out for quick attacks. The surprise again was too fast for Tim to catch more than one of the monsters with his sword. It was finished, but the other one latched onto his sword arm. This would be tricky. Except, as soon as it latched onto him, it let out a high-pitched screech, then let go entirely and fell to the ground. Tim didn't question his good fortune. Instead, he used a quick sword blow to end this rat too. About the same time, Mischief finished his foe. That left only 2 monsters to face, but Tim started backing up. He wanted to figure out what had just happened. So he checked his notification. You have dealt 16 points of positive energy damage to Leech Rat. You have dealt 16 points of positive energy damage to Leech Rat. Tim grinned. It dawned on him what was happening. The regeneration effect of his spell had still been in effect when he was attacked, but he had been at full life. The energy apparently then flowed into the rat after it latched onto him. Unlike ice, they were apparently weak against the positive energy, and because of his level, the spell must have critted. Definitely useful information to file away. After that, they checked out all the coffins. The 20 of them were completely free of monsters, and all were magically sealed. He got a message saying that the coffins could not be opened until the floor was cleared. So that really only left 2 spots for the monsters to be. He assumed they were in the crypts. After discussing it with Mischief, they decided there was nothing to do about it but to try opening one of the doors. The mouse climbed up on top of the crypt over the door, while Tim approached. The door appeared to be in disrepair, so he decided to kick it in. Inside, it couldn't have been more than 10 feet by 10 feet, so hopefully if he launched an ice blast inside, it would catch any monsters inside. Once they were both ready, Tim nodded at Mischief, and then did a thrusting kick with his left foot. The rusted metal gave way, and the door flew inside to bounce off the stone coffin inside. Atop the coffin was another leech rat, but it was the size of a St. Bernard on steroids. Tim almost shrieked in shock as he launched an ice blast and jumped back. He just knew he was going to hear about that later. The spell didn't crit. In fact, he realized that none of his ice spells had critted, but it still hit for 33 damage. The massive rat leapt out, and Tim was forced to keep backing up to hold it at bay with his sword. His slashes made massive cuts, but the creature didn't seem to care. He had to assume it had a huge health pool. Mischief then pounced on the creature's back, trying to bite at its neck. It was here that Tim got to see just how good the mouse was at clinging onto something. The giant rat bucked like a rodeo bull, but Mischief hung on like a champ. Unfortunately, this meant no more sword slashes, and definitely no more ice blasts, or he might hurt his friend. So, Tim summoned the vines from around the crypt. In retrospect, he should have done this all along. The plant tendrils moved like snakes across the ground and coiled their way around the legs and then the body of the rat. Tim pushed against the spell. It was the first one that had a channeling option, so he kept pouring more mana into it until the monster was completely immobilized. Then he cast a healing spell on it and watched as it shrieked. Mischief continued biting down, and soon between the spell and the mouse, their foe had fallen. Tim then took the time to assess it. Enlarged Leech Rat, Level 8. Undead Mini-Boss. HP 0 out of 600.
Oh, that was a big rat. There should be a law against the blighters growing that big. Good thing we are here to put them down,
Mischief said. Agreed. The other one is probably in the second crypt, so hopefully we can finish him the same way.
Maybe you try the vine trick right away this time,
Mischief said. Then the familiar snickered as he added,
Unless you just like screaming like a girl.
Tim took the rebuke with a grin. Now he was getting battle strategy tips from a mouse. His gaming buddies back home would never have let him live that down. Despite all the trouble they had with the second floor, the second mini-boss went off without a hitch. Tim kicked the door in, and instead of wasting time with Ice Blast, he went straight to his healing attack. That spell alone was worth more than 2/3 of the creature's health and drove it crazy. The vines worked even better this time as Tim got more practice with them. After all that, Mischief was still quick to point out that he had landed the finishing blow. Tim didn't mind because it pushed Mischief up to level 5, and that was before the 200 XP from the quest. They assigned this point to Acuity to keep the balance, and then went to look at what loot they had won. They ended up with 3 pieces. Tim felt sort of bad with all the gear, but wasn't sure if there was a way for Mischief to use any of it. None of it was amazing, but then again, this was supposed to be an E-rank dungeon. Something told him that was not the case anymore. Maybe he was being unfair, though. The more he looked at the items, the more he thought they might actually be worth something. Adept Magic Ring. Weight 0.1. Mana plus 50. Gloves of Life Drain. Weight 1.0. Requirements. Sojourner. Level 8. Gloves grant 10% resistance to necrotic energy, and once per day can be used to cast the spell Life Drain, even if the prerequisites are not met, and without costing any mana. Life Drain. Rarity. Rare. Prerequisites. Sojourner. Acuity 22. Level 12. Mana 50. Description. Drains health from a single target within range of Acuity times 5 feet. Health drained equals 6 times Acuity. 50% of health gained heals the caster up to a maximum of normal health plus 2% per Acuity. Excess health is lost at a rate of 1 per 4 seconds. Crest of House Avon. May be affixed to any armor by a master smith. All stat and defense bonuses for the armor are increased by 100%. Once affixed, it cannot be removed without destroying the object. Chapter 42. Worse than a big one. After they gathered the last piece of loot, Tim heard someone shout his name. He popped up off the ground where he had been sitting and saw Simon approaching. Behind him, Tim could see Kayla and another individual he didn't recognize. He waved back and waited for them to approach while ordering Mischief into his scout form. When they got there, Kayla gave him an awkward smile and mouthed the words, "I'm sorry," to him. He nodded and tried to act cool about it, but he was surprised by how much of a relief that made him feel. "So, what are you all doing down here?" Tim asked. Simon said, "I wish we could say we were just here to help you learn, but the truth is that things have gone to hell in a handbasket since you came down here. The largest army of Mimar ever seen has somehow reached the walls of New Rome without any of our scouts detecting them beforehand." "I don't follow. If the city is under attack, shouldn't you be up there helping? Simon answered, It isn't the responsibility of the guild to defend the city, except from dungeons. This is up to the army. Tim cut him off and said, I've only been here a couple of weeks, and I'm already tired of that kind of politics. This is about people's lives, not about who is responsible for what. Before you jumped in, I was about to say that despite tradition, Charles is mustering as much of the guild to fight off the incursion. He had to convince the council, but the ultimate reasoning is that if there are this many Maimar, they could only exist as dungeon overflow, Simon retorted. Kayla said, Before you ask again, yes, we are all needed up top, but no, we didn't come down here to get you. I only agreed to come down here because Master Cypher and some of the other arcanists felt a huge surge of mana under the city. Something is happening inside this dungeon. Why it isn't in either of the other dungeons, I don't know, but it worried them enough to send us down here to find out what was going on. It is just good fortune that you were already here. Maybe whatever is happening is tied to why there is a second floor to this dungeon. As I understand it, there wasn't one before. That's correct, Simon said. Kayla added, We can only guess at this point, but pretty much the crazy stuff is always happening around you. Tim smiled. What can I say? I'm the life of the party. The short man behind Simon and Kayla finally spoke. This is the one that you wanted me to meet. Tim took a better look at him. He realized that the man wasn't just short. He was maybe 4'10", but much stockier than a human of that height. Maybe twice as much. Tim was tempted to call him a dwarf, but wasn't sure if that would be offensive. The thick auburn beard, broad nose, and braided hair only helped drive home the image, as did the heavy plate armor that was obviously well crafted. Simon rubbed his temple, then said, Tim, this is Magnor. He is not a dwarf, and yes, I saw the question in your eyes. Many other first-gen from Earth have used that word, but Magnor's people are known as Ogrians. Their nation is Ogriar. More than that, Magnor is also a first-gen. He has been here for several years training, and is now a level 16 knight. Then Simon turned to Magnor and said, This is Timothy Stein, but he goes by Tim. He is a level 19 naturalist, and the most recent first-gen of Terra. Tim stared at his counterpart, before Magnor guffawed with a deep voice.
Guildmaster Karsis asked that I come to Terra. He hopes that you and I can learn from one another.
When Tim raised an eyebrow, Simon explained, Master Karsis is the guildmaster in Ogria. Tim said, Okay. Then he held out his hand for Magnor to shake. The Ogrian looked at him for a moment, but then clasped his hand on Tim's forearm and began to shake, with vigor.
Well met. Now tell us what you found down here so far.
Tim explained about the dungeon and also introduced Mischief to them. Kayla immediately became the familiar's favorite person when she fawned over him, holding him in one hand and stroking the fur of his belly. An alarm went off with audible bells, and suddenly a voice called out, Descend to the 3rd floor. A swarm is forming. Well, that didn't sound good, but Tim would have sworn that up until a moment ago, the spiral stairs that led down hadn't been against the back wall. There it was now, though, clear as day. Magnor took off before any of the rest of them. That was fine by Tim. Patience was the key to victory. If the newcomer wanted to be a monster punching bag, he would be happy to oblige. Simon was behind Magnor, then Tim, and finally Kayla. Mischief was letting the assassin carry him rather than going back to Tim. Tim thought he was a little traitor, but couldn't really blame him. When they reached the 3rd floor, it was noticeably different from the rest. This floor was smooth worked stone, but it was divided into 5-foot by 5-foot pentagons. Each one was slightly different in height. The total room was 10 of the pentagons long and 10 wide. Some of the pentagons were 5 feet above what Tim thought of as the midpoint, and others were as much as 5 feet below it, but none were exactly even. In the very center of the room, there was a single rat. Although to call this a rat was like calling a great white a fish. It was massive, at least 10 feet long and 3 feet high at the shoulder. Worse still, it was expanding further and further. Every moment it got an inch taller and 2 inches wider. It was already so big that it couldn't fit in a single pentagon. Tim ran a quick master assess. Swarm rat. Level 12. Multiform. Boss. HP 800 out of 800. As he scanned it, the HP climbed another 20. He shouted, "We need to kill it before it gets any bigger!" Magnor jumped from space to space, closing in on it, but Tim didn't want to wait that long. He fired off an ice blast that hit for critical damage of 134 between the two effects. A second later, Magnor was on it. The creature's own weight seemed to hold it back, so it didn't even avoid the knight's blow. He had produced a huge 2-handed battle hammer out of his soul pouch and brought it down in a smashing blow. Tim felt mana go off with the attack, so he was pretty sure it was a skill. The notification he got said that Magnor's smash attack had stunned the rat. From there, it was simple. The terrain made it difficult to move, but the 4 of them were making short work of this. Maybe it hadn't been anything to worry about after all. Of course, as soon as that thought crossed Tim's mind, he knew it was a mistake. Magnor landed one last blow, taking the creature's remaining HP, and it slumped to the ground, not having even landed a single blow on one of them. They all stared at each other in confusion. That certainly hadn't warranted a warning. A moment later, the giant rat's corpse split open like an overdone baked potato in the microwave. Out of it erupted 5 leech rats, each of them about twice as big as the original leech rats. Kayla was the first to notice and yelled a warning. She leapt back gracefully and avoided the lunge of one that went for her. Magnor wasn't so fortunate, and stumbled to the ground only to have 2 of them pounce upon him. The Ogrian cried out in pain as their life-draining effect came into play. Tim slashed at the one that launched through the air at him. He scored a critical hit, but it wasn't enough to kill this larger leech rat. Simon seemed to deal with it the best as the silver light glowed around his hands again, and he fired off a flurry of blows so quick the eye almost couldn't follow them. Each punch landed like a crack of thunder, and his foe fell dead to the ground. Tim yelled out, "Don't let them touch you!" But it seemed everyone had figured that out. Simon was rushing to help Magnor. Tim had to leap a couple of times, but finally put an end to his foe. It took Kayla a bit longer as she worked at whittling its HP away, always staying just out of reach. By the time Tim made it to Magnor, Simon had killed another of the rats. The knight was busy grappling with it. To his credit, he didn't cry out again, even though the thing had to be draining his life. Tim cast heal first on the rat, and then a second time on Magnor. The knight nodded in thanks, first to Simon and then to Tim. This time they looked at each other with a bit more hesitation, each of them keeping one eye on the rat corpses, which turned out to be a good thing, because a second later, they too were splitting open. Each of the leech rat corpses exploded into 5 waste rats. These were regular size, which meant they were pretty much one hit and done. Everyone took a couple of bites because of the sheer number, but nothing that even required magic to heal them. Now there were rat corpses strewn all over the room, some in the lower holes, and some on the raised pentagons. Even Mischief had gotten in on the action. He squeaked to Tim,
Those are much easier now.
Of course. They are only level 2 and you are nearly level 5 now, Tim replied. Magnor looked at him strangely.
Excuse me? I'm level 16. I'll have you know I worked very hard to get to this level.
Kayla giggled. It sounded positively girlish, which was funny given what a murder machine she could be.
He wasn't talking to you, silly. He was talking to his familiar.
The Ogrian stared at her with a flat expression on his face, but before he could respond further, a sound like popcorn burst all over the room, and screeching sounds erupted as 125 smaller rats stampeded toward the party. Smaller being a relative term, as these reminded Tim of the documentary an ex-girlfriend had made him watch on Sumatran bamboo rats. Each was close to 2 feet long and nearly 10 pounds. They were only level 1 monsters with 10 HP, but it was still a challenge to get them all. The critters crawled up each of the team, and Tim was reduced to crushing them in his hands. It was disgusting work, but the only way to stop their painful little bites. Kayla got the best of it as her daggers were perfect and close, and Mischief was acting like her guardian angel. Then they all fell. The party was panting, and all 3 guys were streaming blood from numerous little bites. They may not have cost more than a single HP, but they still hurt. Tim got the best of it because of his bark skin buff, but even he had a dozen little bites on him. Simon yelled out, "Everyone to the far side!" Tim realized what the point was. If more of these popped again, they would be waist-deep in over 500 rats. It took a few seconds to cross the room because of the varying heights of the floor. Thus, by the time they were assembled with their back to the wall, there were pops of fur occurring all over the room. The floor almost seemed to move as hundreds of fat black rats rushed across the floor. The creatures were feral and aggressive beyond what anything their size should be. Tim would have given a lot to have Armand, Marcus, or even Tressa here with them to fire off some AoE spells. The cooldown and small radius on Ice Blast meant it wouldn't be the answer. Then he realized there was another way to use the spell. He leapt with all his strength to one corner and cast Ice Slick across the width of the room. It would have been more effective if the floor had been even, but it still created a sheet of ice that caused many of the oncoming rats to slide into one another. They were just as apt to bite one another as they were to attack the party. It was still overwhelming, as the other 3 were releasing a stream of curses from the tiny bites affecting them. They were going to win, but this was an awful experience any way you sliced it. Fortunately, Tim had been keeping his mana near full, and so when he had a second idea, he still had the mana to use it. He cast Tenaire's Hasty Bulwark on Mischief. Even though his protective bubble wasn't fully exhausted, he was still being swarmed over by rats nearly equal to him in size. This time, rather than casting it in defensive mode, Tim cast the dual mode. Suddenly, Mischief had not just a protective bubble, but also a damage shield that caused between 4 and 8 damage to each enemy he came in contact with. The mouse proved his intelligence as he leapt about, using his superior strength to bounce around from cluster to cluster of rats. Each time the rats would shriek in pain. It wasn't instant death, but he was able to corral many of the rats by forcing them into one of the sunken pentagons as they tried to escape him. Once this wave had ended, Tim refreshed the buff on Mischief, but cast it in offensive mode this time. It didn't provide any HP buff to the creature, but hopefully Bark Skin and Tim's healing would be enough. The damage shield was then doubled. Tim hoped that would be insta-death to the next round of the swarm. Sure enough, there was another wave. This time each of the large black rats split into 5 smaller gray rats. Mischief tore them up as each of the creatures had a mere 5 HP. Even another ice slick was enough to trap hundreds of the creatures until the mouse of death could reach them. Tim laughed as his familiar dealt so much death that he probably should have named him Reaper Cheap. The final round had them all groaning in frustration as over 10,000 small gray mice swarmed over them. No matter how quickly they killed the pests, there always seemed to be more. They got in their hair, they got in their clothes, and at one point Magnor took to simply lying on the floor and rolling around to crush the ones that had climbed inside his armor. Tim kept his laughter to himself when the Ogrian yelped as he fell into one of the deeper pentagons. Once it was over, they were all panting. They had cleared the rest of the swarm, but would likely be having nightmares about this for some time to come. They knew it was over, though, because a marble pedestal rose up out of the floor in the middle of the room. It was in the exact spot where the original swarm rat had been. Floating over the top of the pedestal was the dungeon core.
That was exhilarating, but I don't think that it required all of us to come down here,
Magnor said.
Agreed. There must be more to this threat,
Kayla added. Tim knew they had to be right. Give me just a second. I want to touch the core, and then I may have a way to get more information. They all looked at him. Kayla and Simon knew about the upgrade he had gotten when he touched the other dungeon core, and so they didn't say anything. Simon even silenced Magnor when he started to protest. Leech Rat, +5 flexibility. Touch drains HP from target at rate of 1 per sagacity every 12 seconds. Only affects intended targets. 8 mana per minute to maintain outside of a dungeon. Spawn Rat, +100% hardiness. Allows you to split into 4 versions of yourself. Each will be 20% smaller and have 25% of your hardiness. Duration of split, 1 minute. Cooldown, 4 hours. 16 mana per minute from each version to maintain outside of a dungeon. Tim grinned. Those were amazing abilities, even if both were far more situational than the ones he had gained from the other dungeon. The big thing now was that he needed to learn how to activate these when he wasn't in the dungeon. The requirement of being in the appropriate dungeon in order to activate an ability was a real handicap. Then again, he mused, it would be a bit OP if he could just switch from one dungeon shape to another. Chapter 43. Breach in the World. Okay, so I haven't done this before, but I have the ability to commune with my patron. Before any of you say anything, it's in my soul interface. I'm gonna try it. If it doesn't work, then what do we lose? Magnor hit the side of his face and said,
I should have thought of that.
Tim sat cross-legged on the floor. He didn't know why, but it just seemed like a good meditation pose would be appropriate. As he closed his eyes, he heard a familiar voice in his head. About time? What? Don't I have to activate something? Oh, you can be so funny at times. I guess I can make you stand on your head or chant some mantra about how awesome I am, but we really don't have time for all that jazz. Okay, so do you have something to tell me? Doesn't work like that. There are rules. I will bend them, and I will twist them. But there are some that even I wouldn't dare break. And I'm being watched more closely than ever before. So, how does this work then? You were the one with the idea about communing. Didn't you read the description? Yeah. I can ask you 3 questions and you are supposed to answer them. Typical mortal. You overlooked the important part. But you have questions you want to ask me, and I have answers I want to give you. You just need to ask the right questions. But isn't... Tim began. No. Stop right there. You only get 3 questions once we start communing. I've decided that starts now. Otherwise, think about it. You've already asked me 3 questions. And yes, I know the answers are supposed to be yes or no, but remember what I said about bending rules? Now go, and make sure you ask the right questions. What are we looking for down here? Very good. Most mortals are always asking, why me? It's pathetic. Thanks for being a little less lame than I've come to expect. The answer is that you are here to find a breach in the world. Tim made himself slow down. He wanted to ask what that was, but Cal Dakota was right. His questions needed to count. Where will I find this breach? Not quite as good of a question that time. You should have asked, how can I get to the breach? But no one is perfect. Well, except for maybe me. Anyway, it can be found directly below you. Tim thought about his last question. This was the tricky one. How can I close the breach? Very good. Since you aren't an arcanist, you will have to rely upon your trait. Touch the breach, but don't go through it. Not even a little bit. Focus on your trait and change it. There was so much more to ask, but he could tell that Cal Dakota was done talking. He took that to be a sign of how serious this was. If there was anyone who liked the sound of their own voice, it was definitely Cal Dakota. Or maybe not, as he heard Cal Dakota speak again. There is just one little matter remaining. Tim groaned internally. He should have thought of this ahead of time. He already knew what the patron was about to say. I suppose this is the part where you tell me I owe you my firstborn in payment for those answers? The silence dragged on long enough to become awkward, but Tim didn't give in to his impulse to ask another question. Finally, Cal Dakota said, Not exactly, but maybe you will remember to negotiate prices before making bargains. So spill it already. What do you want? I want you to keep Cecilia very close to you. You are to keep her in your life. Don't do anything to push her away, or there will be a price to pay. Tim sputtered internally. This was definitely not what he had been expecting. She's barely more than a child. In your world, she is a grown woman here. But I'm not insisting on anything, and what are a few years of mortal time for me? The important thing is that you keep her a part of your life and let her decide how big of a spot she wants in your life. Do we have an understanding? Or will force be necessary? Tim could feel the bonds created by the commune ability tightening around him. He quickly agreed, since it didn't seem like he had any choice in the matter. This time there was an obvious sense of the surrounding pressure changing. At least he was gone. For now. He stood up and explained what he had learned to the rest of the team. They talked strategy, but ultimately the next step was for them to try to find out how to get down. Magnor started slamming his hammer into the ground, and the slate rock began cracking, but Tim doubted that was the way through. He figured it was more likely that Kayla or Mischief would find it. A few minutes later, Kayla found a hidden portion of the floor that had been covered up. Underneath it was a tight crack that would allow someone to slide down it, but not by much. Certainly not Magnor. Tim sent Mischief down, who promptly reported back that there was a glowing hole in the air. The team went to work widening the crack to make it big enough for them to fit. Even as powerful as Magnor was, it took quite some time. and they heard what sounded like a cat being skinned alive below. Eventually, they opened up enough space, and Magnor went first, then Tim, and then the others. When Tim hit the bottom, he found a cavern. The ceiling was maybe 30 feet up, and the room was about 50 feet in diameter with vents of steam erupting from the floor in various locations. In the center of the cavern was a burning hole in the air, just like Mischief had described. Around the tunnel, there were a dozen hideous creatures. Each one was a hodgepodge collection of various animal parts. Most of them were clawing and biting at one another, but one was attacking Magnor instead. It had the head of a shark and the body of a cat. The fur over its body was mangy and appeared to have been burnt off in spots. If that wasn't enough weirdness, its body ended in a scorpion tail, and it walked upon crab legs while the arms it reached out ended in hooks. Whatever it was, it fought furiously. The night was keeping it at bay, but only barely. The rest of the monsters tried to keep their distance from the larger one that was fighting Magnor. All over there were bits of bone, viscera, and obvious bloodstains. Tim didn't even think about it as he cast a heal on Magnor. The man only had a couple of small cuts, but as he had learned with the swarms, Tim needed to stay ahead of the damage. Simon and Kayla were looking for openings to attack the large horror, while Tim cast Master Assess on it. Lesser Fiend, Level 14, Engorged, HP 580 out of 640. Two things leapt out at him about that assessment. First off, any doorway that was allowing fiends into this world couldn't be a good thing for the health of Io Kusante. Second, the thing was level 14 but called a lesser fiend. That didn't bode well if they ever met a greater fiend. Tim opted not to jump in with his sword and kept Mischief back. The mouse was strangely silent in the presence of these monsters. Kayla and Simon were starting to land their blows. Simon had activated some ability he had never seen before. The monk's fists were now glowing with a piercing white light. Each punch he landed against the fiend crackled, with white and black lightning fighting against one another. Kayla's cuts were less effective than she would have liked, but party member damage notifications told him they were killing the fiend. It would just be a matter of time. Even with all the damage they were doing, Magnor was still able to hold aggro. Tim might not like the Ogrian. Heck, who was he kidding? In his own mind, he would think of the man as a dwarf. He might not like the dwarf, but even Tim had to admit he was good at his job. Other than throwing an occasional heal, Tim's attention was drawn to the fight between the other fiends. They were still tearing each other apart, but it was down to half a dozen of them now. Only 4 were actively fighting. 2 were squatting over the fiends they had just slain, consuming their fallen foes. As he watched the process, he could tell that it was far more than simply eating them. The winners were literally absorbing the essence of the loser. When they did so, their wounds would start to close, but more than that, they took on aspects of the slain fiend. Their bodies would grow larger, stronger, and would adapt to become a mix of the two. It was grotesque to see how their flesh rippled as they consumed the others. The ones who had won went at others who were still fighting as soon as they absorbed the fallen. One by one, they were picking off the lesser ones. It looked like with each victory they got stronger. They started out at about level 6, but were growing. It dawned on Tim that must be why the one they were facing had so many parts. Tim decided that giving them a chance to consolidate their strength by consuming each other was idiotic. He launched an ice blast, followed by a second one as soon as it was off cooldown, right into the midst of the fighting fiends. They kept fighting like feral creatures, oblivious to their outside attacker. The only one they really tried to avoid was the larger fiend. A second later, he saw Magnor crush the skull of the large fiend they were fighting, and that freed up the team to deal with the others. Tim yelled out, "They get stronger from eating each other! Let them keep fighting, and I will blast at them from a distance. If they decide to attack us or we get down to one, then you will have to tank them. Otherwise, only ranged attack for now." Each of them pulled out ranged weapons. They might not be their speciality, but thrown daggers, poison bombs, and crossbow bolts all took their toll, along with the ice blasts. Soon, the fiends were all staggered. After that, it was an easy task for each of them to take out one of the fiends. Even Mischief contributed at that point. They all looked at each other in silence. The scene was so macabre. Fiends had been torn apart all around them, and bits were strewn across the room. What really captured Tim's attention, though, was the portal floating in the air. He could still hear the sounds of fighting on the other side. It seemed as though whatever realm was on the other side was a larger arena for the scene that had just played out before them. "What do we do about this?" Kayla asked. Magnor shrugged, and Simon said, "I guess we have to leave it to Tim. You did say that you got instructions on closing the portal." Tim was far from confident about Cal Dakota's instructions, but he still nodded and said, "Yes." Simon looked from face to face. "I can't help seal it. I have no idea how you were going to do that, but I've already seen you do some amazing stuff, so I'll go with it." "Then can we go back to the surface? I want to get my turn at whacking down Mimar," Magnor asked. The Ogrian didn't even wait for a response, but was already climbing his way back out. Simon looked at Tim and shrugged before he left too. Kayla lingered behind. She brushed her hand against Tim's arm and leaned in to kiss his cheek. "I feel bad about leaving you here by yourself." Her voice drifted off, and Tim finished the sentence for her. "But you can't do anything to help me here." She nodded, and Tim added, "You don't have to worry. Mischief and I can handle anything down here. Go protect your inn. If the Mimar get into the city, a lot of flats are going to die." "Don't call them flats. That is guild thinking. They are people just like us." Tim blushed a bit and then said, "Okay, I didn't mean anything bad by it. They are people just like us, I agree. But they don't have the ability to defend themselves like we do." A minute later she was gone, and Tim was staring at the breach all alone. Well, that wasn't entirely true. Mischief was here with him. At least he had a portable friend he could carry everywhere with him. If only the mouse wasn't such a smartass. Tim knew he was stalling. He had to touch the breach, but it freaked him out a bit. Essentially, this was a portal to hell. Just as he reached out his hand, he felt a presence behind him. It was subtle, but he whirled around with sword in hand and a spell primed up. He saw one of the Mimar shadows. This one didn't have a soul pouch on. It said,
"Wait."
Instantly, Tim was on high alert. "Why? You don't want me to close that?"
"All isn't as you think."
"Speaking in riddles isn't going to keep me from closing it or from killing you for that matter." The shadow held its hands up to show it had no weapon, although the barbed tip of its tongue was probably weapon enough.
"No riddles. Me must decide. You know no full story yet."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"There are more than 4.
Tim's mind raced, but he feared this was just an attempt to stall him from closing the breach. That had to be it. Tim lunged at the shadow with his sword. The creature was fast, but Tim was a grand master and adjusted his strike to drive the enchanted blade through its shoulder. Murky black blood leaked out slowly as the shadow jumped back.
No fight. Need power.
Yeah, I bet you need more power. Well, this is the end for you. Then the creature threw Tim for a loop as he did the most unexpected thing. It dropped to its knees with its hands behind its head.
No power for you. More sources you don't know. Most power you missing.
I can't trust anything you say. The shadow nodded.
If this is the way, so be it. Lips can lie. Blood speaks true. Take my blood.
Tim stared in shock. Was the creature asking him to kill it? Tim thought about it for a second, but then swung a horizontal slash that removed the shadow's head from its shoulders. Immediately, a notification sprung up. Quest, the Crucible of Consumption. A Mimar shadow has offered its life in sacrifice to you. It wished for you to take the power of its blood. Do you wish to accept? Yes or no? Reward. Gain the power of Consumption 1. This will enable you to absorb a small portion of the power of your foes. As you develop the power further, you will take on their aspects and traits even. While he read it, some of the black blood slid up his blade and touched his hand. He dropped the sword in shock and looked at the palm of his hand. There was now a stain upon his hand. It looked like a tattoo in the shape of a wolf's head, but it was on his palm. His mind was truly racing now. This must have been what the fiends were doing to one another. He was initially repulsed by the idea. But then there was a part of him that said power wasn't good or evil. Power was a tool, and the more of it he had, the more he could change things. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous he thought this power would be. But he still couldn't bring himself to hit no. So he minimized the notification and just opted not to decide either way. With that decided, Tim reached out and put his hand on the edge of the breach. He was very careful to make sure that he didn't let his hand slip inside. Despite that, as soon as he made contact, he immediately heard the howling of the wolf from his dreams. The vision of the bonfire filled his sight again, and he saw the same massive wolf dancing around the fire. A moment later, he saw that wolf hiding behind a great oak tree. It stood upon its two hind legs. Its head was peeking around the trunk of the tree. A whisper filled his mind.
Join me. No power. I will show you the way.
Tim pulled his hand back, and the voice ended. He didn't know who the wolf was, but he had suspicions. The problem was he still didn't know who he could trust and who he couldn't. He was pretty much of the opinion that everyone just wanted to use him. He had to decide which cosmic entity would give him the best deal. He placed his hand back on the breach, but this time he focused on his trait. The more he learned, the more he realized ephemeral was his key to changing the world around him. It allowed him to reshape himself and so much else. The limits were yet to be defined, but Tim knew more testing was in order. This time he saw the wolf, but focused on closing the breach. As he did, he could feel it quivering and beginning to shake. As he watched, the wolf went from powerfully built to emaciated, and its luxurious dark fur became white and ratty. He could see the wolf's ribs, and he could tell it was starving. The transformation was so stark that he almost lost his focus. With a final push, he managed to close the breach. In its place, he found a jagged red crystal. It was warm to the touch and made him feel tingly all over. His head was spinning, but Tim managed to cast Master Assess on it. The outcome was less than informative. Hell Shard. At least he knew what all the fuss had been about. He decided to keep it in his soul pouch until he could learn more about it. A moment later, he got a quest update. Completed. Enemies of Humanity 3. New subquest. Clearing Shadows. The presence of Mimar in Terra indicates their plans may be progressing faster than expected. Learn what the Mimar want in New Rome. Objectives. All met. 1. Find what the Mimar shadows are looking for. 2. Keep whatever they are looking for from them. 3. Bonus. Learn who the shadows are reporting to. Rewards. 1,575 XP and Bejeweled Summoning Harness. Quality. Epic. Requirement. Bonded pet/familiar of level 5 or higher. Harness will change sizes to fit whatever pet you put it on. Once per day, you can summon the pet from wherever it is. Pet gains +3 to all stats. Defense, +2. HP, +100. Tim smiled. That item would be useful at so many levels. Simona must have been happy with him, because she gave him an epic item. The XP alone was almost as much as he had earned up to this point. His XP was now sitting at 159,115 out of 192,000. There was still a long way to go, but he was starting to make more progress. Fortunately, Mischief had gained level 5 and almost level 6 from fighting the swarms. The quest was updated, so he got another stage of it. Enemies of Humanity 4. Standing in the Gap. The Mimar are attacking New Rome in greater numbers than ever. Help repulse the attack and protect human lives. Success. Destroy the attacking force or keep it from entering the city. Rewards. 500 XP +2 per Mimar killed. 2. An elite quest for a greater token. Immediately, he started to climb out of the pit. He passed the swarm remains, the crypt, and made it all the way to the first floor, when he heard Simona's voice in his head.
Did you destroy the Hell Shard?
She sounded concerned. It baffled Tim that she hadn't been able to see what he did with it. But he decided to stay quiet and see if she would give away more. It paid off, because a moment later she added,
I can't seem to see where it went.
Tim knew it was risky, but maybe Cal Dakota was rubbing off on him, because before he knew it, he had lied and said, It disappeared when I closed the breach.
Oh. Well, that is one less problem to worry about. Good job. Now get going for the surface.
Tim wanted to shake his head, like he hadn't been making a beeline to leave the dungeon since he got that last quest. Oh well. Apparently extra-dimensional beings just couldn't help being bossy. Chapter 44. Fire in the Night. When Tim made it out of the dungeon, the first thing that hit him was the feeling of panic in the air. It was palpable and even sharper than the cries of pain and fear that seemed to come from all around him. There was smoke rising in the air, and flames lit up the night sky. They all seemed to be coming from the north wall, so Tim hoped that the enemy incursion had been contained. That hope was quickly dashed as he saw small bands of Mimar roving the streets. They were often doing battle with a single sojourner being supported by a squad of soldiers. Even as weak as level 5 monsters were, they must have been terrifying enemies to the regular soldiers. Many of them had an HP ring, but still had less than 100 health. Worse than that, they were not like adventurers. Cut their neck and they bled out, no matter how many HP they had left. A part of Tim told him it was important that he make it to the wall, but he also knew that he couldn't run past a man who was about to die. The first group was about to be overrun. Mischief flew through the air, propelled by his powerful legs. He looked more like a bat than a mouse as he blasted into a Mimar scavenger. For his part, Tim was moving extra fast too. He was glad that he had remembered at the last moment before leaving the dungeon to activate the leech rat dungeon shape. It didn't change him much other than to create some tiny fiber along the undersides of his arms and palms. He assumed those were for latching onto enemies. Well, that and it gave him 5 extra flexibility, which in turn also boosted Mischief's. He ran like a linebacker into the cluster of 6 scavengers led by a champion. The one sojourner was barely keeping the champion back, so Tim decided to take out the lesser foes first. As he ran in, he instinctively held out his arms. Each one that he came in contact with shriveled and died. They didn't even have time to scream. This form gave him a life drain ability, and because of his level, they auto-critted each time against the level 5 monsters. The lesser foes only fed him bonus HP, and by the time he tackled the champion to the ground, he was feeling invincible. This form was worth every bit of the 8 mana per minute maintenance cost. The champion was wounded from its battle with the other sojourner who looked like an archer of some sort. He wasn't really equipped for close combat. Tim gave him props for fighting to protect the city. Once he made sure none of them were dying, he left them and kept running for the north wall. He could have healed their wounds, but he wasn't sure if he would need that mana when he got to the wall, and none of them had life-threatening injuries. He wanted to tell them to get off the streets and leave this for people strong enough to fight. They had just seemed so weak to him. But then he realized that most people, even low-level sojourners, would likely seem weak to him. He had to stop 3 more times before he made it to the wall. Each group thanked him profusely. He must have seemed like an angel appearing out of nowhere to save them. But a dark voice in the back of his own mind reminded him it wasn't an angel shard he had hidden in his soul pouch. Just as he reached the wall, he heard the sounds of large amounts of stone tumbling down like a landslide. There were shadows fighting all around. Most of them took 3 or 4 sojourners to deal with one. He saw Magnor fighting 2 by himself, and Simon flitted about, smashing his glowing hands into shadows distracted by the other groups. There was a certain poetry to the way the monk moved. He could fly through the air with a kick, or suddenly move low to the ground like a prowling beast. Tim made a mental note to find out what style of martial arts the monk practiced. It definitely was intriguing. The sound, however, was not the main concern. It was what had caused it. Even the shadows were just an attack to weaken the defenders. A gap had been broken in the wall. Tim remembered thinking how massive the wall was when he first arrived in New Rome. Thick enough for a house to go on the top, it had seemed impregnable. That illusion was gone too. The stone had been blasted inward by an incredible force, and the corpses of soldiers who had been fighting atop the wall lay strewn amidst the rubble like broken dolls. Through that gap, a horde of Mimar was surging. Someone needed to plug that hole. Fortunately, Tim wasn't the only competent one here. He heard Charles's voice cry out, "Volley 1!" Suddenly, flashes of lightning and balls of fire filled the 20-foot breach in the wall. It was so bright that he had to turn his eyes away for a second. When the flames faded and the smoke cleared, there were still Mimar standing. Some shamans had shielded themselves, and a few others. But in an instant, a couple hundred Mimar had been incinerated. The guildmaster wasn't finished, though.
Volley 2!
Flashes of blue magic that Tim had come to associate with arcanist spells streaked out and shattered the shields raised by the shamans. As if on delay, another volley of attacks flew out. This time they were ice spears, pelting hail, and spheres of air so cold they exploded and flash froze everything living around them. That volley finished off the Mimar who remained in the gap, but others were already starting to trail in. At least the tide was slower, but it seemed to be building pressure again.
Volley 3!
Arrows, daggers, shurikens, and spears all flew through the air at the same time as bombs of smoke and poison exploded amidst the Mimar choppers and flingers who were trying to make their way into the city. Once again, the gap was cleared. Charles made eye contact with him.
We need healers in the back. Don't risk getting hurt up here.
Tim growled back. I'm a fighter, not a healer. He had already realized the problem facing the guild. They were individually more powerful than the Mimar. They were better equipped, and they were definitely better organized. But they were also outnumbered a few 100 to 1. They wouldn't be able to keep up volleys like that, so they needed a way to seal the wall. Tim ran forward as he instructed Mischief to run back to a safe spot and fight as he saw fit. Where he was going wasn't a place for the mouse. It was into the maw of the beast he ran. But he wasn't unprepared. He had an idea. And beyond that, he had a nice buffer of temporary HP from his life draining. He yelled back to Charles,
Get any mages who can work earth or stone ready!
All he could do was hope that the guildmaster listened. His plan was only a temporary fix, but he thought it was better than the volley plan. As he reached the gap, he was swinging his sword rapidly, cutting down foes. He didn't focus on killing blows, but rather on removing limbs. If he could take off a leg, that was his preferred attack. It meant the enemy couldn't follow him. At the same time, there was a thunderous charge of the guild's tanks. Warriors, berserkers, guardians, and knights all charged up alongside him. They fought shoulder to shoulder, pushing the enemy back. Charles said,
This isn't much of a plan. The ranged attackers can't do much while we are standing in their way.
Tim grinned. Just have the earth mages ready. Oh, and see if you can keep these things off me for a minute. Then he lowered his sword, and all of his focus went into his spell. He began channeling extreme plant growth and control, dropping the leech rat form as he needed all of his mana regeneration for this. He poured his power into the earth and felt the plant life there. Vines ripped up out of the earth, grown beyond normal size. Small trees like bamboo shot up alongside them, and he began to form a lattice of plants and tree boles to fill the gap. Someone that he didn't even know shoved a bright blue potion into his mouth, and he sucked it down. He thought it odd that the mana potion tasted like a blue raspberry slushy, but he wasn't going to complain. His mana stores were instantly refilled, and the powerful potion boosted his regeneration by 400% for 1 minute. For that minute, he was a mana god. He felt the circle of the oak and called upon it to its fullest. The plants knew his need. They hated the Mimar as an abomination of nature and were happy to answer his call. Within a minute, the entire 20-foot gap in the wall was covered by a 10-foot thick net of vegetation that crawled 30 feet high. A cheer went up, and Tim's heart soared. His plan was working. The gap was sealed, at least temporarily. He then heard Charles shouting for any elementalist, and apparently even some naturalists who could move earth to begin their work. Stones softened and then climbed up the vines, coating them in stone as the earth began swelling up around his vines, supporting them. His plants were serving as the skeleton of the plug, while the magic of the others worked to put the earthen flesh on it. The Mimar howled. Those stuck inside the vines struggled for their lives as they were crushed. Their bodies would become a part of the wall. But for all the raucousness, Tim felt something cold pass over him. Outside the wall, beyond his hastily constructed patch, a massive creature was moving forward. It had to be 20 feet tall and carried a tree trunk as a club. As powerful as this brute looked, Tim didn't believe it was strong enough to have smashed in the wall. Still, it might be enough to take down their patch if they couldn't strengthen it quickly enough. Tim cast Master Assess to take stock of just what they were facing. Mimar Goliath, level 15, tribal creature, HP 2,740. It was impressive for sure, but nothing that they couldn't deal with. Certainly not enough to breach the original wall. Then Tim saw him. How he had missed him before was beyond comprehension. As he saw the creature, Tim couldn't look away. It was like some monstrous demon out of a nightmare. At least 10 feet tall, its skin was red with black veins running all over it. Large leathery bat wings were on its back, curled horns adorned its brow, and it was staring directly at him. He cast Master Assess before he even thought about it again. He needed to do something, but was too frozen to attack. He got back a dishearteningly small amount of information, but it was enough to convince Tim who the true enemy was here. Swarms of Mimar could never overrun the city. This was their general. Baldrock, Archfiend. It was just a name and station, but it was more than enough to cause Tim true fear for the first time since he had arrived in Io Kusente. Still, the fiend kept its eyes locked upon Tim. Ever so slightly, the horned head nodded towards him, and then suddenly, a jet-black spear launched from the fiend. Tim wasn't the target, though, as much as he raised his sword to defend himself. No, the spear burst through the chest of the Goliath. The creature fell to its knees, not even fighting the great wound. Its heart was ruptured, and its chest exploded open. Tim heard a quiet whisper. "The strength is in the blood." Then, with more coordination than Tim had ever seen, the Mimar all began withdrawing. They ran as fast as they could, but in an orderly fashion. Within a couple of minutes, they were all gone from the city wall. It was no mean feat to get 100,000 Mimar to retreat so rapidly. The scouts said they were still running more than 2 miles from the city. Everyone looked to Charles to see what his orders were. Everyone except Tim. Tim's eyes were still upon the Goliath. It was bleeding out moment by moment without trying to get up or run. Tim was horrified, but just like a train crash, he couldn't look away. After a couple of minutes, he felt freed to move. He leapt up into the lattice of trees and vines he had just grown. He climbed through, standing upon the earth and stone that had been added to his framework, until he was right in front of the Goliath. Then he swung his sword in a 2-handed slash. Once, then twice, until he had removed the monster's head, putting it out of its misery. Tim was numb. He was confused. Most of all, he was afraid. He loved his questions, but this time he was unsure what to ask. The one pressing question in his mind was what to make of the Archfiend's actions. He had slain his own soldier, and then simply disappeared. Chapter 45. As the Dust Settles. There was still crying all around him. Tim wanted to start healing the wounded, but Charles pulled him aside. Before long, the two of them were in a quiet alleyway.
Thanks. And I mean it when I say that you deserve more than that. But events are getting ahead of us. I'm gonna have to ask more of you in the days to come. I can't go into all the details yet, but you need to meet with the Guild Council in the morning. Be there at 9 a.m.
Tim nodded in response to the thanks. Then he said, "Just doing my part. I really should go and help with the wounded."
No, Tim, you can't do that. You are a hero of the city now. People saw what you did at the wall.
All the more reason for me to be out there. It will help give hope to the city. Charles got a frustrated look on his face. He tugged on his beard and then said,
I can't go into details now, but I'm too busy now to keep an eye on you. I need you to obey orders. Go back to the Four Patrons Tavern and stay there for the night. Make sure you come straight to the guild hall in the morning. Kayla should be able to keep an eye on you for tonight.
Tim was even more confused now. Why not just stay in my room at the guild hall?
I know you live for questions, but for now I need you to just do as I ask. More answers will be coming tomorrow. Can I trust you to obey me in this? Charles asked.
The expression on his face was deadly serious. Tim paused to think about it. Obviously, there was more going on here than he knew about. Charles was keeping things from him. But then again, he was starting to keep some secrets of his own. It boiled down to the question of if he wanted to make an issue of this now. He decided staying the night at Kayla's Inn wouldn't be a bad thing, and might even come with fringe benefits. So it just wasn't a fight he wanted to have now. Charles added,
It isn't just you. We have to protect all of our gold and diamond level adventurers. There are already too few of us, and 3 died under strange circumstances during this battle.
That sealed it for Tim. Yes, sir. I will spend the night at the inn and see you in the morning. But I want to know what's going on.
Sure thing,
Charles responded. Then, as Tim walked away, he added very softly,
As soon as I do.
Once again, his enhanced senses came in handy. Tim was actually glad to hear that statement. It made his trust for Charles increase. Of course, it also increased the number of questions he had, too. A short time later, Tim was back at the Four Patrons. The first person to greet him was Atticus. The man had an axe and was standing guard at the door. He was very jumpy, but equally committed to protecting his people. The inside of the bar room was crowded with people seeking refuge. "Did any of the monsters make it this far?" Tim asked. The older man shook his head. "Not that we saw, but what I heard was enough to give me nightmares." "It has been a night for that," Tim replied. "Why don't you let me take over watching the door?" A squeal from across the room caught his attention. Well, it likely caught the attention of everyone in the room. A highly exuberant Cecilia came running across the room and threw herself against him.
"I was so worried about you! Kayla said she had to leave you in the dungeon, but then everyone is also saying you fought at the break in the wall. You have to be more careful!"
Tim glanced at Atticus, who only shrugged his shoulders as his daughter pressed herself up against him. He gently disengaged her and said, "I missed you too, but I was more worried about you and your father. I'm pretty hard to kill." "No one is invincible, except the patrons. I will always worry about you when you go into dungeons. I just wish I had the strength to fight beside you." "You are a sweet girl. Fighting takes something out of you. I wouldn't wish that on you, but if it will make you feel better, I will always come back and let you know I'm okay." She nodded, and then suddenly said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot when I saw you. Kayla is hurt upstairs.
She says she will survive, but she got run through by some kind of big spear. There is a hole in her gut, and she is in terrible pain.
Tim wanted to rebuke her, but she was barely more than 16. He understood she hadn't meant to delay him. He ran up the stairs to Kayla. When he got there, she was in her bed, with bloody clothes wrapped over her. She struggled weakly to sit up when he came in, but he simply pushed her back down. As soon as he touched her, he started pouring healing spells into her. He stacked them so that eventually she was healing 20 health per second. Her wounds closed up before his eyes, and while she still looked a bit pale, she was at least free of injury. She looked up at him.
I'm sorry about before. Nothing to worry about.
I told you to leave me. You were clearly needed up in the city.
Actually, from what I hear, you saved the day there too. But that wasn't what I was talking about.
Tim grimaced. There was still so much that he didn't understand. He had fought hard and was ready to battle to the end at the gate, but the enemy had left for some reason. They acted scared to engage with him. No one had asked him about it yet, but to him, it had been obvious that their behavior was off. He didn't feel like a hero, but he didn't want to raise that issue with Kayla, so he just smiled. She continued,
I was apologizing for earlier. You know, when you changed into this.
Oh, that.
Don't worry about that. It will be shocking to anyone. It still scares me to death, and I don't know how many more times it is going to happen. Maybe. But I knew about your curse, or whatever you want to call this. I shouldn't have reacted like that.
Tim shook his head again.
The only reason I'll be upset is if you don't let me take naps up here anymore.
She smiled coyly at him.
Oh no, I definitely need to keep a close eye on you.
Then she pulled him down for a kiss. Behind him he heard a gasp, then the sound of breaking pottery. He turned just in time to see Cecilia running away. The large bowl of fresh water she had brought up lay broken in the doorway, its contents soaking into the wooden floor. Tim groaned. As if fighting monsters wasn't enough, now he had to deal with puppy love.
Smooth. Real smooth.
Mischief chimed in. Tim didn't even have the energy for a retort. There was so much to be done. Apparently, a moment of happiness wasn't in the cards, though. More change was coming. He could feel it. He just wasn't sure if it was good or bad. Epilogue. Many facets. In a space outside of regular space, two beings stood and met. Neither were human, nor had ever been. Simona sat upon a divan, lazing about in her expression of indolence. It was her nature. The vapid expression upon her face belied her keen awareness. Pacing across from her was a mountain of a being. Easily 12 feet tall and 4 feet wide, he was covered in armored plates. His skin was a deep, rich purple, and his eyes were solid silver without pupils. Right now, Valerius had his eyes upon Simona even as he paced. He exhaled in a huff.
Where are they?
How should I know? I'm here with you. Or did that escape your notice?
Simona responded.
They are late,
Valerius growled. The absent expression upon her face passed for a moment, and anger flared.
Stating the obvious doesn't change it.
Have you spoken to either of them?
Of course, but not recently. You know how Cal Dakota is. I haven't spoken to him for a few years now. It is so taxing trying to keep up with his incessant prattle.
Valerius frowned.
He is frustrating.
And he cheats at cards.
Simona truly laughed that time. The anger on her face faded to a warm look as the two sides of her being expressed themselves. What do you expect? He is a gambler and a cheat, but only on the little things.
Yes, there is that,
Valerius said with a nod. It is unusual for Rugen to be this quiet, though, Simona said. She conjured a mirror into her hands and sat up, preening at her long golden hair. Her skin was flawless as she admired it with her jade-colored almond-shaped eyes.
Sometimes when he is on a project, he goes quiet for a decade.
Not when things are moving as quickly as possible. The fiends are stirring. Iokusente is not safe. Rugen should be here. Caldecota should be as well, but I don't expect as much from him, she said.
Safety is overrated,
Valerius said. Anger crossed her face again, and there was a dangerous glint in her eyes. Liking the rush is one thing. Having all that is ours consumed is something else.
Fair enough. I will go and find Rugen. You find Caldecota. Drag him here if you must, but we should meet again in another month.
Valerius's tone sounded like he was speaking orders to his immortal soldiers.
Don't tell me what to do!
Simona snapped as the dangerous glint left her eyes and filled her voice.
He likes you better than me, and it was you that insisted we needed to meet.
Yes, you are too caught up in your celestial war games. You don't pay enough attention to Iokusente. Remember, it is the center of all our realms. And events are moving faster than you think. Even another month may see incursions. Hellseeds are popping up faster than I can deal with them. Just moments ago, I had to rely upon a human to take care of one.
Fine. I will heed your warning. But you still have to find Caldecota. I don't have the patience for his games,
Valerius replied. The two stared at each other, and a wordless understanding passed between them before they both disappeared from this neutral territory. Silence reigned in this emptiness, until it didn't. A burst of rich laughter filled the space left behind by the two patrons, and a veil faded as though reality was peeled back, and Caldecota stood where he had been the entire time. Valerius was always so linear in his thinking. It didn't surprise the trickster that the warrior failed to see him. He was, however, a bit disappointed in Simona. He had hoped she was learning. He shrugged what passed for his shoulders and grinned. Either they'd figure it out in time, or they wouldn't. That was the bet, after all. He held his hand out and watched it tremble. Oh, how he lived for moments like this. Times when it all came together. Screams of pain and cries of victory echoed through another plane. It was a prison. His kind had been bound here millennia ago. It hadn't been so bad for a time. His children did what they do best. They consumed. The strong ate the weak and got stronger, but then even those were split apart and formed new beings. It was a cycle of agony. The hunt, a struggle for life, and eventually the feast. The cycle was its own reward and its own punishment. He stood tall and stretched. Baldrock had found a perfect candidate. Things were falling into place. His form was that of a 9-foot-tall man, but his chest was thick, his shoulders broad. Atop them sat a wolf's head. Fur covered his chest, while large muscles covered his arms and legs. He was a consummate predator. As such, he could sense the hunt. Every hunt had a rhythm, and this one was closing in on the end. It wasn't there yet, but it drew closer. The next few months in the mortal realm would see a great change. Already his hell shards were opening portals. Most only lasted a moment, and only the lesser fiends could fit through. But they would go into the mortal realm and hunt. Each kill would make them stronger. That was the way